Section 0 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah and Gracia Partial. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Section 0. Preface. A preface is usually an excrescence on a good book and a vain apology for a worthless one. But in the present instance, a few explanatory words seem necessary. This is meant to be the best collection attainable of that delight of all children, and of many grown-up people who retain that child heart still, the old-fashioned, time-honored classic fairy tale. It has been compiled from all sources, far off and familiar. When familiar, the stories have been traced with care to their original form, which, if foreign, has been retranslated, condensed, and in any other needful way made suitable for modern British children. Perrault, Madame d'Aulnoy, and Grimm have thus been laid under contribution. Where it was not possible to get at the original of a tale, its various versions have been collated, compared, and combined, and in some instances, when this proved still unsatisfactory, the whole story had been written afresh. The few English fairy tales extant, such as Jack the Giant Killer, Tom Thumb, etc., which authorship is lost in obscurity, but whose charming Saxon simplicity of style and intense realism of narration make them for an evergreen immortality. These have been left intact, for no later touch would improve them. All modern stories have been excluded. Of course, in fairy tales, instruction is not expected. We find in them only the rude moral of virtue rewarded and vice punished. But children will soon discover for themselves that in real life all beautiful people are not good, nor all ugly ones wicked, that every elder sister is not ungenerous, nor every stepmother cruel, and the tender baby heart is often reached quite as soon by the fancy as by the reason. Nevertheless, without any direct appeal to conscience or morality, the editor of this collection has been especially careful that there should be nothing in it which could really harm a child. She trusts that, whatever its defects, the fairy book will not deserve one criticism, almost the sharpest that can be given to any work, that it would have been better if the author had taken more pains. End of Preface. Recording by Sarah and Gracia Partial. sarahpartial.blogspot.com.
Section 1 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ElleyKat. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Sleeping Beauty in the Wood. Once there was a royal couple who grieved excessively because they had no children. When at last, after long waiting, the queen presented her husband with a little daughter, his majesty showed his joy by giving a christening feast, so grand that the like of it was never known. He invited all the fairies in the land, there were 7 altogether, to stand godmothers to the little princess, hoping that each might bestow on her some good gift, as was the custom of good fairies in those days. After the ceremony, all the guests returned to the palace, where there was set before each fairy godmother a magnificent covered dish, with an embroidered table napkin, and a knife and fork of pure gold studded with diamonds and rubies. But alas! as they placed themselves at table, there entered an old fairy, who had never been invited, because more than 50 years since she had left the king's dominion on a tour of pleasure, and had not been heard of until this day. His Majesty, much troubled, desired a cover to be placed for her, but it was of common delf, for he had ordered from his jeweller only 7 gold dishes for the 7 fairies aforesaid. The elderly fairy thought herself neglected, and muttered angry menaces, which were overheard by one of the younger fairies who chanced to sit beside her. This good godmother, afraid of harm to the pretty baby, hastened to hide herself behind the tapestry in the hall. She did this because she wished all the others to speak first, so that if any ill gift were bestowed on the child, she might be able to counteract it. The 6 now offered their good wishes, which, unlike most wishes, were sure to come true. The fortunate little princess was to grow up to be the fairest woman in the world, to have a temper sweet as an angel, to be perfectly graceful and gracious, to sing like a nightingale, to dance like a leaf on a tree, and to possess every accomplishment under the sun. Then the old fairy's turn came. Shaking her head spitefully, she uttered the wish that when the baby grew up into a young lady, and learned to spin, she might prick her finger with the spindle, and die of the wound. At this terrible prophecy all the guests shuddered, and some of the more tender-hearted began to weep. The lately happy parents were almost out of their wits with grief, upon which the wise young fairy appeared from behind the tapestry, saying cheerfully, "Your Majesties may comfort yourselves. The princess shall not die. I have no power to alter the ill fortune just wished her by my ancient sister. Her finger must be pierced, and she shall then sink, not into the deep sleep of death, but into a sleep that will last 100 years. After that time is ended, the son of a king will find her, awaken her, and marry her." Immediately all the fairies vanished. The king, in the hope of avoiding his daughter's doom, issued an edict forbidding all persons to spin, and even to have spinning wheels in their houses, on pain of instant death. But it was in vain. One day, when she was just 15 years of age, the king and queen left their daughter alone in one of their castles, when, wandering about at her will, she came to an ancient donjon tower, climbed to the top of it, and there found a very old woman, so old and deaf that she had never heard of the king's edict, busy with her wheel. "What are you doing, good old woman?" said the princess.
"I'm spinning, my pretty child."
"Ah, how charming! Let me try if I can spin also." She had no sooner taken up the spindle than, being lively and obstinate, she handled it so awkwardly and carelessly that the point pierced her finger. Though it was so small a wound, she fainted away at once, and dropped silently down on the floor. The poor frightened old woman called for help. Shortly came the ladies in waiting, who tried every means to restore their young mistress, but all their care was useless. She lay, beautiful as an angel, the colour still lingering in her lips and cheeks, her fair bosom softly stirred with her breath, only her eyes were fast closed. When the king her father and the queen her mother beheld her thus, they knew regret was idle. All had happened as the cruel fairy meant, but they also knew that their daughter would not sleep forever, though after 100 years it was not likely they would either of them behold her awakening. Until that happy hour should arrive, they determined to leave her in repose. They sent away all the physicians and attendants, and themselves sorrowfully laid her upon a bed of embroidery in the most elegant apartment of the palace. There she slept, and looked like a sleeping angel still. When this misfortune happened, the kindly young fairy who had saved the princess by changing her sleep of death into the sleep of 100 years, was 12,000 leagues away in the kingdom of Mataquin. But being informed of everything, she arrived speedily, in a chariot of fire drawn by dragons. The king was somewhat startled by the sight, but nevertheless went to the door of his palace, and, with a mournful countenance, presented her his hand to descend. The fairy condoled with his majesty, and approved of all he had done. Then, being a fairy of great common sense and foresight, She suggested that the princess, awakening after 100 years in this ancient castle, might be a good deal embarrassed, especially with a young prince by her side, to find herself alone. Accordingly, without asking anyone's leave, she touched with her magic wand the entire population of the palace, except the king and queen, governesses, ladies of honor, waiting maids, gentlemen ushers, cooks, kitchen girls, pages, footmen, down to the horses that were in the stables and the grooms that attended them, she touched each and all. Nay, with kind consideration for the feelings of the princess, she even touched the little fat lap-dog, Puffy, who had laid himself down beside his mistress on her splendid bed. He, like all the rest, fell asleep in a moment. The very spits that were before the kitchen fire ceased turning, and the fire itself went out, and everything became as silent as if it were the middle of the night, or as if the palace were a palace of the dead. The king and queen, having kissed their daughter and wept over her a little, but not much, she looked so sweet and content, departed from the castle, giving orders that it was to be approached no more. The command was unnecessary, for in 1/4 of an hour there sprang up around it a wood so thick and thorny that neither beasts nor men could attempt to penetrate there. Above this dense mass of forest could only be perceived the top of the high tower where the lovely princess slept. A great many changes happened in 100 years. The king, who never had a second child, died, and his throne passed into another royal family. So entirely was the story of the poor princess forgotten, that when the reigning king's son, being one day out hunting, and stopped in the chase by this formidable wood, inquired what wood it was, and what were those towers which he saw appearing out of the midst of it, no one could answer him. At length an old peasant was found who remembered having heard his grandfather say to his father that in this tower was a princess, beautiful as the day, who was doomed to sleep there for 100 years, until awakened by a king's son, her destined bridegroom. At this the young prince, who had the spirit of a hero, determined to find out the truth for himself. Spurred on by both generosity and curiosity, he leapt from his horse and began to force his way through the thick wood. To his amazement, the stiff branches all gave way, and the ugly thorns sheathed themselves of their own accord, and the brambles buried themselves in the earth to let him pass. This done, they closed behind him, allowing none of his suite to follow. But, ardent and young, he went boldly on alone. The first thing he saw was enough to smite him with fear. Bodies of men and horses lay extended on the ground, but the men had faces, not death white, but red as peonies, and beside them were glasses half filled with wine, showing that they had gone to sleep drinking. Next he entered a large court, paved with marble, where stood rows of gentlemen and ladies, all in the costume of the past century, slept in their ease, some standing, some sitting. The pages were lurking in corners, the ladies of honor were stooping over their embroidery frames, or listening apparently with polite attention to the gentlemen of the court, but all were as silent as statues, and as immovable. Their clothes, strange to say, were fresh and new as ever, and not a particle of dust or spider web had gathered over the furniture, though it had not known a broom for 100 years. Finally the astonished prince came to an inner chamber, where was the fairest sight his eyes had ever beheld. A young girl of wonderful beauty lay asleep on an embroidered bed, and she looked as if she had only just closed her eyes. Trembling, the prince approached and knelt beside her. Some say he kissed her, but as nobody saw it, and she never told, we cannot be quite sure of the fact. However, as the end of the enchantment had come, the princess awakened at once, and looking at him with eyes of the tenderest regard, said drowsily, "Is it you, my prince? I have waited for you very long." Charmed with these words, and still more with the tone in which they were uttered, the prince assured her that he loved her more than his life. Nevertheless, he was the most embarrassed of the two, for, thanks to the kind fairy, the princess had plenty of time to dream of him during her century of slumber, while he had never even heard of her till an hour before. For a long time did they sit conversing, and yet had not said half enough. Their only interruption was the little dog Puffy, who had awakened with his mistress, and now began to be exceedingly jealous that the princess did not notice him as much as she was wont to do. Meanwhile all the attendants, whose enchantment was also broken, not being in love, were ready to die of hunger after their fast of 100 years. A lady of honor ventured to intimate that dinner was served, whereupon the prince handed his beloved princess at once to the great hall. She did not wait to dress for dinner, being already perfectly and magnificently attired, though in a fashion somewhat out of date. However, her lover had the politeness not to notice this, nor to remind her that she was dressed exactly like her royal grandmother, whose portrait still hung on the palace walls. During the banquet a concert took place by the attendant musicians, and considering they had not touched their instruments for a century, they played extremely well. They ended with a wedding march, for that very evening the marriage of the prince and princess was celebrated, and though the bride was nearly 100 years older than the bridegroom, it is remarkable that the fact would never have been discovered by any one unacquainted therewith. After a few days they went together out of the castle and enchanted wood, both of which immediately vanished, and were never more beheld by mortal eyes. The princess was restored to her ancestral kingdom, but it was not generally declared who she was, as during 100 years people had grown so very much cleverer that nobody then living would ever have believed the story. So nothing was explained, and nobody presumed to ask any questions about her, for ought not a prince be able to marry whomsoever he pleases? Nor, whether or not the day of fairies was over, did the princess ever see anything further of her 7 godmothers. She lived a long and happy life, like any other ordinary woman, and died at length, beloved, regretted, but, the prince being already no more, perfectly contented. End of Section 1. Recording by ElleyKat.
Section 2 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Book by Dinah Marie Mulock. Hop-o'-my-Thumb. There once lived in a village a fagot maker and his wife, who had 7 children, all boys. The eldest was no more than 10 years old, and the youngest was only 7. It was odd enough, to be sure, that they should have so many children in such a short time, but the truth is, the wife always brought him 2, and once 3 at a time. This made him very poor, for not one of these boys was old enough to get a living, and what was still worse, the youngest was a puny little fellow who hardly ever spoke a word. Now this indeed was a mark of his good sense, but it made his father and mother suppose him to be silly, and they thought that at last he would turn out quite a fool. This boy was the least size ever seen, for when he was born he was no bigger than a man's thumb, which made him be christened by the name of Hop-o'-my-Thumb. The poor child was the drudge of the whole house, and always bore the blame of everything that was done wrong. For all of this, Hop-o'-my-Thumb was far more clever than any of his brothers, and though he spoke but little, he heard and knew more than people thought. It happened just at this time that for want of rain the fields had grown but half as much corn and potatoes as they used to grow, so that the fagot maker and his wife could not give the boys the food they had before, which was always either bread or potatoes. After the father and mother had grieved some time, they thought that as they could contrive no other way to live, they must somehow get rid of their children. One night, when the boys were gone to bed, and the fagot maker and his wife were sitting over a few lighted sticks to warm themselves, the husband sighed deeply and said, "You see, my dear, we cannot maintain our children any longer, and to see them die of hunger before my eyes is what I could never bear. I will therefore tomorrow morning take them to the forest, and leave them in the thickest part of it, so that they will not be able to find their way back. This will be very easy, for while they amuse themselves with tying up the fagots, we need only slip away when they are looking some other way." "Ah, husband!" cried the poor wife, "you cannot, no, you never can consent to be the death of your own children." The husband in vain told her to think how very poor they were. The wife replied that this was true to be sure, but if she was poor, she was still their mother, and then she cried as if her heart would break. At last she thought how shocking it would be to see them starve to death before their eyes, so she agreed to what her husband had said, and then went sobbing to bed. Hop-o'-my-thumb had been awake all the time, and when he heard his father talk very seriously, he slipped away from his brother's side, and crept under his father's bed to hear all that was said without being seen. When his father and mother had left off talking, he got back to his own place, and passed the night in thinking what he should do the next morning. He rose early, and ran to the river's side, where he filled his pockets with small white pebbles, and then went back home. In the morning they all set out, as their father and mother had agreed on, and Hop-o'-my-thumb did not say a word to any of his brothers about what he had heard. They came to a forest that was so very thick that they could not see each other a few yards off. The fagot maker set to work cutting down wood, and the children began to gather the twigs to make fagots of them. When the father and mother saw that the young ones were all very busy, they slipped away without being seen. The children soon found themselves alone, and began to cry as loud as they could. Hop-o'-my-thumb let them cry on, for he knew well enough how to lead them safe home, and he had taken care to drop the white pebbles he had in his pocket along all the way he had come. He only said to them, "Never mind it, my lads. Father and mother have left us here by ourselves, but only take care to follow me, and I will lead you back again." When they heard this, they left off crying, and followed Hop-o'-my-thumb, who soon brought them to their father's house by the very same path which they had come along. At first they had not the courage to go in, but stood at the door to hear what their parents were talking about. Just as the fagot maker and his wife had come home without their children, a great gentleman of the village sent to pay them 2 guineas for work they had done for him, which he had owed them so long that they never thought of getting a farthing of it. This money made them quite happy, for the poor creatures were very hungry, and had no other way of getting anything to eat. The fagot maker sent his wife out immediately to buy some meat, and it was a long time since she had made a hearty meal. She bought as much meat as would have been enough for 6 or 8 persons. The truth was, when she was thinking what would be enough for dinner, she forgot that her children were not at home. But as soon as she and her husband had done eating, she cried out, "Alas! where are our poor children? How they would feast on what we have left! It was all your fault, husband. I told you we should repent leaving them to starve in the forest. Oh, mercy! perhaps they have already been eaten by the hungry wolves." The poor woman shed plenty of tears. "Alas! alas!" she said over and over again. "What is become of my dear children?" The children, who were all at the door, cried out together, "Here we are, mother, here we are!" She flew like lightning to let them in, and kissed every one of them. The faggot maker and his wife were charmed at having their children once more with them, and their joy for this lasted till their money was all spent. But then they found themselves quite as ill off as before. So by degrees they again thought of leaving them in the forest, and that the young ones might not come back a second time, they said they would take them a great deal farther than they did at first. They could not talk about this matter so slyly, but that Hop-o'-my-Thumb found means to hear all that passed between them. But he cared very little about it, for he thought it would be easy for him to do just the same as he had done before. But though he got up very early the next morning to go to the river's side to get the pebbles, a thing which he had not thought of hindered him, for he found that the house door was double locked. Hop-o'-my-Thumb was now quite at a loss what to do. But soon after this, his mother gave each of the children a piece of bread for breakfast, when it came into his head that he could make his share do as well as the pebbles by dropping crumbs of it all the way as he went. So he did not eat his piece, but put it into his pocket. It was not long before they all set out, and their parents took care to lead them into the very thickest and darkest part of the forest. They then slipped away by a by-path as before, and left the children by themselves again. All this did not give Hop-o'-my-Thumb any concern, for he thought himself quite sure of getting back by means of the crumbs that he had dropped by the way. But when he came to look for them, he found that not a crumb was left, for the birds had eaten them all up. The poor children were now sadly off, for the further they went, the harder it was for them to get out of the forest. At last night came on, and the noise of the wind among the trees seemed to them like the howling of wolves, so that every moment they thought they would be eaten up. They hardly dared to speak a word or to move a limb for fear. Soon after that came a heavy rain, which wetted them to the very skin, and made the ground so slippery that they fell down almost at every step, and got dirty all over. Before it was quite dark, Hop-o'-my-Thumb climbed up to the top of a tree, and looked round on all sides to see if he could find any way of getting help. He saw a small light, like that of a candle, but it was a very great way off, and beyond the forest. He then came down from the tree to try to find the way to it, but he could not see it when he was on the ground, and he was in the utmost trouble what to do next. They walked on towards the place where he had seen the light, and at last reached the end of the forest, and got sight of it again. They now walked faster, and after being much tired and vexed, for every time they got into lower ground they lost sight of the light, came to the house it was in. They knocked at the door, which was opened by a very good-natured looking lady, who asked what brought them there. Hop-o'-my-Thumb told her that they were poor children, who had lost their way in the forest, and begged that she would give them a bed till morning. When the lady saw that they had some pretty faces, she began to shed tears, and said, "Ah, my poor children, you do not know what place you are come to. This is the house of an ogre, who eats up little boys and girls." "Alas, madam," replied Hop-o'-my-Thumb, who trembled from head to foot, "what shall we do? If we go back to the forest, we are sure of being torn to pieces by the wolves. We would rather therefore be eaten by the gentleman. Besides, when he sees us, perhaps he may take pity on us, and spare our lives." The ogre's wife thought she could contrive to hide them from her husband till morning, so she let them go in and warm themselves by a good fire, before which there was a whole sheep roasting for the ogre's supper. When they had stood a short time by the fire, there came a loud knocking at the door. This was the ogre come home. His wife hurried the children under the bed, and told them to lie still, and she then let her husband in. The ogre asked if supper were ready, and if the wine were fetched from the cellar, and then he sat down at the table. The sheep was not quite done, but he liked it much better half raw. In a minute or two the ogre began to snuff to his right and left, and said he smelt child's flesh. "It must be this calf which has just been killed," said his wife. "I smell child's flesh, I tell thee once more," cried the ogre, looking all about the room. "I smell child's flesh. There is something going on that I do not know of." As soon as he had spoken these words, he rose from his chair and went towards the bed. "Ah, madam," he said, "you thought to cheat me, did you? Wretch, thou art old and tough thyself, or else I would eat thee up too. But come, come, this is lucky enough, for the brats will be a nice dish for 3 ogres who are my particular friends, and who are to dine with me to-morrow." He then drew them out one by one from under the bed. The poor children fell on their knees, and begged his pardon as humbly as they could. But this ogre was the most cruel of all ogres, and instead of feeling any pity, he only began to think how sweet and tender their flesh would be. So he told his wife they would be nice morsels if she served them up with plenty of sauce. He then fetched a large knife, and began to sharpen it on a long whetstone that he held in his left hand, and all the while he came nearer and nearer to the bed. The ogre took up one of the children, and was going to set about cutting him to pieces, but his wife said to him, "What in the world makes you take the trouble of killing them to-night? Will it not be time enough to-morrow morning?" "Hold your prating," replied the ogre. "They will grow tender by being kept a little while after they are killed." "But," said his wife, "you have got so much meat in the house already. Here is a calf, 2 sheep, and half a pig." "True," said the ogre; "so give them all a good supper, that they may not get lean, and then send them to bed." The good creature was quite glad at this. She gave them plenty for their supper, but the poor children were so terrified that they could not eat a bit. The Ogre sat down to his wine, very much pleased with the thought of giving his friends such a dainty dish. This made him drink rather more than common, and he was soon obliged to go to bed himself. Now the Ogre had 7 daughters, who were all very young, like Hop-o'-my-Thumb and his brothers. These young Ogresses had fair skins, because they fed on raw meat like their father, but they had small gray eyes, quite round and sunk in their heads, hooked noses, wide mouths, and very long sharp teeth, standing a great way off each other. They were too young as yet to do much mischief, but they showed that if they lived to be as old as their father, they would grow quite as cruel as he was, for they took pleasure already in biting young children and sucking their blood. The Ogresses had been put to bed very early that night. They were all in one bed, which was very large, and every one of them had a crown of gold on her head. There was another bed of the same size in the room, and in this the Ogre's wife put the 7 little boys, and then went to bed herself along with her husband. Now Hop-o'-my-Thumb was afraid that the Ogre would wake in the night and kill him and his brothers while they were asleep. So he got out of bed in the middle of the night as softly as he could, took off all his brothers' nightcaps and his own, and crept with them to the bed that the Ogre's daughters were in. He then took off their crowns and put the nightcaps on their heads instead. Next he put the crowns on his brothers' heads and his own, and got into bed again, expecting after this that if the Ogre should come, he would take him and his brothers for his own children. Everything turned out as he wished. The Ogre waked soon after midnight, and began to be very sorry that he had put off killing the boys till the morning. So he jumped out of bed and took hold of his large knife. "Let us see," said he, "what the young rogues are about, and do the business at once." He then walked softly to the room where they all slept, and went to the bed the boys were in, who were all asleep except Hop-o'-my-Thumb. He touched their heads one at a time, and feeling the crowns of gold, said to himself, "Oh, I had like to have made such a mistake. I must have drunk too much wine last night." He went next to the bed that his own little Ogresses were in, and when he felt the nightcaps, he said, "Ah, here you are, my lads!" and so in a moment he cut the throats of all his daughters. He was very much pleased when he had done this, and then went back to his own bed. As soon as Hop-o'-my-Thumb heard him snore, he awoke his brothers and told them to put on their clothes quickly and follow him. They stole down softly into the garden, and then jumped from the wall into the road. They ran as fast as their legs could carry them, but were so much afraid all the while that they hardly knew which way to take. When the Ogre waked in the morning, he said to his wife, grinning, "My dear, go and dress the young rogues I saw last night." The wife was quite surprised at hearing her husband speak so kindly, and did not dream of the real meaning of his words. She supposed he wanted her to help them to put on their clothes. So she went upstairs, and the first thing she saw were her 7 daughters with their throats cut and all over blood. This threw her into a fainting fit. The Ogre was afraid his wife might be too long in doing what he had set her about, so he went himself to help her. But he was as much shocked as she had been at the dreadful sight of his bleeding children. "Ah, what have I done?" he cried. "But the little rascals shall pay for it, I warrant them." He first threw some water on his wife's face, and as soon as she came to herself, he said to her, "Bring me quickly my 7-league boots, that I may go and catch the little vipers." The Ogre then put on these boots and set out with all speed. He strided over many parts of the country, and at last turned into the very road in which the poor children were, for they had set off towards the faggot maker's cottage, which they had almost reached. They watched the Ogre stepping from mountain to mountain at one step, and crossing rivers as if they had been tiny brooks. At this Hop-o'-my-Thumb thought a little what was to be done, and spying a hollow place under a large rock, he made his brothers get into it. He then crept in himself, but kept his eyes fixed on the Ogre to see what he would do next. The Ogre found himself quite weary with the journey he had gone, for 7-league boots are very tiresome to the person who wears them. So he now began to think of resting, and happened to sit down on the very rock where the poor children were hid. As he was so tired, and as it was a very hot day, he fell fast asleep, and soon began to snore so loud that the little fellows were terrified. When Hop-o'-my-Thumb saw this, he said to his brothers, "Courage, my lads, never fear. You have nothing to do but to steal away and get home while the Ogre is fast asleep, and leave me to shift for myself." The brothers were now very glad to do whatever he told them, and so they soon came to their father's house. In the meantime, Hop-o'-my-Thumb went up to the Ogre, softly pulled off his 7-league boots very gently, and put them on his own legs; for though the boots were very large, yet being fairy boots, they could make themselves small enough to fit any leg they pleased. As soon as ever Hop-o'-my-Thumb had made sure of the Ogre's 7-league boots, he went at once to the palace, and offered his services to carry orders from the king to his army, which was a great way off, and to bring back the quickest accounts of the battle they were just at that time fighting with the enemy. In short, he thought he could be of more use to the king than all his mail coaches, and so should make his fortune in this manner. He succeeded so well that in a short time he made money enough to keep himself, his father, mother, and 6 brothers without the trouble of working for the rest of their lives. Having done this, he went back to his father's cottage, where all the family were delighted to see him again. As the great fame of his boots had been talked of at court in this time, the king sent for him, and indeed employed him very often in the greatest affairs of the state, so that he became one of the richest men in the kingdom. And now let us see what became of the wicked Ogre. He slept so soundly that he never discovered the loss of his boots; but having an evil conscience and bad dreams, he fell in his sleep from the corner of the rock where Hop-o'-my-Thumb and his brothers had left him, and bruised himself so much from head to foot that he could not stir. So he was forced to stretch himself out at full length, and wait for some one to come and help him. Now a good many faggot makers passed near the place where the Ogre lay, and when they heard him groan, they went up to ask what was the matter. But the Ogre had eaten such a great number of children in his lifetime, that he had grown so very big and fat, that these men could not even have carried one of his legs, so they were forced to leave him there. At last night came on, and then a large serpent came out of the woods just by, and stung him, so that he died in great pain. By and by, Hop-o'-my-Thumb, who had become the king's first favourite, heard of the Ogre's death, and the first thing he did was to tell his Majesty all that the good-natured Ogress had done to save the lives of himself and brothers. The king was so much pleased at what he heard, that he asked Hop-o'-my-Thumb if there was any favour he could bestow upon her. Hop-o'-my-Thumb thanked the king, and desired that the ogress might have the noble title of Duchess of Draggletail given to her, which was no sooner asked than granted. The ogress then came to court, and lived very happily for many years, enjoying the vast fortune she had found in the ogre's chests. As for Hop-o'-my-Thumb, he every day grew more witty and brave, till at last the king made him the greatest lord in the kingdom, and set him over all his affairs. End of Hop-o'-my-Thumb. Recorded by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine.
Section 3 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ElleyKat. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Cinderella, or the Little Glass Slipper. There was once an honest gentleman who took for his second wife a lady, the proudest and most disagreeable in the whole country. She had 2 daughters exactly like herself in all things. He also had one little girl, who resembled her dead mother, the best woman in all the world. Scarcely had the second marriage taken place than the stepmother became jealous of the good qualities of the little girl, who was so great a contrast to her own 2 daughters. She gave her all the menial occupations of the house, compelled her to wash the floors and staircases, to dust the bedrooms, and clean the grates, and while her sisters occupied carpeted chambers hung with mirrors, where they could see themselves from head to foot, this poor little damsel was sent to sleep in an attic, on an old straw mattress, with only one chair and not a looking-glass in the room. She suffered all in silence, not daring to complain to her father, who was entirely ruled by his new wife. When her daily work was done she used to sit down in the chimney-corner among the ashes, from which the 2 sisters gave her the nickname of Cinderella. But Cinderella, however shabbily clad, was handsomer than they were, with all their fine clothes. It happened that the king's son gave a series of balls, to which were invited all the rank and fashion of the city, and among the rest the 2 elder sisters. They were very proud and happy, and occupied their whole time in deciding what they should wear, a source of new trouble to Cinderella, whose duty it was to get up their fine linens and laces, and who never could please them, however much she tried. They talked of nothing but their clothes. "I," said the elder, "shall wear my velvet gown, and my trimmings of English lace." "And I," added the younger, "will have but my ordinary silk petticoat, but I shall adorn it with an upper skirt of flowered brocade, and shall put on my diamond tiara, which is a great deal finer than anything of yours." Here the elder sister grew angry, and the dispute began to run so high, that Cinderella, who was known to have excellent taste, was called upon to decide between them. She gave them the best advice she could, and gently and submissively offered to dress them herself, and especially to arrange their hair, an accomplishment in which she excelled many a noted coiffeur. The important evening came, and she exercised all her skill to adorn the 2 young ladies. While she was combing out the elder's hair, this ill-natured girl said sharply, "Cinderella, do you not wish you were going to the ball?" "Ah, madam," they obliged her always to say madam, "you are only mocking me. It is not my fortune to have any such pleasure." "You are right. People would only laugh to see a little cinder-wench at a ball." Any other than Cinderella would have dressed the hair all awry, but she was good, and dressed it perfectly, even and smooth, and as prettily as she could. The sisters had scarcely eaten for 2 days, and had broken a dozen stay laces in a day, trying to make themselves slender, but to-night they broke a dozen more, and lost their tempers over and over again before they had completed their toilette. When at last the happy moment arrived, Cinderella followed them to the coach. After it had whirled them away, she sat down by the kitchen fire and cried. Immediately her godmother, who was a fairy, appeared beside her. "Why are you crying for, my little maid?" "Oh, I wish," her sobs stopped her. "You wish to go to the ball, isn't it so?" Cinderella nodded. "Well, then, be a good girl, and you shall go. First run into the garden and fetch me the largest pumpkin you can find." Cinderella did not comprehend what this had to do with her going to the ball, but being obedient and obliging, she went. Her godmother took the pumpkin, and having scooped out all its inside, struck it with her wand. It became a splendid gilt coach, lined with rose-colored satin. "Now fetch me the mouse-trap out of the pantry, my dear." Cinderella brought it. It contained 6 of the fattest, sleekest mice. The fairy lifted up the wire door, and as each mouse ran out, she struck it and changed it into a beautiful black horse. "But what shall I do for your coachman, Cinderella?" Cinderella suggested that she had seen a large black rat in the rat trap, and he might do for want of better. "You were right. Go and look again for him." He was found, and the fairy made him into a most respectable coachman, with the finest whiskers imaginable. She afterwards took 6 lizards from behind the pumpkin frame, and changed them into 6 footmen, all in splendid livery, who immediately jumped up behind the carriage as if they had been footmen all their days. "Well, Cinderella, now you can go to the ball." "What, in these clothes?" asked Cinderella piteously, looking down on her ragged frock. Her godmother laughed, and touched her also with the wand, at which her wretched threadbare jacket became stiff with gold, and sparkling with jewels. Her woollen petticoat lengthened into a gown of sweeping satin, from underneath which peeped out her little feet, no longer bare, but covered with silk stockings, and the prettiest glass slippers in the world. "Now, Cinderella, depart. But remember, if you stay 1 instant after midnight, your carriage will become a pumpkin, your coachman a rat, your horses mice, and your footmen lizards, while you yourself will be the little cinder wench you were an hour ago." Cinderella promised without fear, her heart was so full of joy. Arrived at the palace, the king's son, whom some one, probably the fairy, had told to wait, await the coming of an uninvited princess whom nobody knew, was standing at the entrance, ready to receive her. He offered her his hand, and led her with the utmost courtesy through the assembled guests, who stood aside to let her pass, whispering to one another, "Oh, how beautiful she is!" It might have turned the head of any one but poor Cinderella, who was so used to be despised that she took it all as if it were something happening in a dream. Her triumph was complete. Even the old king said to the queen that never since her majesty's young days had he seen so charming and elegant a person. All the court ladies scanned her eagerly, clothes and all, determining to have theirs made next day of exactly the same pattern. The king's son himself led her out to dance, and she danced so gracefully that he admired her more and more. Indeed, at supper, which was fortunately early, his admiration quite took away his appetite. For Cinderella herself, with an involuntary shyness, she sought out her sisters, placed herself beside them, and offered them all sorts of civil attentions, which, coming as they supposed from a stranger, and so magnificent a lady, almost overwhelmed them with delight. While she was talking with them, she heard the clock strike 11:45, and, making a courteous adieu to the royal family, she re-entered her carriage, escorted tenderly by the king's son, and arrived in safety at her own door. There she found her godmother, who smiled approval, and of whom she begged permission to go to a second ball the following night, to which the queen had earnestly invited her. While she was talking, the 2 sisters were heard knocking at the gate, and the fairy godmother vanished, leaving Cinderella sitting in the chimney corner, rubbing her eyes and pretending to be very sleepy. "Ah!" cried the eldest sister maliciously, "it has been the most delightful ball, and there was present the most beautiful princess I ever saw, who was so exceedingly polite to us both." "Was she?" asked Cinderella indifferently, "and who might she be?"
Nobody knows, though everybody would give their eyes to know, especially the king's son." "Indeed," replied Cinderella, a little more interested. "I should like to see her. Miss Javotte," that was the elder sister's name, "will you not let me go to-morrow, and lend me your yellow gown that you wear on Sundays?" "What, lend my yellow gown to a cinder-wench? I am not so mad as that." At which refusal Cinderella did not complain, for, if her sister really had lent her the gown, she would have been considerably embarrassed. The next night came, and the two young ladies, richly dressed in different toilettes, went to the ball. Cinderella, more splendidly attired and beautiful than ever, followed them shortly after. "Now remember 12 o'clock," was her godmother's parting speech, and she thought she certainly should. But the prince's attentions to her were greater even than the first evening, and in the delight of listening to his pleasant conversation, time slipped by unperceived. While she was sitting beside him in a lovely alcove, and looking at the moon from under a bower of orange blossoms, she heard a clock strike the first stroke of 12. She started up, and fled away as lightly as a deer. Amazed, the prince followed, but he could not catch her. Indeed, he missed his lovely princess altogether, and only saw running out of the palace doors a little dirty lass whom he had never beheld before, and of whom he certainly would never have taken the least notice. Cinderella arrived at home breathless and weary, ragged and cold, without carriage, or footman, or coachman, the only remnant of her past magnificence being one of her little glass slippers. The other she had dropped in the ballroom as she ran away. When the two sisters returned they were full of this strange adventure, how the beautiful lady had appeared at the ball, more beautiful than ever, and enchanted everyone who looked at her, and how as the clock was striking 12 she had suddenly risen up and fled through the ballroom, disappearing no one knew how or where, and dropping one of her glass slippers behind her in her flight. How the king's son had remained inconsolable until he chanced to pick up the little glass slipper, which he carried away in his pocket, and was seen to take out continually and look at it affectionately, with the air of a man very much in love. In fact, from his behaviour during the remainder of the evening, all the court and royal family were convinced that he had become desperately enamoured of the wearer of the little glass slipper. Cinderella listened in silence, turning her face to the kitchen fire, and perhaps it was that which made her look so rosy, but nobody ever noticed or admired her at home, so it did not signify, and next morning she went to her weary work again just as before. A few days after, the whole city was attracted to the sight of the herald going round with a little glass slipper in his hand, publishing with a flourish of trumpets that the king's son ordered this to be fitted on the foot of every lady in the kingdom, and that he wished to marry the lady whom it fitted best, or to whom it and the fellow slipper belonged. Princesses, duchesses, countesses, and simple gentlewomen all tried it on, but being a fairy slipper, it fitted nobody, and beside, nobody could produce its fellow slipper, which lay all the time safely in the pocket of Cinderella's old linsey gown. At last the herald came to the house of the two sisters, and though they well knew neither of themselves was the beautiful lady, they made every attempt to get their clumsy feet into the glass slipper, but in vain. "Let me try it on," said Cinderella from the chimney corner. "What, you?" cried the others, bursting into shouts of laughter, but Cinderella only smiled and held out her hand. Her sisters could not prevent her, since the command was that every young maiden in the city should try on the slipper, in order that no chance might be left untried, for the prince was nearly breaking his heart, and his father and mother were afraid that though a prince, he would actually die for love of the beautiful unknown lady. So the herald bade Cinderella to sit down on a 3-legged stool in the kitchen, and himself put the slipper on her pretty little foot, which it fitted exactly. She then drew from her pocket the fellow slipper, which she also put on, and stood up, for with the touch of the magic shoes all her dress was changed likewise, no longer the poor despised cinder-wench, but the beautiful lady whom the king's son loved. Her sisters recognized her at once. Filled with astonishment, mingled with no little alarm, they threw themselves at her feet, begging her pardon for all their former unkindness. She raised and embraced them, told them she forgave them with all her heart, and only hoped they would love her always. Then she departed with the herald to the king's palace, and told her whole story to his majesty and the royal family, who were not in the least surprised, for everybody believed in fairies, and everybody longed to have a fairy godmother. For the young prince, he found her more lovely and lovable than ever, and insisted upon marrying her immediately. Cinderella never went home again, but she sent for her two sisters to the palace, and with the consent of all parties married them shortly after to two rich gentlemen of the court. End of Cinderella, or The Little Glass Slipper. Recording by ElleyKat.
Section 4 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Adventures of John Dietrich, Part 1. There once lived in Bremen, a town near the Baltic Sea, an honest, industrious man named James Dietrich. He had several children, all of a good disposition, especially the youngest, whose name was John. John Dietrich was a handsome, smart boy, diligent at school and obedient at home. His great passion was for hearing stories, and whenever he met anyone who was well stored with such, he never let him go till he had heard them all. When John was about 8 years old, he was sent to spend a summer with his uncle, a farmer in Braunert-Plunkett. Here he had to keep cows with other boys, and they used to drive them to graze about the 9 hills, where an old cowherd, one Klaus Starkwolt, frequently came to join the lads, and then they would sit down all together and tell stories. Consequently, Klaus became John's best friend, for he knew stories without end. He could tell all about the 9 hills and the underground folk who inhabited them, how the giants disappeared from the country, and the dwarfs or little people came in their stead. These tales John swallowed so eagerly that he thought of nothing else, and was forever talking of golden cups and crowns and glass shoes and pockets full of ducats and gold rings and diamond coronets and snow-white brides and the like. Old Klaus used often to shake his head at him and say, "John, John, what are you about? The spade and scythe will be your scepter and crown, and your bride will wear a garland of rosemary and a gown of striped drill." Still, John almost longed to get into the 9 hills, for Klaus had told him that anyone who by luck or cunning should get the cap of one of the little people might go down with safety, and instead of becoming their slave, he would be their master. The fairy whose cap he got would be his servant, and obey all his commands. Midsummer Eve, when the days are longest and the nights shortest, was now come. In the village of Bremen, old and young kept the holiday, had all sorts of plays, and told all kinds of stories. John, who knew that this season was the time for all fairy people to come abroad, could now no longer contain himself, but the day after the festival he slipped away to the 9 hills, and when it grew dark laid himself down on the top of the highest of them, which Klaus had told him was the principal dancing ground of the underground people. John lay there quite still from 10 till 12 at night. At last it struck 12. Immediately there was a ringing and a singing in the hills, and then a whispering and a lisping and a whiz and a buzz all about him, for the little people were now come out, some whirling round and round in the dance, and others sporting and tumbling about in the moonshine, and playing 1,000 merry pranks. He felt a secret dread creep over him at this whispering and buzzing, for he could see nothing of them, as the caps they wore made them invisible. But he lay quite still, with his face in the grass and his eyes fast shut, snoring a little, just as if he was asleep. Yet now and then he ventured to open his eyes a little and peep out, but not the slightest trace of them could he see, though it was bright moonlight. It was not long before 3 of the underground people came jumping up to where he was lying, but they took no heed of him, and flung their brown caps up into the air and caught them from one another. At length one snatched the cap out of the hand of another and flung it away. It flew direct and fell upon John's head. He could feel, though he could not see it, and the moment he did feel it, he caught hold of it. Starting up, he swung it about for joy and made the little silver bell of it tingle, then set it upon his head, and, oh, wonderful to relate, that instant he saw the countless and merry swarm of the little people. The 3 little men came slyly up to him, and thought by their nimbleness to get back the cap. But he held his prize fast, and they saw clearly that nothing was to be done in this way with him, for in size and strength John was a giant in comparison of these little fellows, who hardly reached his knee. The owner of the cap now came up very humbly to the finder, and begged in as supplicating a tone as if his life depended upon it, that he would give him back his cap. "No," said John, "you sly little rogue, you'll get the cap no more. That's not the sort of thing. I should be in a nice perplexity if I had not something of yours. Now you have no power over me, but must do what I please. And I will go down with you, and see how you live below, and you shall be my servant. Nay, no grumbling, you know you must, and I know it too, just as well as you do, for Klaus Starkwolt told it to me often and often." The little man made as if he had not heard or understood one word of all this. He began all his crying and whining over again, and wept and screamed and howled most piteously for his little cap. But John cut the matter short by saying to him, "Have done. You are my servant, and I intend to make a trip with you." So the underground man gave up the point, especially as he well knew there was no remedy. John now flung away his old hat and put on the cap, and set it firmly on his head, lest it should slip or fly away, for all his power lay in it. He lost no time in trying its virtues, but commanded his new servant to fetch him food and drink. The servant ran away like the wind, and in a second was there again with bottles of wine and bread and rich fruits. So John ate and drank, and looked on at the sports and the dancing of the little people, and it pleased him right well, and he behaved himself stoutly and wisely, as if he was a born master. When the cock had now crowed for the 3rd time, and the little larks had made their first flutter in the sky, and the daybreak appeared in the slender white streaks in the east, then there went a whisper, hush, 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 through the bushes and flowers and trees, and the hills rang again and opened up, and the little men stole down and disappeared. John gave close attention to everything, and found that it was exactly as he had been told. And behold, on the top of the hill, where they had just been dancing, and which was now full of grass and flowers, as people see it by day, there rose of a sudden a small glass door. Whosoever wanted to go in stepped upon this. It opened, and he glided gently in, the glass closing again after him, and when they had all entered it, vanished, and there was no further trace of it to be seen. Those who descended through the glass door sank gently into a wide silver tun or barrel, which held them all, and could easily have harbored 1,000 such little people. John and his man went down also, along with several others, all of whom screamed out and prayed him not to tread on them, for if his weight came on them, they were dead men. He was, however, careful, and acted in a very friendly way towards them. Several barrels of this kind went up and down after each other until all were in. They hung by long silver chains, which were drawn and guided from below. In his descent, John was amazed at the wonderful brilliancy of the walls between which the tun glided down. They seemed all studded with pearls and diamonds, glittering and sparkling brightly, while below him he heard the most beautiful music tinkling at a distance, so that he did not know what he was about, and from excess of pleasure he fell fast asleep. He slept a long time, and when he awoke he found himself in the most beautiful bed that could be, such as he had never seen in his father's or any other house. It was also the prettiest little chamber in the world, and his servant was beside him with a fan to keep away the flies and gnats. He had hardly opened his eyes when his little servant brought him a basin and a towel, and held ready for him to put on the nicest new clothes of brown silk, most beautifully made. And with these was a pair of new black shoes with red ribbons, such as John had never beheld in Ramben or in Rodenkirchen either. There were also there several pairs of glittering glass shoes, such as are only used on great occasions. John was, we may well suppose, delighted to have such clothes to wear, and he put them on joyfully. His servant then flew like lightning and returned with a fine breakfast of wine and milk and delicate white bread and fruits and such other things as little boys are fond of. He now perceived every moment more and more that Klaus Starkwolt, the old cowherd, knew what he was talking about, for the splendor and magnificence here surpassed anything John had ever dreamt of. His servant, too, was the most obedient one possible. A nod or a sign was enough for him, for he was as wise as a bee, as all these little people are by nature. John's bedroom was all covered with emeralds and other precious stones, and in the ceiling was a diamond as big as a 9-pin bowl, that gave light to the whole chamber. In this place they have neither sun, nor moon, nor stars to give them light, neither do they use lamps or candles of any kind, but they live in the midst of precious stones, and have the purest of gold and silver in abundance, from which they manage to obtain light both by day and by night, though indeed, properly speaking, as there is no sun here, there is no distinction of day and night, and they reckon only by weeks. They set the brightest and clearest precious stones in their dwellings, and the ways and passages leading under the ground, and in the places where they have their large halls, and their dances and feasts. And the sparkle of these jewels makes a sort of silvery twilight, which is far more beautiful than common day. When John had finished his breakfast, his servant opened a little door in the wall, where was a closet with silver and gold cups and dishes and other vessels and baskets filled with ducats and boxes of jewels and precious stones. There were also charming pictures and the most delightful story-books he had seen in the whole course of his life. John spent the morning looking at those things, and when it was midday a bell rung, and his servant said, "Will you dine alone, sir, or with the large company?" "With the large company, to be sure," replied John. So his servant led him out. John, however, saw nothing but solitary halls, lighted up with precious stones, and here and there little men and women who appeared to him to glide out of the clefts and fissures of the rocks. Wondering what it was the bells rang for, he said to his servant, "But where is the company?" And scarcely had he spoken when the hall they were in opened out to a great extent, and a canopy set with diamonds and precious stones was drawn over it. At the same moment he saw an immense throng of nicely dressed little men and women pouring in through several open doors. The floor opened in several places, and tables covered with the most beautiful ware and the most luscious meats and fruits and wines arranged themselves in rows, and the chairs arranged themselves along beside the tables, and then the men and women took their seats. The principal persons now came forward, bowed to John, and led him to their table, where they placed him among the most beautiful maidens, a distinction which pleased John well. The party, too, was very merry, for the underground people are extremely lively and cheerful, and can never stay long quiet. Then the most charming music sounded over their heads, and beautiful birds, flying about, sung sweetly. These were not real but artificial birds, which the little men make so ingeniously that they can fly about and sing like natural ones. The servants of both sexes, who waited at table, and handed about the gold cups and the silver and crystal baskets with fruit, were mortal children, whom some misfortune had thrown among the underground people, and who, having come down without securing any pledge, such as John's cap, had fallen into their power. These were differently clad from their masters. The boys and girls were dressed in snow-white coats and jackets, and wore glass shoes, so thin that their steps could never be heard, with blue caps on their heads and silver belts around their waists. John at first pitied them, seeing how they were forced to run about and wait on the little people. But as they looked cheerful and happy, and were handsomely dressed, and had such rosy cheeks, he said to himself, "After all, they are not so badly off, and I was myself much worse when I had to be running after the cows and bullocks. To be sure, I'm now a master here, and they are servants, but there's no help for it. Why were they so foolish as to let themselves be taken and not get some pledge beforehand? At any rate, the time must come when they shall be set at liberty, and they will certainly not be longer than 50 years here." With these thoughts he consoled himself, and sported and played away with his little playfellows, and ate and drank, and made his servant and the others tell him stories, for he always liked to hear something strange, and get to the bottom of everything. They sat at table about 2 hours. The principal person then rang a little bell, and the tables and chairs all vanished in a whiff, leaving the company standing on their feet. The birds now struck up a most lively air, and the little people began to dance, jumping and leaping and whirling round and round, as if the world were grown dizzy. And the pretty little girls that sat next John caught hold of him and whirled him about, and without making any resistance, he danced with them for 2 good hours. Every afternoon, while he remained there, he used to do the same, and to the last hour of his life he always spoke of it with the greatest glee. When the music and dancing were over, it might be about 4 o'clock. The little people then disappeared and went each about their work or their pleasure. After supper they sported and danced in the same way, and at midnight, especially on starlit nights, they slipped out of their hills to dance in the open air. John used then, like a good boy, to say his prayers and go to sleep, a duty he never neglected, either in the evening or in the morning. For the first week that John was in the glass hill, he only went from his chamber to the great hall and back again. After then, however, he began to walk about, making his servant show and explain everything to him. He found that there were here most beautiful walks, in which he might ramble along for miles in all directions, without ever finding an end of them. So immensely large was the hill that the little people lived in, and yet outwardly it seemed but a little hill, with a few bushes and trees growing on it. He also found meadows and lanes, islands and lakes, where the birds sang sweeter, and the flowers were more brilliant and fragrant than anything he had ever seen on earth. There was a breeze, and yet one did not feel the wind. It was quite clear and bright, but there was no heat. The waves were dashing, still there was no danger, and the most beautiful little barks and canoes came like white swans when one wanted to cross the water, and went backwards and forwards of their own accord. Whence all this came nobody knew, nor could his servant tell anything about it. These lovely meads and plains were, for the most part, all solitary. Few of the underground people were to be seen upon them, and those that were just glided across them as if in the greatest hurry. It very rarely happened that any one of them danced out here in the open air. Sometimes about 3 of them did so, at the most half a dozen. John never saw a greater number together. The meadows never seemed cheerful except when the earth children, who were kept as servants, were let out to walk. This, however, happened but twice a week, for they were mostly kept employed in the great hall and adjoining apartments, or at school. For John soon found they had schools there also. He had been there about 10 months when one day he saw something snow-white gliding into a rock and disappearing. "What," said he to his servant, "are there some of you too that wear white like the servants?" He was informed that there were, but they were few in number and never appeared at the large tables or the dances, except once a year, on the birthday of the great hill king, who dwelt many thousand miles below in the great deep. These were the oldest amongst them, some being many thousand years old. They knew all things and could tell of the beginning of the world, and were called the wise. They lived all alone and only left their chambers to instruct the underground children and the attendants of both sexes. John was greatly interested by this news, and he determined to take advantage of it. So next morning he made his servant conduct him to the school, and was so well pleased with it that he never missed a day. The scholars were taught reading, writing, and accounts, to compose and relate histories and stories, and many elegant kinds of work, so that many came out of the hills very prudent and learned. The biggest, and those of best capacity, received instruction in natural science and astronomy, and in poetry and riddle-making, arts highly esteemed by the little people. John was very diligent, and soon became a clever painter. He wrought, too, most ingeniously in gold and silver, and stones, and in verse and riddle-making he had no fellow. John had spent many a happy year here without ever thinking of the upper world, or of those he left behind. So pleasantly passed the time, so many an agreeable playfellow had he among the children. End of section 4. Reading by Malone. Section 5 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Adventures of John Dietrich, Part 2. Of all his playfellows, there was none of whom he was so fond as of a little fair-haired girl named Elizabeth Craven. She was from his own village, and was the daughter of Frederick Krause, the minister of Rambin. She was but 4 years old when she was taken away, and John had often heard tell of her. She was not, however, stolen by the little people, but came into their power in this manner. One day in summer, she, with other children, ran out into the fields. In their rambles they went to the 9 hills, where little Elizabeth fell asleep, and was forgotten by the rest. At night, when she awoke, she found herself under the ground among the little people. It was not merely because she was from his own village that John was so fond of Elizabeth, but she was a most beautiful child, with clear blue eyes and ringlets of fair hair, and a most angelic smile. Time flew away unperceived. John was now 18, and Elizabeth 16. Their childish fondness was now become love, and the little people were pleased to see it, thinking that by means of her they might get John to renounce his power and become their servant. For they were fond of him, and would willingly have had him to wait upon them. The love of dominion is their vice. But they were mistaken. John had learned too much from his servants to be caught in that way. John's chief delight was walking about alone with Elizabeth, for he now knew every place so well that he could dispense with the attendance of his servant. In these rambles he was always gay and lively, but his companion was frequently sad and melancholy, thinking of the land above, where men lived, and where the sun, moon, and stars shine. Now it happened in one of their walks that as they talked of their love, and it was after midnight, they passed under the place where the tops of the glass hills used to open and let the underground people in and out. As they went along, they heard of a sudden the crowing of several cocks above. At this sound, which she had not heard for 12 years, little Elizabeth felt her heart so affected that she could contain herself no longer, but throwing her arms around John's neck, she bathed his cheeks with her tears. At length she spoke. "Dearest John," said she, "everything down here is very beautiful, and the little people are kind and do nothing to injure me. But still I have always been uneasy, nor ever felt any pleasure till I began to love you. And yet that is not pure pleasure, for this is not a right way of living, such as it should be for human beings. Every night I dream of my dear father and mother, and of our churchyard where the people stand so piously at the church door waiting for my father. And I could weep tears of blood that I cannot go into the church with them and worship God as a human being should. For this is no Christian life we lead down here, but a delusive, half-heathen one. And only think, dear John, that we can never marry, as there is no priest to join us. Do then plan some way for us to leave this place, for I cannot tell you how I long to get once more to my father and among pious Christians." John, too, had not been unaffected by the crowing of the cocks, and he felt what he had never felt here before, a longing after the land where the sun shines. He replied, "Dear Elizabeth, all you say is true, and I now feel that it is a sin for Christians to stay here. And it seems to me as if our Lord said to us in that cry of the cocks, 'Come up, ye Christian children, out of those abodes of illusion and magic. Come to the light of the stars, and act as children of light.' I now feel that it was a great sin for me to come down here, but I trust I shall be forgiven on account of my youth, for I was a child and knew not what I did. But now I will not stay a day longer. They cannot keep me here." At these last words Elizabeth turned pale, for she recollected that she was a servant and must serve her 50 years. "And what will it avail me," cried she, "that I shall continue young and be but as 20 years old when I go out? For my father and mother will be dead, and all my companions old and grey. And you, dearest John, will be old and grey also," cried she, throwing herself on his bosom. John was thunderstruck at this, for it had never before occurred to him. He, however, comforted her as well as he could, and declared he would never leave the place without her. He spent the whole night in forming various plans, and at last he fixed on one, and in the morning he dispatched his servant to summon to his apartment 6 of the principal of the little people. When they came, John thus mildly addressed them: "My friends, you know how I came here, not as a prisoner or servant, but as a lord and master over one of you, and consequently over all. You have now, for the 10 years I have been with you, treated me with respect and attention, and for that I am your debtor. But you are still more my debtors, for I might have given you every sort of annoyance and vexation, and you must have submitted to it. I have, however, not done so, but have behaved as your equal, and have sported and played with you rather than ruled over you. I now have one request to make. There is a girl among your servants whom I love, Elizabeth Craven of Rambin, where I was born. Give her to me, and let us depart, for I will return to where the sun shines and the plough goes through the land. I ask to take nothing with me but her and the ornaments and furniture of my chamber." He spoke in a determined tone, and they hesitated and cast their eyes to the ground. At last the eldest of them replied, "Sir, you ask what we cannot grant. It is a fixed law that no servant should leave this place before the appointed time. Were we to break through this law, our whole subterranean empire would fall. Anything else you desire, for we love and respect you, but we cannot give up Elizabeth." "You can and shall give her up," cried John in a rage. "Go think of it till tomorrow. Return here at this hour. I will show you whether or no I can triumph over your hypocritical and cunning stratagems." The 6 retired. Next morning, on their return, John addressed them in the kindest manner, but to no purpose. They persisted in their refusal. He gave them till the following day, threatening them severely in case of their still growing refractory. Next day, when the 6 little people appeared before him, John looked at them sternly and made no reply to their salutations, but said to them shortly, "Yes or no?" And they answered with one voice, "No." He then ordered his servant to summon 24 more of the principal persons, with their wives and children. When they came, they were in all 500 men, women, and children. John ordered them forthwith to go and fetch pickaxes, spades, and bars, which they did in a second. He now led them out to a rock in one of the fields and ordered them to fall to work at blasting, hewing, and dragging stones. They toiled patiently and made as if it were only sport to them. From morning till night their taskmaster made them labor without ceasing, standing over them constantly to prevent their resting. Still their obstinacy was inflexible, and at the end of some weeks his pity for them was so great that he was obliged to give over. He now thought of a new species of punishment for them. He ordered them to appear before him next morning each provided with a new whip. They obeyed, and John commanded them to strip and lash one another till the blood should run down on the ground, while he stood looking on as grim and cruel as an Eastern tyrant. Still the little people cut and slashed themselves and mocked at John, and refused to comply with his wishes. This he did for 3 or 4 days. Several other courses did he try, but all in vain. His temper was too gentle to struggle with their obstinacy, and he began now to despair of ever accomplishing his dearest wish. He began to hate the little people whom he was before so fond of. He kept away from their banquets and dances, associated only with Elizabeth, and ate and drank quite solitary in his chamber. In short, he became almost a perfect hermit, and sank into moodiness and melancholy. While in this temper, as he was taking a solitary walk in the evening, and to divert his melancholy, was flinging the stones that lay in his path against each other, he happened to break a tolerably large one, and out of it jumped a toad. The moment John saw the ugly animal, he caught him up in ecstasy, and put him into his pocket and ran home crying, "Now I have her. I have my Elizabeth. Now you shall catch it, you little mischievous rascals." And on getting home, he put the toad into a costly silver casket, as if it were the greatest treasure. To account for John's joy, you must know Klaus Starkwolt had often told him that the underground people could not endure any ill odor, and that the sight or even the smell of a toad made them faint and suffer the most dreadful tortures, so that by means of these animals one could compel them to anything. Hence there are no bad smells to be found in the whole glass empire, and a toad is a thing unheard of there. This toad must therefore have been enclosed in the stone from the creation, as it were for the sake of John and Elizabeth. Resolved to try the effect of his toad, John took the casket under his arm and went out, and on the way he met 2 of the little people in a lonesome place. The moment he approached them, they fell to the ground and whimpered and howled most lamentably, as long as he was near them. Satisfied now of his power, he next morning summoned the 50 principal persons, with their wives and children, to his apartment. When they came, he addressed them, reminding them once again of his kindness and gentleness towards them, and of the good terms on which they had hitherto lived together. He reproached them with their ingratitude in refusing him the only favor he had ever asked of them, but firmly declared he would not give way to their obstinacy. "Wherefore," said he, "for the last time I warn you. Think for a minute, and if you then say no, you shall feel that pain which is to you and your children the most terrible of all sufferings." They did not take long to deliberate, but unanimously replied no, for they thought to themselves, "What new scheme has the youth hit on, with which he thinks to frighten wise ones like us?" And they smiled when they said no. Their smiling enraged John above all, and he ran back to where he had laid the casket with the toad, under a bush. He was hardly come within 100 paces of them, when they all fell to the ground as if struck with a thunderbolt, and began to howl and whimper and to writhe, as if suffering the most excruciating pain. They stretched out their hands and cried, "Have mercy, have mercy! We feel you have a toad, then there is no escape for us. Take the odious beast away, and we will do all you require." He let them kick a few seconds longer, and then took the toad away. They then stood up and felt no more pain. John let all depart but the 6 chief persons, to whom he said, "This night, between 12 and 1, Elizabeth and I will depart. Load then for me 3 wagons, with gold and silver and precious stones. I might, take all that is in the hill, and you deserve it, but I will be merciful. Further, you must put all the furniture of my chamber in 2 wagons, and get ready for me the handsomest traveling carriage that is in the hill, with 6 black horses. Moreover, you must set at liberty all the servants who have been so long here that on earth they would be 20 years old and upwards. And you must give them as much silver and gold as will make them rich for life, and make a law that no one shall be detained here longer than his 20th year. The 6 took the oath and went away quite melancholy, and John buried his toe deep in the ground. The little people labored hard according to his bidding. At midnight everything was out of the hill, and John and Elizabeth got into the silver tun and were drawn up. It was then 1 o'clock and Midsummer Eve, and the very time that 12 years before John had gone down into the hill. Music sounded around them, and they saw the glass hill open, and the rays of the light of heaven shine on them for the first time after so many years. And when they got out, they saw the streaks of dawn already in the east. Crowds of the underground people were round them, busied about the wagons. John bade them a last farewell and waved his brown cap 3 times in the air, and then flung it among them. And at the same moment he ceased to see them. He beheld nothing but a green hill and the well-known bushes and fields, and heard the church clock of Rambin strike 2. When all was still, save a few larks who were tuning their morning songs, they both fell on their knees and worshipped God, resolving henceforth to lead a pious and a Christian life. When the sun rose, John and his Elizabeth, with the children whom they had saved from the underground people, set out for Rambin. Every well-known object that they saw awakened pleasing recollections, and as they passed by Rodenkirchen, John recognized among the people that gazed at and followed them his old friend Klaus Starkwolt, the cowherd, and his dog Speed. It was 4 a.m. when they entered Rambin, and they halted in the middle of the village, about 20 paces from the house where John was born. The whole village poured out to gaze on these Asiatic princes, for such the old sexton, who had in his youth been at Moscow and Constantinople, said they were. There John saw his father and mother, and his brother Andrew, and his sister Trine. The old minister, Krause, stood there too, in his black slippers and white nightcap, gaping and staring with the rest. John discovered himself to his parents and Elizabeth to hers, and the wedding day was soon fixed. And such a wedding was never seen before or since in the island of Rügen. For John sent to Strassland and Greifswald for whole boatloads of wine and sugar, and coffee and whole herds of oxen, sheep and pigs. The quantity of hearts and roes and hares that were shot on the occasion it were vain to attempt to tell, or to count the fish that were caught. There was not a musician in Rügen and Pomerania that was not engaged, for John was immensely rich, and he wished to display his wealth. John did not neglect his old friend Klaus Starkwolt, the cowherd. He gave him enough to make him comfortable for the rest of his days, and insisted on his coming and staying with him as often and as long as he wished. After his marriage, John made a progress through the country with his beautiful Elizabeth, and they purchased towns and villages and lands until he became master of nearly half Rügen and a very considerable portion of the country. His father, old James Dietrich, was made a nobleman, and his brothers and sisters gentlemen and ladies, for what cannot money do? John and his wife spent their days in acts of piety and charity. They built several churches. They had the blessings of every one that knew them and died universally lamented. It was Count John Dietrich who built and richly endowed the present church of Bremen. He built it on the site of his father's house and presented to it several of the cups and plates made by the underground people, and his own and Elizabeth's glass shoes in memory of what had befallen them in their youth. But they were all taken away in the time of the great Charles XII of Sweden, when the Russians came on the island and the Cossacks plundered even the churches and took away everything. End of section 5. Reading by Malone.
Section 6 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Slusser. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Beauty and the Beast. There was once a very rich merchant who had 6 children, 3 boys and 3 girls. As he was himself a man of great sense, he spared no expense for their education. The 3 daughters were all handsome, but particularly the youngest. Indeed, she was so very beautiful that in her childhood every one called her the Little Beauty, and being equally lovely when she was grown up, nobody called her by any other name, which made her sisters very jealous of her. This youngest daughter was not only more handsome than her sisters, but also was better tempered. The 2 eldest were vain of their wealth and position. They gave themselves 1,000 airs, and refused to visit other merchants' daughters, nor would they condescend to be seen except with persons of quality. They went every day to balls, plays, and public walks, and always made game of their youngest sister for spending her time in reading or other useful employments. As it was well known that these young ladies would have large fortunes, many great merchants wished to get them for wives, but the 2 eldest always answered that for their parts they had no thoughts of marrying anyone below a duke or an earl, at least. Beauty had quite as many offers as her sisters, but she always answered with the greatest civility that though she was much obliged to her lovers, she would rather live some years longer with her father, as she thought herself too young to marry. It happened that by some unlucky accident the merchant suddenly lost all his fortune, and had nothing left but a small cottage in the country. Upon this he said to his daughters, while the tears ran down his cheeks, "My children, we must now go and dwell in the cottage, and try to get a living by labour, for we have no other means of support." The 2 eldest replied that they did not know how to work, and would not leave town, for they had lovers enough who would be glad to marry them, though they had no longer any fortune. But in this they were mistaken, for when the lovers heard what had happened, they said, "The girls were so proud and ill-tempered that all we wanted was their fortune. We are not sorry at all to see their pride brought down. Let them show off their airs to their cows and sheep." But everybody pitied poor Beauty, because she was so sweet-tempered and kind to all, and several gentlemen offered to marry her, though she had not a penny. But Beauty still refused, and said she could not think of leaving her poor father in this trouble. At first Beauty could not help sometimes crying in secret for the hardships she was now obliged to suffer, but in a very short time she said to herself, "All the crying in the world will do me no good, so I will try to be happy without a fortune." When they had removed to their cottage, the merchant and his 3 sons employed themselves in ploughing and sowing the fields, and working in the garden. Beauty also did her part, for she rose by 4 o'clock every morning, lighted the fires, cleaned the house, and got ready the breakfast for the whole family. At first she found all this very hard, but she soon grew quite used to it, and thought it no hardship. Indeed, the work greatly benefited her health. When she had done, she used to amuse herself with reading, playing her music, or singing while she spun, but her 2 sisters were at a loss what to do to pass the time away. They had their breakfast in bed, and did not rise till 10 o'clock. Then they commonly walked out, but always found themselves very soon tired, when they would often sit down under a shady tree and grieve for the loss of their carriage and fine clothes, and say to each other,
"What a mean-spirited, poor, stupid creature our young sister is, to be so content with this low way of life."
But their father thought differently, and loved and admired his youngest child more than ever. After they had lived in this manner about a year, the merchant received a letter which informed him that one of his richest ships, which he thought was lost, had just come into port. This news made the 2 eldest sisters almost mad with joy, for they thought they should now leave the cottage and have all their finery again. When they found that their father must take a journey to the ship, the 2 eldest begged that he would not fail to bring them back some new gowns, caps, rings, and all sorts of trinkets. But Beauty asked for nothing, for she thought in herself that all the ship was worth would hardly buy everything her sisters wished for. "Beauty," said the merchant, "how comes it that you ask for nothing? What can I bring you, my child?" "Since you are so kind as to think of me, dear father," she answered, "I should be glad if you would bring me a rose, for we have none in our garden." Now Beauty did not indeed wish for a rose, nor anything else, but she only said this that she might not affront her sisters. Otherwise they would have said she wanted her father to praise her for desiring nothing. The merchant took his leave of them, and set out on his journey. But when he got to the ship, some persons went to law with him about the cargo, and after a deal of trouble he came back to his cottage as poor as he had left it. When he was within 30 miles of his home, and thinking of the joy of again meeting his children, he lost his way in the midst of a dense forest. It rained and snowed very hard, and besides the wind was so high as to throw him twice from his horse. Night came on, and he feared he should die of cold and hunger, or be torn to pieces by the wolves that he heard howling around him. All at once he cast his eyes towards a long avenue, and saw at the end a light. But it seemed a great way off. He made the best of his way towards it, and found that it came from a splendid palace, the windows of which were all blazing with light. It had great bronze gates, standing wide open, and fine courtyards, through which the merchant passed, but not a living soul was to be seen. There were stables, too, which his poor starved horse, less scrupulous than himself, entered at once, and took a good meal of oats and hay. His master then tied him up and walked towards the entrance hall, but still without seeing a single creature. He went on to a large dining parlour, where he found a good fire and a table covered with some very nice dishes, but only one plate with a knife and fork. As the snow and rain had wetted him to the skin, he went up to the fire to dry himself. "I hope," said he, "the master of the house or his servants will excuse me, for it surely will not be long now before I see them." He waited some time, but still nobody came. At last the clock struck 11, and the merchant, being quite faint for the want of food, helped himself to a chicken and to a few glasses of wine, yet all the time trembling with fear. He sat till the clock struck 12, and then, taking courage, began to think he might as well look about him. So he opened a door at the end of the hall, and went through it into a very grand room in which there was a fine bed, and as he was feeling very weary, he shut the door, took off his clothes, and got into it. It was 10 o'clock in the morning before he awoke, when he was amazed to see a handsome new suit of clothes laid ready for him instead of his own, which were all torn and spoiled. "To be sure," said he to himself, "this place belongs to some good fairy who has taken pity on my ill luck." He looked out of the window, and instead of the snow-covered wood, where he had lost himself the previous night, he saw the most charming arbours, covered with all kinds of flowers. Returning to the hall where he had supped, he found a breakfast table ready prepared. "Indeed, my good fairy," said the merchant aloud, "I am vastly obliged to you for your kind care of me." He then made a hearty breakfast, took his hat, and was going to the stable to pay his horse a visit. But as he passed under one of the arbours which was loaded with roses, he thought of what Beauty had asked him to bring back to her, and so he took a bunch of roses to carry home. At the same moment he heard a loud noise, and saw coming towards him a beast, so frightful to look at that he was ready to faint with fear. "Ungrateful man," said the beast in a terrible voice, "I have saved your life by admitting you into my palace, and in return you steal my roses, which I value more than anything I possess. But you shall atone for your fault. You shall die in a quarter of an hour." The merchant fell on his knees, and clasping his hands, said, "Sir, I humbly beg your pardon. I did not think it would offend you to gather a rose for one of my daughters, who had entreated me to bring her one home. Do not kill me, my lord." "I am not a lord, but a beast," replied the monster. "I hate false compliments, so do not fancy that you can coax me by any such ways. You tell me that you have daughters. Now I suffer you to escape, if one of them will come and die in your stead. If not, promise that you will yourself return in 3 months, to be dealt with as I may choose." The tender-hearted merchant had no thoughts of letting any one of his daughters die for his sake, but he knew that if he seemed to accept the beast's terms, he should at least have the pleasure of seeing them once again. So he gave his promise, and was told he might then set off as soon as he liked. "But," said the beast, "I do not wish you to go back empty-handed. Go to the room you slept in, and you will find a chest there. Fill it with whatsoever you like best, and I will have it taken to your own house for you." When the beast had said this, he went away. The good merchant, left to himself, began to consider that as he must die, for he had no thought of breaking a promise, made even to a beast, he might as well have the comfort of leaving his children provided for. He returned to the room he had slept in, and found there heaps of gold pieces lying about. He filled the chest with them to the very brim, locked it, and mounting his horse, left the palace as sorrowful as he had been glad when he first beheld it. The horse took a path across the forest of his own accord, and in a few hours they reached the merchant's house. His children came running round him, but instead of kissing them with joy, he could not help weeping as he looked at them. He held in his hand the bunch of roses, which he gave to Beauty, saying, "Take these roses, Beauty, but little do you think how dear they have cost your poor father." And then he gave them an account of all that he had seen or heard in the palace of the beast. The 2 eldest sisters began to shed tears, and to lay the blame upon Beauty, who, they said, would be the cause of her father's death. "See," said they, "what happens from the pride of the little wretch. Why did she not ask for such things as we did? But to be sure, Miss must not be like other people, and though she will be the cause of her father's death, yet she does not shed a tear." "It would be useless," replied Beauty, "for my father shall not die. As the beast will accept one of his daughters, I will give myself up, and be only too happy to prove my love for the best of fathers." "No, sister," said the 3 brothers with one voice, "that cannot be. We will go in search of this monster, and either he or we will perish." "Do not hope to kill him," said the merchant. "His power is far too great. But Beauty's young life shall not be sacrificed. I am old, and cannot expect to live much longer, so I shall but give up a few years of my life, and shall only grieve for the sake of my children." "Never, father," cried Beauty. "If you go back to the palace, you cannot hinder my going after you. Though young, I am not over fond of life, and I would much rather be eaten up by the monster than die of grief for your loss." The merchant in vain tried to reason with Beauty, who still obstinately kept to her purpose, which, in truth, made her 2 sisters glad, for they were jealous of her, because everybody loved her. The merchant was so grieved at the thoughts of losing his child that he never once thought of the chest filled with gold. But at night, to his great surprise, he found it standing by his bedside. He said nothing about his riches to his eldest daughters, for he knew very well it would at once make them want to return to town. But he told Beauty his secret, and she then said that while he was away, 2 young gentlemen had been on a visit to their cottage, who had fallen in love with her 2 sisters. She entreated her father to marry them without delay, for she was so sweet-natured she only wished them to be happy. 3 months went by, only too fast, and then the merchant and Beauty got ready to set out for the palace of the beast. Upon this the 2 sisters rubbed their eyes with an onion to make believe they were crying. Both the merchant and his sons cried in earnest. Only Beauty shed no tears. They reached the palace in a very few hours, and the horse, without bidding, went into the same stable as before. The merchant and Beauty walked towards the large hall, where they found a table covered with every dainty, and 2 plates laid ready. The merchant had very little appetite, but Beauty, that she might the better hide her grief, placed herself at the table and helped her father. She then began to eat herself, and thought all the time that to be sure the beast had a mind to fatten her before he ate her up, since he had provided such good cheer for her. When they had done their supper they heard a great noise, and the good old man began to bid his poor child farewell, for he knew it was the beast coming to them. When Beauty first saw that frightful form, she was very much terrified, but tried to hide her fear. The creature walked up to her and eyed her all over, then asked her in a dreadful voice if she had come quite of her own accord. "Yes," said Beauty. "Then you are a good girl, and I am very much obliged to you." This was such an astonishingly civil answer that Beauty's courage rose, but it sank again when the beast, addressing the merchant, desired him to leave the palace next morning and never return to it again. "And so good night, merchant, and good night, Beauty." "Good night, beast," she answered as the monster shuffled out of the room.
"Ah, my dear child," said the merchant, kissing his daughter, "I am half dead already at the thought of leaving you with this dreadful beast. You shall go back, and let me stay in your place."
"No," said Beauty boldly, "I will never agree to that. You must go home tomorrow morning." They then wished each other good night, and went to bed, both of them thinking they should not be able to close their eyes. But as soon as ever they had laid down, they fell into a deep sleep, and did not wake until morning. Beauty dreamed that a lady came up to her, who said, "I am very much pleased, Beauty, with the goodness you have shown in being willing to give your life to save that of your father. Do not be afraid of anything. You shall not go without reward." As soon as Beauty awoke, she told her father this dream, but though it gave him some comfort, he was a long time before he could be persuaded to leave the palace. At last Beauty succeeded in getting him safely away. When her father was out of sight, poor Beauty began to weep sorely. Still having naturally a courageous spirit, she soon resolved not to make her sad case still worse by sorrow, which she knew was vain, but to wait and be patient. She walked about to take a view of all the palace, and the elegance of every part of it much charmed her. But what was her surprise when she came to a door on which was written Beauty's room. She opened it in haste, and her eyes were dazzled by the splendor and taste of the apartment. What made her wonder more than all the rest was a large library filled with books, a harpsichord, and many pieces of music. "The beast surely does not mean to eat me up immediately," said she, "since he takes care that I shall not be at a loss how to amuse myself." She opened the library and saw these verses written in letters of gold on the back of one of the books. "Beauteous lady, dry your tears. Here's no cause for sighs or fears. Command as freely as you may, for you command, and I obey." "Alas!" said she, sighing, "I wish I could only command a sight of my poor father, to know what he is doing at this moment." Just then, by chance, she cast her eyes on a looking-glass that stood near her, and in it she saw a picture of her old home and her father riding mournfully up to the door. Her sisters came out to meet him, and although they tried to look sorry, it was easy to see that in their hearts they were very glad. In a short time all this picture disappeared, but it caused Beauty to think that the beast, besides being very powerful, was also very kind. About the middle of the day she found a table laid ready for her, and a sweet concert of music played all the time she was dining, without her seeing anybody. But at supper, when she was going to seat herself at table, she heard the noise of the beast, and could not help trembling with fear. "Beauty," said he, "will you give me leave to see you sup?" "That is as you please," answered she, very much afraid. "Not in the least," said the beast. "You alone command in this place. If you should not like my company, you need only say so, and I will leave you that moment. But tell me, Beauty, do you not think me very ugly?" "Why, yes," said she, "for I cannot tell a falsehood. But then I think you are very good." "Am I?" sadly replied the beast. "Yet, besides being ugly, I am also very stupid. I know well enough that I am but a beast." "Very stupid people," said Beauty, "are never aware of it themselves." At which kindly speech the beast looked pleased, and replied, not without an awkward sort of politeness, "Pray do not let me detain you from supper, and be sure that you are well served. All you see is your own, and I should be deeply grieved if you wanted for anything." "You are very kind, so kind that I almost forgot you are so ugly," said Beauty earnestly. "Ah, yes," answered the beast with a great sigh. "I hope I am good-tempered, but still I am only a monster." "There is many a monster who wears the form of a man. It is better of the two to have the heart of a man and the form of a monster." "I would thank you, Beauty, for this speech, but I am too senseless to say anything that would please you," returned the beast in a melancholy voice, and together he seemed so gentle and so unhappy that Beauty, who had the tenderest heart in the world, felt her fear of him gradually vanish. She ate her supper with a good appetite, and conversed in her own sensible and charming way, till at last, when the beast rose to depart, he terrified her more than ever by saying abruptly in his gruff voice, "Beauty, will you marry me?" Now Beauty, frightened as she was, would speak only the exact truth. Besides, her father had told her that the beast liked only to have the truth spoken to him. So she answered in a very firm tone, "No, beast." He did not go into a passion, or do anything but sigh deeply and depart. When Beauty found herself alone, she began to feel pity for the poor beast. "Oh," said she, "what a sad thing it is that he should be so very frightful, since he is so good-tempered." Beauty lived 3 months in this palace, very well pleased. The beast came to see her every night, and talked with her while she supped. And though what he said was not very clever, yet as she saw in him every day some new goodness, instead of dreading the time of his coming, she soon began continually looking at her watch to see if it were 9 o'clock, for that was the hour which he never failed to visit her. One thing only vexed her, which was that every night, before he went away, he always made it a rule to ask her if she would be his wife, and seemed very grieved at her steadfastly replying no. At last, one night, she said to him, "You wound me greatly, beast, by forcing me to refuse you so often. I wish I could take such a liking to you as to agree to marry you, but I must tell you plainly that I do not think it will ever happen. I shall always be your friend, so try to let that content you." "I must," sighed the beast, "for I know well enough how frightful I am. But I love you better than myself. Yet I think I am very lucky in your being pleased to stay with me. Now promise me, Beauty, that you will never leave me." Beauty would almost have agreed to this, so sorry was she for him, but she had that day seen in her magic glass, which she looked at constantly, that her father was dying of grief for her sake. "Alas!" she said, "I long so much to see my father, that if you do not give me leave to visit him, I shall break my heart." "I would rather break mine, Beauty," answered the beast. "I will send you to your father's cottage. You shall stay there, and your poor beast shall die of sorrow." "No," said Beauty, crying, "I love you too well to be the cause of your death. I promise to return in a week. You have shown me that my sisters are married, and my brothers are gone for soldiers, so that my father is left all alone. Let me stay a week with him." "You shall find yourself with him tomorrow morning," replied the beast. "But mind, do not forget your promise. When you wish to return, you have nothing to do but to put your ring on a table when you go to bed. Good-bye, Beauty." The beast sighed as he said these words, and Beauty went to bed very sorry to see him so much grieved. When she awoke in the morning, she found herself in her father's cottage. She rang a bell that was at her bedside, and a servant entered, but as soon as she saw Beauty, the woman gave a loud shriek, upon which the merchant ran upstairs, and when he beheld his daughter, he ran to her, and kissed her 100 times. At last Beauty began to remember that she had brought no clothes with her to put on, but the servant told her that she had just found in the next room a large chest full of dresses, trimmed all over with gold and adorned with pearls and diamonds. Beauty, in her own mind, thanked the beast for his kindness, and put on the plainest gown she could find among them all. She then desired the servant to lay the rest aside, for she intended to give them to her sisters. But as soon as she had spoken these words, the chest was gone out of sight in a moment. Her father then suggested, perhaps the beast chose for her to keep them all for herself, and as soon as he had said this, they saw the chest standing again in the same place. While Beauty was dressing herself, a servant brought word to her that her sisters were come with their husbands to pay her a visit. They both lived unhappily with the gentleman they had married. The husband of the eldest was very handsome, but was so proud of this that he thought of nothing else from morning till night, and did not care a pin for the beauty of his wife. The second had married a man of great learning, but he made no use of it, except to torment and affront all his friends, and his wife more than any of them. The two sisters were ready to burst with spite when they saw Beauty dressed like a princess, and looking so very charming. All the kindness that she showed them was of no use, for they were vexed more than ever when she told them how happy she lived at the palace of the beast. The spiteful creatures went by themselves into the garden, where they cried to think of her good fortune. "Why should the little wretch be better off than we?" said they. "We are much handsomer than she is." "Sister," said the eldest, "a thought has just come into my head. Let us try to keep her here longer than the week for which the beast gave her leave, and then he will be so angry that perhaps when she goes back to him he will eat her up in a moment." "That is well thought of," answered the other, "but to do this we must pretend to be very kind." They then went to join her in the cottage, where they showed her so much false love that Beauty could not help crying for joy. When the week was ended, the two sisters began to pretend such grief at the thought of her leaving them, that she agreed to stay a week more, but all that time Beauty could not help fretting for the sorrow that she knew her absence would give her poor beast, for she tenderly loved him and wished for his company again. Among all the grand and clever people she saw, she found nobody who was half so sensible, so affectionate, so thoughtful, or so kind. The 10th night of her being at the cottage, she dreamed she was in the garden of the palace, that the beast lay dying on a grass plot, and with his last breath put her in mind of her promise, and laid his death to her forsaking him. Beauty awoke in a great fright, and burst into tears. "Am I not wicked," said she, "to behave so ill to a beast who has shown me so much kindness? Why will I not marry him? I am sure I should be more happy with him than my sisters are with their husbands. He shall not be wretched any longer on my account, for I should do nothing but blame myself all the rest of my life." She then rose, put her ring on the table, got into bed again, and soon fell asleep. In the morning she with joy found herself in the palace of the Beast. She dressed herself very carefully that she might please him the better, and thought she had never known a day pass away so slowly. At last the clock struck 9, but the Beast did not come. Beauty, dreading lest she might truly have caused his death, ran from room to room, calling out, "Beast! Dear Beast!" But there was no answer. At last she remembered her dream, rushed to the grass plot, and there saw him lying, apparently dead, beside the fountain. Forgetting all his ugliness, she threw herself upon his body, and finding his heart still beat, she fetched some water and sprinkled it over him, weeping and sobbing the while. The Beast opened his eyes. "You forgot your promise, Beauty, and so I determined to die, for I could not live without you. I have starved myself to death, but I shall die content, since I have seen your face once more." "No, dear Beast," cried Beauty passionately, "you shall not die. You shall live to be my husband. I thought it was only friendship I felt for you, but now I know it was love." The moment Beauty had spoken these words, the palace was suddenly lighted up, and all kinds of rejoicings were heard around them, none which she noticed, but hung over her dear Beast with the utmost tenderness. At last, unable to restrain herself, she dropped her head over her hands, covered her eyes, and cried for joy. And when she looked up again, the Beast was gone. In his stead she saw at her feet a handsome, graceful young prince, who thanked her with the tenderest expressions for having freed him from enchantment. "But where is my poor Beast? I only want him and nobody else," sobbed Beauty. "I am he," replied the prince. "A wicked fairy condemned me to this form, and forbade me to show that I had any wit or sense, till a beautiful young lady should consent to marry me. You alone, dearest Beauty, judged me neither by my looks nor by my talents, but by my heart alone. Take it, then, and all that I have besides, for all is yours." Beauty, full of surprise, but very happy, suffered the prince to lead her to his palace, where she found her father and sisters, who had been brought there by the fairy lady whom she had seen in a dream the first night she came. "Beauty," said the fairy, "you have chosen well, and you have your reward, for a true heart is better than either good looks or clever brains. As for you, ladies," and she turned to the 2 elder sisters, "I know all your ill deeds, but I have no worse punishment for you than to see your sister happy. You shall stand as statues at the door of her palace, and when you repent of and have amended your faults, you shall become women again. But to tell you the truth, I very much fear you will remain statues forever." End of Beauty and the Beast.
Section 7 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kevin Davidson. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Little One Eye, Little Two Eyes, and Little Three Eyes. There was a woman who had 3 daughters, the eldest of whom was called Little One Eye, because she had only one eye in the middle of her forehead. The second, Little Two Eyes, because she had 2 eyes like other people. And the youngest, Little Three Eyes, because she had 3 eyes, one of them being also in the middle of the forehead. But because Little Two Eyes looked no different from other people, her sisters and mother could not bear her. They said, "You with your 2 eyes are no better than anybody else. You do not belong to us." They knocked her about, and gave her shabby clothes, and food which was left over from their own meals. In short, they vexed her whenever they could. It happened that little Two Eyes had to go out into the fields to look after the goat. But she was still quite hungry, because her sisters had given her so little to eat. She sat down on a hillock and began to cry, and cried so much that two little streams ran down out of each eye, and as she looked up once in her sorrow, a woman stood near her who asked, "Little Two Eyes, why do you cry?" Little Two Eyes answered, "Have I not need to cry? Because I have two eyes, like other people. My sisters and my mother cannot bear me. They push me out of one corner into the other, give me shabby clothes, and nothing to eat but what they leave. Today they have given me so little that I'm still quite hungry." The wise woman said, "Little Two Eyes, dry your tears, and I will tell you something which will keep you from ever being hungry more. Only say to your goat, 'Little goat, bleat, little table, rise,' and a neatly laid table will stand before you with the most delicious food on it, so that you can eat as much as you like. And when you are satisfied, and do not want the table any more, only say, 'Little goat, bleat, little table, away,' and it will all disappear before your eyes." Then the wise woman went out of sight. Little Two Eyes thought, "I must try directly, if it is true what she has said, for I am much too hungry to wait." So she said, "Little goat, bleat, little table, rise," and scarcely had she uttered the words when there stood before her a little table covered with a white cloth, on which was laid a plate, knife and fork and silver spoon. The most delicious food was there also, and smoking hot, as if just come from the kitchen. Then Little Two Eyes said the shortest grace that she knew, "Lord God be our guest at all times, amen," began to eat, and found it very good. And when she had had enough, as the wise woman had taught her, "Little goat, bleat, little table, away," in an instant the little table and all that stood on it had disappeared again. "That is a beautiful, easy way of housekeeping," thought Little Two Eyes, and was quite happy and merry. In the evening, when she came home with her goat, she found a little earthen dish with food, which her sisters had put aside for her. But she did not touch anything; she had no need. On the next day she went out again with her goat, and let the few crusts that were given her remain uneaten. The first time and the second time the sisters took no notice, but when the same thing happened every day, they remarked it, and said, "All is not right with Little Two Eyes. She always leaves her food, and she used formerly to eat up everything that was given her. She must have found other ways of dining." In order to discover the truth, they resolved that Little One Eye should go with Little Two Eyes when she drove the goat into the meadow, and see what she did there, and whether anybody brought her anything to eat and drink. So when Little Two Eyes set out again, Little One Eye came to her and said, "I will go with you into the field, and see that the goat is taken proper care of, and driven to good pasture." But Little Two Eyes saw what Little One Eye had in her mind, and drove the goat into the long grass, saying, "Come, Little One Eye, we will sit down. I will sing you something." Little One Eye sat down, being tired from the unusual walk and from the heat of the sun, and Little Two Eyes kept on singing, "Are you awake, Little One Eye? Are you asleep, Little One Eye?" Then Little One Eye shut her one eye and fell asleep. And when Little Two Eyes saw that Little One Eye was fast asleep, and could not betray anything. She said, "Little goat, bleat, little table, rise," and sat herself at her table, and ate and drank until she was satisfied. Then she called out again, "Little goat, bleat, little table, away," and instantly everything disappeared. Little Two Eyes now woke Little One Eye, and said, "Little One Eye, you pretend to watch, and fall asleep over it, and in the meantime the goat would have run all over the world. Come, we will go home." Then they went home, and Little Two Eyes let her little dish again stand untouched, and Little One Eye, who could not tell the mother why her sister would not eat, said as an excuse, "Oh, I fell asleep out there." The next day the mother said to Little Three Eyes, "This time you shall go and see if Little Two Eyes eats out of doors, and if anyone brings her food and drink, for she must eat and drink secretly." Then Little Three Eyes went to Little Two Eyes and said, "I will go with you and see whether the goat is taken proper care of and driven to good pasture." But Little Two Eyes saw what Little Three Eyes had in her mind, and drove the goat into long grass, and said as before, "We will sit down here, Little Three Eyes. I will sing you something." Little Three Eyes seated herself, being tired from the walk and the heat of the sun, and Little Two Eyes began the same song again, and sang, "Are you awake, Little Three Eyes?" But instead of singing them as she should, "Are you asleep, Little Three Eyes?" she sang through carelessness, "Are you asleep, Little Two Eyes?" and went on singing, "Are you awake, Little Three Eyes? Are you asleep, Little Two Eyes?" So the two eyes of Little Three Eyes fell asleep, but the third did not go to sleep, because it was not spoken to by the verse. Little Three Eyes, to be sure, shut it and made believe to go to sleep, but only through slyness, for she winked with it and could see everything quite well. And when Little Two Eyes thought that Little Three Eyes was fast asleep, she said her little sentence, "Little goat, bleat, little table, rise," ate and drank heartily, and then told the little table to go away again. "Little goat, bleat, little table, away." But Little Three Eyes had seen everything. Then Little Two Eyes came to her, woke her, and said, "Ah, Little Three Eyes, have you been asleep? You keep watch well. Come, we will go home." And when they got to the house, Little Two Eyes again did not eat, and Little Three Eyes said to the mother, "I know why the proud thing does not eat. When she says to the goat out there, 'Little goat, bleat, little table, rise,' there stands a table before her which is covered with the very best food, much better than we have here. And when she is satisfied, she says, 'Little goat, bleat, little table, away,' and everything is gone again. I have seen it all exactly. She put two of my eyes to sleep with her little verse, but the one on my forehead luckily remained awake." Then the envious mother cried out, "Shall she be better off than we are?" fetched a butcher's knife, and stuck it into the goat's heart, so that it fell down dead. When Little Two Eyes saw that, she went out full of grief, seated herself on a hillock, and wept bitter tears. All at once the wise woman stood near her again, and said, "Little Two Eyes, why do you cry?" "Shall I not cry?" answered she. "The goat, who every day when I said your little verse laid the table so beautifully, has been killed by my mother. Now I must suffer hunger and thirst again." The wise woman said, "Little Two Eyes, I will give you some good advice. Beg your sisters to give you the heart of the murdered goat, and bury it in the ground before the house door, and it will turn out lucky for you." Then she disappeared, and Little Two Eyes went home and said to her sisters, "Dear sisters, give me some part of my goat. I don't ask for anything good, only give me the heart." Then they laughed and said, "You can have that if you do not want anything else." Little Two Eyes took the heart and buried it quietly in the evening before the house door, after the advice of the wise woman. Next morning, when the sisters awoke and went to the house door together, there stood a most wonderful, splendid tree, with leaves of silver and fruit of gold hanging between them. Nothing more beautiful or charming could be seen in the wide world. But they did not know how the tree had come there in the night. Little Two Eyes alone noticed that it had grown out of the heart of the goat, for it stood just where she had buried it in the ground. Then the mother said to Little One Eye, "Climb up, my child, and gather us some fruit from the tree." Little One Eye climbed up, but when she wanted to seize a golden apple, the branch sprang out of her hand. This happened every time, so that she could not gather a single apple, though she tried as much as she could. Then the mother said, "Little Three Eyes, do you climb up? You can see better about you with your 3 eyes than Little One Eye can." Little One Eye scrambled down, and Little Three Eyes climbed up, but Little Three Eyes was no cleverer, and might look about her as much as she liked, the golden apples always sprang back from her grasp. At last the mother became impatient, and climbed up herself, but could not touch the fruit, just as Little One Eye or Little Three Eyes. She always grasped the empty air. Then Little Two Eyes said, "I will go up myself. Perhaps I shall prosper better." "You?" cried the sisters. "With your 2 eyes, what can you do?" But Little Two Eyes climbed up, and the golden apples did not spring away from her, but dropped of themselves into her hand, so that she could gather one after another, and brought down a whole apron full. Her mother took them from her, and instead of her sisters, Little One Eye and Little Three Eyes, behaving better to poor Little Two Eyes for it, they were only envious because she alone could get the fruit, and behaved still more cruelly to her. It happened, as they stood together by the tree one day, that a young knight came by. "Quick, Little Two Eyes!" cried the 2 sisters. "Creep under, so that we may not be ashamed of you," and threw over poor Little Two Eyes, in a great hurry, an empty cask that stood just by the tree, and pushed also beside her the golden apples which she had broken off. Now as the knight came nearer, he proved to be a handsome prince, who stood still, admired the beautiful tree of gold and silver, and said to the 2 sisters, "To whom does this beautiful tree belong? She who gives me a branch of it shall have whatever she wishes." Then Little One Eye and Little Three Eyes answered that the tree was theirs, and they would break off a branch for him. They both of them gave themselves a great deal of trouble, but it was no use, for the branches and fruit sprang back from them every time. Then the knight said, "It is very wonderful that the tree belongs to you, and yet you have not the power of gathering anything from it." They insisted, however, that the tree was their own property, but as they spoke, Little Two Eyes rolled a few golden apples from under the cask, so that they ran to the feet of the knight. For Little Two Eyes was angry that Little One Eye and Little Three Eyes did not tell the truth. When the knight saw the apples, he was astonished, and asked where they came from. Little One Eye and Little Three Eyes answered that they had another sister, who might not, however, show herself, because she had only 2 eyes, like other common people. But the knight desired to see her, and called out, "Little Two Eyes, come out." Then Little Two Eyes came out of the cask, quite comforted, and the knight was astonished at her great beauty, and said, "You, Little Two Eyes, can certainly gather me a branch from the tree." "Yes," answered Little Two Eyes, "I can do that, for the tree belongs to me." And she climbed up and easily broke off a branch, with its silver leaves and golden fruit, and handed it to the knight. Then the knight said, "Little Two Eyes, what shall I give you for it?" "Oh," answered little Two Eyes. "I suffer hunger and thirst, sorrow and want, from early morning till late evening. If you would take me with you and free me, I should be happy." Then the knight lifted little Two Eyes on to his horse, and took her home to his paternal castle. There he gave her beautiful clothes, food, and drink, as much as she wanted, and because he loved her so much, he married her, and the marriage was celebrated with great joy. Now when little Two Eyes was taken away by the handsome knight, the two sisters envied her very much her happiness. "The wonderful tree remains for us, though," thought they. "Even though we cannot gather any fruit from it, every one will stand still before it. Come to us and praise it." But the next morning the tree had disappeared, and all their hopes with it. Little Two Eyes lived happy a long time. Once two poor women came to her at the castle and begged alms. Then little Two Eyes looked in their faces, and recognized her sisters, little One Eye and little Three Eyes, who had fallen into such poverty that they had to wander about and seek their bread from door to door. Little Two Eyes, however, bade them welcome, and was very good to them, and took care of them, for they both repented from their hearts the evil they had done to their sister in their youth. End of Little One Eye, Little Two Eyes, and Little Three Eyes. Recording by Kevin Davidson. www.blogordie.com.
Section 8 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Book by Dinah Mulock. Jack the Giant Killer. In the reign of the famous King Arthur, there lived near the Land's End of England, in the country of Cornwall, a worthy farmer, who had a only son named Jack. Jack was a boy of a bold temper. He took pleasure in hearing or reading stories of wizards, conjurers, giants, and fairies, and used to listen eagerly while his father talked of the great deeds of the brave knights of King Arthur's Round Table. When Jack was sent to take care of the sheep and oxen in the fields, he used to amuse himself with planning battles, sieges, and means to conquer or surprise a foe. He was above the common sports of children, but hardly anyone could equal him at wrestling, or, if he met with a match for himself in strength, his skill and address always made him the victor. In those days there lived St. Michael's Mount of Cornwall, which rises out to the sea at some distance from the mainland, a huge giant. He was 18 feet high and 3 yards round, and his fierce and savage looks were the terror of all his neighbors. He dwelt in a gloomy cavern on the very top of the mountain, and used to wade over to the mainland in search of his prey. When he came near, the people left their houses, and after he had glutted his appetite upon their cattle, he would throw half a dozen of oxen upon his back, and tie 3 times as many sheep and hogs round his waist, and so march back to his own abode. The giant had done this for many years, and the coast of Cornwall was greatly hurt by his thefts, when Jack boldly resolved to destroy him. He therefore took a horn, a shovel, a pickaxe, and a dark lantern, and, early in a long winter's evening, he swam to the mount. There he fell to work at once, and before morning he had dug a pit 22 feet deep and almost as many broad. He covered it with sticks and straw, and strewed some of the earth over them, to make it look just like solid ground. He then put his horn to his mouth, and blew such a loud and long tantivity that the giant awoke, and came towards Jack, roaring like thunder. "You saucy villain! You shall pay dearly for breaking my rest. I'll broil you for my breakfast." He had scarcely spoken these words when he came advancing one step further, but then he tumbled headlong into the pit, and his fall shook the very mountain. "Ho, ho, Mr. Giant!" said Jack, looking into the pit. "Have you found your way so soon to the bottom? How is your appetite now? Will nothing serve you for breakfast this cold morning but broiling poor Jack?" The giant now tried to rise, but Jack struck him a blow on the crown of the head with his pickaxe, which killed him at once. Jack then made haste back to rejoice his friends with the news of the giant's death. When the justices of Cornwall heard of this valiant action, they sent for Jack, and declared that he should always be called Jack the Giant Killer. And they also gave him a sword and a belt, upon which was written in letters of gold, "This is the valiant Cornish man who slew the giant Cormoran." The news of Jack's exploits soon spread over the western parts of England, and another giant, called Old Blunderbore, vowed to have revenge on Jack, if it should ever be his fortune to get him into his power. The giant kept an enchanted castle in the midst of the lonely wood. About 4 months after the death of Cormoran, as Jack was taking a journey into Wales, he passed through this wood. As he was very weary, he sat down to rest by the side of the pleasant fountain, and there he fell into a deep sleep. The giant came to the fountain for water just at this time, and found Jack there, and as the lines on Jack's belt showed who he was, the giant lifted him up and laid him gently upon his shoulder, to carry him to his castle. But as he passed through the thicket, the rustling of leaves waked Jack, and he was sadly afraid when he found himself in clutches of Blunderbore. Yet this was nothing to his fright soon after, for when they reached the castle, he beheld the floor covered all over with skulls and bones of men and women. The giant took him into a large room, where lay the hearts and limbs of persons who had been lately killed, and he told Jack, with a horrid grin, the men's hearts, eaten with pepper and vinegar, were his nicest food, and also that he thought he should make a dainty meal on his heart. When he had said this, he locked Jack up into that room, while he went to fetch another giant, who lived in the same wood, to enjoy a dinner of Jack's flesh with him. While he was away, Jack heard dreadful shrieks, groans, and cries from many parts of the castle, and soon after he heard a mournful voice repeat these lines: "Haste, valiant stranger, haste away, lest you become the giant's prey. On his return he will bring another, still more savage than his brother, a horrid, cruel monster, who, before he kills, will torture you. Oh, valiant stranger, haste away, or you will become these giants' prey." This warning was so shocking to poor Jack that he was ready to go mad. He ran to the window and saw two giants coming along arm in arm. This window was right over the gates of the castle. Now, thought Jack, either my death or freedom is at hand. There were two strong cords in the room. Jack made a large noose, with a slip knot at the ends of both these, and, as the giants were coming through the gates, he threw the ropes over their heads. He then made the other ends fast to a beam in the ceiling, and pulled them with all his might, till he had almost strangled them. When he saw that they were both quite black in face, and had not the least strength left, he drew his sword, and slid down the ropes. He then killed the giants, and thus saved himself from a cruel death. Jack next took a bunch of keys from the pocket of Blunderbore, and went into the castle again. He made a strict search through all the rooms, and in them found three ladies tied up by their hair off their heads, and almost starved to death. They told him that their husbands had been killed by the giants, who had then condemned them to be starved to death, because they would not eat the flesh of their own dead husbands. "Ladies," said Jack, "I have put an end to the monster and his wicked brother, and I give you this castle and all the riches it contains, to make you some amends for the dreadful pains you have felt." He then very politely gave them the keys of the castle, and went further on his journey to Wales. As Jack had not taken any of the giant's riches for himself, and had very little money of his own, he thought it best to travel as fast as he could. At length he lost his way, and when night came on, he was in a lonely valley between two lofty mountains. There he walked about for some hours, without seeing any dwelling place, so he thought himself very lucky at last in finding a large and a handsome house. He went up to it boldly, and knocked loudly at the gate, when, to his great terror and surprise, there came forth a monstrous giant with two heads. He spoke to Jack very civilly, for he was a Welsh giant, and all the mischief he did was by private and secret malice, under the show of friendship and kindness. Jack told him that he was a traveller who had lost his way, on which the huge monster made him welcome, and led him into a room, where there was a good bed, in which to pass the night. Jack took off his clothes quickly, but though he was so weary, he could not go to sleep, Soon after this he heard the giant walking backward and forward in the next room, and saying to himself, "Though here you lodge with me this night, you shall not see the morning light. My clubs shall dash your brains out quite." "Say you so?" thought Jack. "Are these your tricks upon travellers? But I hope to prove as cunning as you." Then getting out of bed, he groped about the room, and at last found a large thick billet of wood. He laid it in his own place in the bed, and hid himself in the dark corner of the room. In the middle of the night the giant came with his great club, and struck many blows on the bed, in the very place where Jack had laid the billet. And then he went back to his own room, thinking he had broken all his bones. Early in the morning, Jack put up a bold face upon the matter, and walked into the giant's room to thank him for his lodging. The giant started when he saw him, and he began to stammer out, "Oh, dear me! Is it you? Pray, how did you sleep last night? Did you hear or see anything in the dead of the night?" "Nothing worth speaking of," said Jack carelessly. "A rat, I believe, gave me 3 or 4 slaps with his tail, and disturbed me a little, but I soon went to sleep again." The giant wondered more and more at this, yet he did not answer a word, and went to bring 2 great bowls of hasty pudding for their breakfast. Jack wished to make the giant believe that he could eat as much as himself, so he contrived to button a leathern bag inside his coat, and slipped the hasty pudding into this bag, while he seemed to put it into his mouth. When breakfast was over, he said to the giant, "Now I'll show you a fine trick. I can cure all wounds with a touch. I could cut off my head one minute, and next put it sound again on my shoulders. You shall see an example." He then took hold of the knife, ripped up the leathern bag, and all the hasty pudding tumbled out upon the floor. "Odd splutter hard nails!" cried the Welsh giant, who was ashamed to be outdone by such a little fellow as Jack. "Her can do that herself." So he snatched up the knife, plunged it into his stomach, and in a moment dropped down dead. As soon as Jack had thus tricked the Welsh monster, he went farther on his journey, and a few days after he met with King Arthur's only son, who had got his father's leave to travel into Wales to deliver a beautiful lady from the power of a wicked magician by whom she was held in enchantment. When Jack found that the young prince had no servants with him, he begged leave to attend him, and the prince at once agreed to this, and gave Jack many thanks for his kindness. King Arthur's son was a handsome, polite, and brave knight, and so good natured that he gave money to everybody he met. At length he gave his last penny to an old woman, and then turned to Jack. "How shall we be able to get food for ourselves the rest of our journey?" "Leave that to me, sir," replied Jack. "I will provide you, prince." Night now came on, and the prince began to grow uneasy at thinking where they should lodge. "Sir," said Jack, "be of good heart. 2 miles further lies the large giant, whom I know well. He has 3 heads, and will fight 500 men, and make them fly before him." "Alas!" cried the king's son, "we had better never been born than meet with such a monster." "My lord, leave me to manage him, and wait here in quiet till I return." The prince now stayed behind, while Jack rode on at full speed, and when he came to the gates of the castle, he gave a loud knock. The giant, with a voice like thunder, roared out, "Who is there?" Jack made answer and said, "No one but your poor cousin Jack." "Well," said the giant, "what news, cousin Jack?" "Dear uncle," said Jack, "I have heavy news." "Phoo!" said the giant, "what heavy news can come to me? I am a giant with 3 heads, and can fight 500 men and make them fly before me." "Alas!" said Jack, "here's the king's son coming with 2,000 men to kill you, and to destroy the castle and all that you have." "Oh, cousin Jack," said the giant, "this is heavy news indeed; but I have a large cellar underground, where I will hide myself, and you shall lock, bolt, and bar me in, and keep the keys till the king's son is gone." Now, when Jack had barred the giant fast in the vault, he went back and fetched the prince to the castle. They both made themselves merry with wine and other dainties that were in the house. So that night they rested very pleasantly, while the poor giant lay trembling and shaking with fear in the cellar underground. Early in the morning, Jack gave the king's son gold and silver out of the giant's treasure, and accompanied him 3 miles forward on his journey. The prince then sent Jack to let his uncle out of the hole, who asked him what he should give him as a reward for saving his castle. "Why, good uncle," said Jack, "I desire nothing but the old coat and cap, with the old rusty sword and slippers, which are hanging at your bedside." "Then," said the giant, "you shall have them, and pray keep them for my sake, for they are things of great use. The coat will keep you invisible, the cap will give you knowledge, the sword will cut through anything, and the shoes are of vast swiftness. They may be useful to you in all times of danger, so take them with all my heart." Jack gave many thanks to the giant, and then set off to the prince. When he had come up to the king's son, they soon arrived at the dwelling of the beautiful lady, who was under the power of a wicked magician. She received the prince very politely, and made a noble feast for him. When it was ended, she rose, and wiping her mouth with a fine handkerchief, said, "My lord, you must submit to the custom of my palace. Tomorrow morning I command you to tell me on whom I bestow this handkerchief, or lose your head." She then left the room. The young prince went to bed very mournful, but Jack put on his cap of knowledge, which told him that the lady was forced, by the power of enchantment, to meet the wicked magician every night in the middle of the forest. Jack now put on his coat of darkness, and his shoes of swiftness, and was there before her. When the lady came, she gave the handkerchief to the magician. Jack, with his sword of sharpness, at one blow cut off his head. The enchantment was then ended in a moment, and the lady was restored to her former virtue and goodness. She was married to the prince on the next day, and soon after went back, with her royal husband and a great company, to the court of King Arthur, where they were received with loud and joyful welcomes. And the valiant hero Jack, for many great exploits he had done for the good of his country, was made one of the knights of the Round Table. As Jack had been so lucky in all his adventures, he resolved not to be idle for the future, but still to do what service he could for the honour of the king and the nation. He therefore humbly begged his majesty to furnish him with a horse and money, that he might travel in search of new and strange exploits. "For," he said to the king, "there are many giants yet living in the remote parts of Wales, to the great terror and distress of your majesty's subjects. Therefore, if it please you, sir, to favour me in my design, I will soon rid your kingdom of these giants and monsters in human shape." Now when the king heard his offer, and began to think of the cruel deeds of these bloodthirsty giants and savage monsters, he gave Jack everything proper for such a journey. After this, Jack took leave of the king, the prince, and all the knights, and set off, taking with him his cap of knowledge, his sword of sharpness, his shoes of swiftness, and his invisible coat, the better to perform the great exploits that might fall in his way. He went along over hills and mountains, and on the third day he came to a wide forest. He had hardly entered it, when on a sudden he heard dreadful shrieks and cries, and forcing his way through the trees, saw a monstrous giant dragging along by the hair of their heads a handsome knight and a beautiful lady. Their tears and cries melted the heart of honest Jack. He alighted from his horse, and tying him to an oak tree, put on his invisible coat, under which he carried his sword of sharpness. When he came up to the giant, he made several strokes at him, but could not reach his body, on the account of the enormous height of the terrible creature. But he wounded his thighs in several places, and at length, putting both the hands to his swords, and aiming with all his might, he cut off both the giant's legs just below the garter, and the trunk of his body, tumbling to the ground, made not only the trees shake, but the earth itself tremble with the force of his fall. Then Jack, setting his foot upon his neck, exclaimed, "Thou barbarous and savage wretch, behold, I come to execute upon thee the just reward for all thy crimes," and instantly plunged his sword into the giant's body. The huge monster gave a groan, and yielded up his life to the hands of the victorious Jack the giant killer, whilst the noble knight and the virtuous lady were both joyful spectators of his sudden death. They not only returned Jack hearty thanks for their deliverance, but also invited him to their house to refresh himself after his dreadful encounter, as likewise to receive a reward for his good services. "No," said Jack, "I cannot be at ease till I find out the den that was the monster's habitation." The knight, on hearing this, grew very sorrowful, and replied, "Noble stranger, it is too much to run a second hazard. This monster lived in a den under yonder mountain with a brother of his, more fierce and cruel than himself. Therefore, if you should go thither, and perish in the attempt, it would be a heart-breaking thing to me and my lady. So let me persuade you to go back with us and desist from any further pursuit." "Nay," answered Jack, "if there be another, even if there were 20, I should shed the last drop in my body before one of them should escape. When I have finished this task, I will come and pay my respects to you." So, when they had told him where to find them again, he got on his horse and went after the dead giant's brother. Jack had not ridden a mile and a half before he came in sight of the mouth of the cavern, and, nigh the entrance of it, he saw the other giant sitting on a huge block of timber, with a knotted iron club lying by his side, waiting for his brother. His eyes looked like flames of fire, his face was grim and ugly, and his cheeks were like two flitches of bacon. The bristles of his beard seemed like thick rods of iron wire, and his long locks of hair hung down upon his broad shoulders like curling snakes. Jack got down from his horse and turned him into a thicket. Then he put on his coat of darkness, and drew a little nearer to behold this figure, and said softly, "Oh, monster, are you there? It will not be long before I shall take you fast by the beard." The giant all this while could not see him, by reason of his invisible coat. So Jack came quite close to him, and struck a blow at his head with a sword of sharpness, but he missed his aim, and only cut off his nose, which made him roar like loud claps of thunder. He rolled his glaring eyes round on every side, but could not see who had given him the blow. So he took up his iron club, and began to lay about him, like one that was mad with pain and fury. "Nay," said Jack, "if this be the case, I will kill you at once." So saying, he slipped nimbly behind him, and jumping upon the block of timber, as the giant rose from it, he stabbed him in the back, when, after a few howls, he dropped down dead. Jack cut off his head, and sent it, with the head of his brother, to King Arthur, by a wagon which he had hired for that purpose. When Jack had thus killed these two monsters, he came into their cave in search of their treasure. He passed through many turnings and windings, which led him to a room paved with freestone. At the end of it was a boiling cauldron, and on the right hand stood a large table where the giant used to dine. He then came to a window that was secured with iron bars, through which he saw a number of wretched captives, who cried out when they saw Jack, "Alas, alas, young man, you are come to be one of us in this horrid den?" "I hope," said Jack, "you will not stay here long. But pray tell me what is the meaning of your being here at all?" "Alas," said one poor old man, "I will tell you, sir. We are persons that have been taken by the giants who hold this cave, and are kept till they choose to have a feast. Then one of us is to be killed, and cooked to please their taste. It is not long since they took three for the same purpose." "Well," said Jack, "I have given them such a dinner that it will be long enough before they have any more." The captives were amazed at his words. "You may believe me," said Jack, "for I have killed them both with the edge of the sword, and have sent their heads to the court of King Arthur, as marks of my great success." To show that what he said was true, he unlocked the gate, and set the captives all free. Then he led them to the great room, placed them round the table, and placed before them 2 quarters of beef, with bread and wine, upon which they feasted till their fill. When supper was over, they searched the giant's coffers, and Jack divided among them all the treasures. The next morning they set off to their homes, and Jack to the knight's house, whom he had left with his lady not long before. He was received with greatest joy by the thankful knight and his lady, who, in honour of Jack's exploits, gave a grand feast, to which all the nobles and gentry were invited. When the company were assembled, the knight declared to them the great actions of Jack, and gave him, as a mark of respect, a fine ring, on which was engraved the picture of a giant dragging the knight and the lady by the hair, with this motto round it: "Behold, in dire distress were we, under a giant's fierce command, but gained our lives and liberty from valiant Jack's victorious hand." Among the guests then present were 5 aged gentlemen, who were fathers to some of those captives who had been freed by Jack from the dungeon of the giants. As soon as they heard that he was the person who had done such wonders, they pressed round him with tears of joy, to return him thanks for the happiness he had caused them. After this, the bowl went round, and every one drank the health and long life of the gallant hero. Mirth increased, and the hall was filled with peals of laughter. But, on a sudden, a herald, pale and breathless, rushed into the midst of the company, and told them that Thundel, a savage giant with 2 heads, had heard of the death of his 2 kinsmen, and was come to take his revenge on Jack, and that he was now within a mile of the house. The people were flying before him like chaff before the wind. At this news the very boldest of the guests trembled, but Jack drew his sword and said, "Let him come, I have a rod for him also. Pray, ladies and gentlemen, do me the favour to walk into the garden, and you shall soon behold the giant's defeat and death." To this they all agreed, and heartily wished him success in his dangerous attempt. The knight's house stood in the middle of a moat, 30 feet deep and 20 wide, over which lay a drawbridge. Jack sent men to work to cut the bridge on both sides, almost to the middle, and then dressed himself in his coat of darkness, and went against the giant with his sword of sharpness. As he came close to him, though the giant could not see him for his invisible coat, yet he found some danger was near, which made him cry out, "Fa fe fi fo fum! I smell the blood of an Englishman. Let him be alive, or let him be dead. I'll grind his bones to make me bread." "Say you so, my friend?" said Jack. "You are a monstrous miller indeed." "Art thou?" cried the giant, "the villain that killed my kinsman? Then I will tear thee with my teeth, and grind thy bones to powder." "You must catch me first," said Jack, and throwing off his coat of darkness, and putting on his shoes of swiftness, he began to run. The giant followed him like a walking castle, making the earth shake at every step. Jack led him round and round the walls of the house, that the company might see the monster. Then, to finish the work, he ran over the bridge, the giant going after him with his club. But when he came to the middle, where the bridge had been cut off on both the sides, the great weight of his body made it break, and he tumbled into the water, where he rolled about like a large whale. Jack now stood by the side of the moat, and laughed and jeered at him, saying, "I think you told me you would grind my bones to powder. When will you begin?" The giant foamed at both his horrid mouths with fury, and plunged from side to side of the moat, but he could not get out to have revenge on his little foe. At last Jack ordered a cart rope to be brought to him. He then drew it over his 2 heads, and by the help of a team of horses dragged him to the edge of the moat, where he cut off his heads, and, before he either ate or drank, sent them both to the court of King Arthur. He then went back to the table with the company, and the rest of the day was spent in mirth and good cheer. After staying with the knight for some time, Jack grew weary of such an idle life, and set out again in search of a new adventure. He went over hills and dales without meeting any, till he came to the foot of a very high mountain. Here he knocked at the door of a small and lonely house, and an old man, with a head as white as snow, let him in. "Good father," said Jack, "can you lodge a traveller who has lost his way?" "Yes," said the hermit, "I can." if you will accept such fare as my poor house affords." Jack entered, and the old man set before him some bread and fruit for his supper. When Jack had eaten as much as he chose, the hermit said, "My son, I know you are the famous conqueror of giants. Now, at the top of this mountain is an enchanted castle, kept by a giant named Galligantus, who, by the help of a vile magician, gets many knights into his castle, where he changes them into shapes of beasts. Above all, I lament the hard fate of a duke's daughter, whom they seized as she was walking in her father's garden, and brought hither through the air in a chariot drawn by two fiery dragons, and turned her into the shape of a deer. Many knights have tried to destroy the enchantment and deliver her, yet none have been able to do it, by reason of two fiery griffins, who guard the gate of the castle, and destroy all who come nigh. But as you, my son, have an invisible coat, you may pass by them without being seen, and on the gates of the castle you will find engraved by what means the enchantment may be broken." Jack promised that in the morning, at the risk of his life, he would break the enchantment, and after a sound sleep he arose early, put on his invisible coat, and got ready for the attempt. When he had climbed at the top of the mountain, he saw two fiery griffins, but he passed between them without the least fear of danger, for they could not see him because of his invisible coat. On the castle gate he found a golden trumpet, under which were written these lines: "Whoever can this trumpet blow, shall cause the giant's overthrow." As soon as Jack had read this, he seized the trumpet, and blew a shrill blast, which made the gates fly open, and the very castle itself tremble. The giant and the conjurer now knew that their wicked course was at an end. They stood biting their thumbs and shaking with fear. Jack, with his sword of sharpness, soon killed the giant, and the magician was then carried away by a whirlwind. All the knights and beautiful ladies, who had been changed into birds and beasts, returned to their proper shapes. The castle vanished away like a smoke, and the head of the giant, Galligantus, was sent to the King Arthur. The knights and ladies rested that night at the old man's hermitage, and the next day they set out for the court. Jack then went up to the king, and gave his majesty an account of all his fierce battles. Jack's fame had spread through the whole country, and at the king's desire, the duke gave him his daughter in marriage, to the joy of all the kingdom. After this, the king gave him a large estate, on which he and his lady lived the rest of their days in joy and content. End of Jack the Giant Killer. Read by Lambda.
Section 9 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Tom Thumb. In the days of King Arthur, Merlin, the most learned enchanter of his time, was on a journey, and being very weary, stopped one day at the cottage of an honest ploughman to ask for refreshment. The ploughman's wife, with great civility, immediately brought him some milk in a wooden bowl, and some brown bread on a wooden platter. Merlin could not help observing that although everything within the cottage was particularly neat and clean, and in good order, the ploughman and his wife had the most sorrowful air imaginable. So he questioned them on the cause of their melancholy, and learned that they were very miserable because they had no children. The poor woman declared, with tears in her eyes, that she should be the happiest creature in the world if she had a son, although he were no bigger than his father's thumb. Merlin was much amused with the notion of a boy no bigger than a man's thumb, and as soon as he returned home he sent for the Queen of the Fairies, with whom he was very intimate, and related to her the desire of the ploughman and his wife to have a son the size of his father's thumb. She liked the plan exceedingly, and declared their wish should be speedily granted. Accordingly, the ploughman's wife had a son, who in a few minutes grew as tall as his father's thumb. The Queen of the Fairies came in at the window as the mother was sitting up in bed admiring the child. Her Majesty kissed the infant, and giving it the name of Tom Thumb, immediately summoned several fairies from Fairyland to clothe her new little favourite. An oak-leaf hat he had for his crown, his shirt it was by spiders spun, with doublet wove of thistledown, his trousers up with points were done. His stockings of apple rind they tie, with eyelash plucked from his mother's eye. His shoes were made of a mouse's skin, nicely tanned, with hair within. Tom was never any bigger than his father's thumb, which was not a large thumb neither. But as he grew older, he became very cunning, for which his mother did not sufficiently correct him. And by this ill quality he was often brought into difficulties. For instance, when he had learned to play with other boys for cherry stones, and had lost all his own, he used to creep into the boys' bags, fill his pockets, and come out again to play. But one day, as he was getting out of a bag of cherry stones, the boy to whom it belonged chanced to see him. "Aha, my little Tom Thumb," said he, "have I caught you at your bad tricks at last? Now I will reward you for thieving." Then, drawing the string tight round his neck, and shaking the bag, the cherry stones bruised Tom's legs, thighs, and body sadly, which made him beg to be let out, and promise never to be guilty of such things any more. Shortly afterwards Tom's mother was making a batter pudding, and that he might see how she mixed it, he climbed on the edge of the bowl. But his foot happening to slip, he fell over head and ears into the batter, and his mother, not observing him, stirred him into the pudding, and popped him in the pot to boil. The hot water made Tom kick and struggle, and his mother, seeing the pudding jump up and down in such a furious manner, thought it was bewitched, and a tinker coming by at the time, she quickly gave him the pudding. He put it into his budget and walked on. As soon as Tom could get the batter out of his mouth, he began to cry aloud, which so frightened the poor tinker that he flung the pudding over the hedge, and ran away from it as fast as he could. The pudding being broken to pieces by the fall, Tom was released, and walked home to his mother, who gave him a kiss and put him to bed. Tom Thumb's mother once took him with her when she went to milk the cow, and it being a very windy day, she tied him with a needle full of thread to a thistle, that he might not be blown away. The cow, liking his oak-leaf hat, took him and the thistle up at one mouthful. While the cow chewed the thistle, Tom, terrified at her great teeth, which seemed ready to crush him to pieces, roared, "Mother! Mother!" as loud as he could bawl. "Where are you, Tommy, my dear Tommy?" said the mother. "Here, mother, here in the red cow's mouth." The mother began to cry and wring her hands, but the cow, surprised at such odd noises in her throat, opened her mouth and let him drop out. His mother clapped him into her apron and ran home with him. Tom's father made him a whip of a barley straw to drive the cattle with, and being one day in the field, he slipped into a deep furrow. A raven flying over picked him up with a grain of corn, and flew with him to the top of a giant's castle by the seaside, where he left him. And old Grumbo the giant, coming soon after to walk upon his terrace, swallowed Tom like a pill, clothes and all. Tom presently made the giant very uncomfortable, and he threw him up into the sea. A great fish then swallowed him. This fish was soon after caught, and sent as a present to King Arthur. When it was cut open, everybody was delighted with little Tom Thumb. The king made him his dwarf. He was the favourite of the whole court, and, by his merry pranks, often amused the queen and the knights of the Round Table. The king, when he rode on horseback, frequently took Tom in his hand, and if a shower of rain came on, he used to creep into the king's waistcoat pocket, and sleep till the rain was over. The king also sometimes questioned Tom concerning his parents, and when Tom informed his majesty they were very poor people, the king led him into his treasury, and told him he should pay his friends a visit, and take with him as much money as he could carry. Tom procured a little purse, and putting a threepenny piece into it, with much labour and difficulty got it upon his back, and after travelling 2 days and nights arrived at his father's house. His mother met him at the door, almost tired to death, having in 48 hours travelled almost half a mile with a huge silver threepence on his back. Both his parents were glad to see him, especially when he had brought such an amazing sum of money with him. They placed him in a walnut shell by the fireside, and feasted him for 3 days upon a hazelnut, which made him sick, for a whole nut usually served him for a month. Tom got well, but could not travel because it had rained. Therefore his mother took him in her hand, and with one puff blew him into King Arthur's court, where Tom entertained the king, queen, and nobility at tilts and tournaments, at which he exerted himself so much that he brought on a fit of sickness, and his life was despaired of. At this juncture the queen of the fairies came in a chariot, drawn by flying mice, placed Tom by her side, and drove through the air without stopping till they arrived at her palace. Then, after restoring him to health, and permitting him to enjoy all the gay diversions of fairyland, she commanded a fair wind, and, placing Tom before it, blew him straight to the court of King Arthur. But just as Tom should have alighted in the courtyard of the palace, the cook happened to pass along with the king's great bowl of furmenty. King Arthur loved furmenty, and poor Tom Thumb fell plump into the middle of it, and splashed the hot furmenty into the cook's eyes. Down went the bowl. "Oh dear! Oh dear!" cried Tom. "Murder! Murder!" bellowed the cook, and away poured the king's nice furmenty into the kennel. The cook was a red-faced, cross fellow, and swore to the king that Tom had done it out of mere mischief. So he was taken up, tried, and sentenced to be beheaded. Tom, hearing this dreadful sentence, and seeing a miller stand by with his mouth wide open, he took a good spring and jumped down the miller's throat, unperceived by all, even by the miller himself. Tom being lost, the court broke up, and away went the miller to his mill. But Tom did not leave him long at rest, and began to roll and tumble about, so that the miller thought himself bewitched, and sent for a doctor. And when the doctor came, Tom began to dance and sing. The doctor was as much frightened as the miller, and sent in great haste for 5 more doctors and 20 learned men. While all these were debating upon the affair, the miller, for they were very tedious, happened to yawn, and Tom, taking the opportunity, made another jump, and alighted on his feet in the middle of the table. The miller, provoked to be thus tormented by such a little creature, fell into a great passion, caught hold of Tom, and threw him out of the window into the river. A large salmon swimming by snapped him up in a minute. The salmon was soon caught and sold in the market to a steward of a lord. The lord, thinking it an uncommon fine fish, made a present of it to the king, who ordered it to be dressed immediately. When the cook cut open the salmon, he found poor Tom, and ran with him directly to the king. But the king, being busy with state affairs, desired that he might be brought another day. The cook, resolving to keep him safely this time, as he had so lately given him the slip, clapped him into a mouse-trap, and left him to amuse himself by peeping through the wires for a whole week. When the king sent for him, he forgave him for throwing down the furmenty, ordered him new clothes, and knighted him. His shirt was made of butterflies' wings, his boots were made of chicken skins, his coat and breeches were made with pride, a tailor's needle hung by his side, a mouse for a horse he used to ride. Thus dressed and mounted, he rode a-hunting with the king and nobility, who all laughed heartily at Tom and his fine prancing steed. As they rode by a farmhouse one day, a cat jumped from behind the door, seized the mouse and little Tom, and began to devour the mouse. However, Tom boldly drew his sword and attacked the cat, who then let him fall. The king and his nobles, seeing Tom falling, went to his assistance, and one of the lords caught him in his hat. But poor Tom was sadly scratched, and his clothes were torn by the claws of the cat. In this condition he was carried home, when a bed of down was made for him in a little ivory cabinet. The queen of the fairies came and took him again to fairyland, where she kept him for some years, and then, dressing him in bright green, sent him flying once more through the air to the earth, in the days of King Thunstone. The people flocked far and near to look at him, and the king, before whom he was carried, asked him who he was, whence he came, and where he lived. Tom answered, "My name is Tom Thumb, from the fairies I come. When King Arthur shone, this court was my home. In me he delighted, By him I was knighted. Did you never hear of Sir Thomas Thumb?" The king was so charmed with this address that he ordered a little chair to be made, in order that Tom might sit on his table, and also a palace of gold a span high, with a door an inch wide, for little Tom to live in. He also gave him a coach drawn by 6 small mice. This made the queen angry, because she had not a new coach too. Therefore, resolving to ruin Tom, she complained to the king that he had behaved very insolently to her. The king sent for him in a rage. Tom, to escape his fury, crept into an empty snail shell, and there lay till he was almost starved, when, peeping out of the hole, he saw a fine butterfly settle on the ground. He now ventured out, and getting astride, the butterfly took wing, and mounted into the air, with little Tom on his back. Away he flew from field to field, from tree to tree, till at last he flew to the king's court. The king, queen, and nobles all strove to catch the butterfly, but could not. At length poor Tom, having neither bridle nor saddle, slipped from his seat, and fell into a watering pot, where he was found almost drowned. The queen vowed he should be guillotined, but while the guillotine was getting ready, he was secured once more in a mouse-trap, when the cat, seeing something stir, and supposing it to be a mouse, patted the trap about till she broke it, and set Tom at liberty. Soon afterwards a spider, taking him for a fly, made at him. Tom drew his sword and fought valiantly, but the spider's poisonous breath overcame him. He fell dead on the ground where late he had stood, and the spider sucked up the last drop of his blood. King Thunstone and his whole court went into mourning for little Tom Thumb. They buried him under a rose-bush, and raised a nice white marble monument over his grave, with the following epitaph: "Here lies Tom Thumb, King Arthur's knight, who died by a spider's cruel bite. He was well known to Arthur's court, where he afforded gallant sport. He rode at tilt and tournament, and on a mouse a-hunting went. Alive he filled the court with mirth, his death to sorrow soon gave birth. Wipe your eyes and shake your head, and cry, Alas, Tom Thumb is dead." End of Tom Thumb.
Section 10 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ElleyKat. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Rumpelstilzchen. There was once a miller who was very poor, but he had a beautiful daughter. Now it happened that he came to speak to the king, and, to give himself importance, he said to him, "I have a daughter who can spin straw into gold." The king said to the miller, "That is a talent that pleases me well. If she be as skilful as you say, bring her to-morrow to the palace, and I will put her to the proof." When the maiden was brought to him, he led her to a room full of straw, and gave her a wheel and spindle, and said, "Now set to work, and if by to-morrow the straw be not spun into gold, you shall die." He locked the door, and left the maiden alone. The poor girl sat down disconsolate, and could not for her life think what she was to do, for she knew not, how could she, the way to spin straw into gold, and her distress increased so much, that at last she began to weep. All at once the door opened, and a little man entered and said, "Good evening, my pretty miller's daughter. Why are you weeping so bitterly?" "Ah," answered the maiden, "I must spin straw into gold, and I know not how to do it." The little man said, "What will you give me if I do it for you?" "My neckerchief," said the maiden. He took the kerchief, sat down before the wheel, and grind. 3 times did he grind, and the spindle was full. Then he put another thread on, and grind, the second was full. And so he spun on until morning, when all the straw was spun, and all the spindles were full of gold. The king came at sunrise, and was greatly astonished and overjoyed at the sight, but it only made his heart more greedy of gold. He put the miller's daughter into another much larger room, full of straw, and ordered her to spin it all in one night, if life were dear to her. The poor helpless maiden began to weep, when once more the door flew open, the little man appeared, and said, "What will you give me if I spin the straw into gold?" "My ring from my finger," answered the maiden. The little man took the ring, began to turn the wheel, and, by the morning, all the straw was spun into shining gold. The king was highly delighted when he saw it, but was not yet satisfied with the quantity of gold. So he put the damsel into a still larger room, full of straw, and said, "Spin this during the night, and if you do it, you shall be my wife. For," he thought, "if she's only a miller's daughter, I shall never find a richer wife in the whole world." As soon as the damsel was alone, the little man came the third time and said, "What will you give me if I again spin all the straw for you?" "I have nothing more to give you," answered the girl. "Then promise, if you become queen, to give me your first child." "Who knows how that may be, or how things may turn out between now and then?" thought the girl. But in her perplexity she could not help herself, so she promised the little man what he desired, and he spun all the straw into gold. When the king came in the morning, and saw that his orders had been obeyed, he married the maiden, and the beautiful miller's daughter became a queen. After a year had passed, she brought a lovely baby into the world, but quite forgot the little man, till he walked suddenly into her chamber and said, "Give me what you promised me." The queen was frightened, and offered the dwarf all the riches of the kingdom if he would only leave her child, but he answered, "No, something living is dearer to me than all the treasures of the world." Then the queen began to grieve and to weep so bitterly, that the little man took pity upon her and said, "I will give you 3 days. If in that time you can find out my name, you shall keep the child." All night long the queen thought over every name she had ever heard, and sent a messenger through the kingdom to inquire what names were usually given to people in that country. When, next day, the little man came again, she began with Caspar, Melchoir, Balthazar, and repeated each after each all the names she knew or had heard of, but at each one the little man said, "That is not my name." The second day she again sent round about in all directions, to ask how the people were called, and repeated to the little man the strangest names she could hear of or imagine. To each he always answered, "That is not my name." The third day the messenger returned and said, "I have not been able to find a single new name, but as I came over a high mountain by a wood, where the fox and the hare bid each other good night, I saw a little house, and before the house was burning a little fire, and round the fire danced a very funny little man, who hopped upon one leg and cried out, "To-day I brew, to-morrow I bake, next day the queen's child I shall take. How glad I am that nobody knows my name is Rumpelstilzchen." You may guess how joyful the queen was at hearing this, and when, soon after, the little man entered and said, "Queen, what is my name?" she asked him mischievously, "Is your name Kunz?" "No." "Is your name Karl?" "No." "Are you not sometimes called Rumpelstilzchen?" "A witch has told you that! A witch has told you!" shrieked the poor little man, and stamped so furiously with his right foot that it sunk into the earth up to the hip. Then he seized his left foot with both hands with such violence that he tore himself right in two. End of Section 10. Rumpelstilzchen. Recording by ElleyKat.
Section 11 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Claire. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Fortunatus. In the city of Famagosta, in the island of Cyprus, there lived a very rich gentleman. His name was Theodorus. He married a lady who was the greatest beauty in Cyprus, and she was as rich as himself. She was called Graciosa. They both had every pleasure that wealth could buy, and lived in the first style. Besides all this, the lady Graciosa brought her husband a fine little son who was named Fortunatus. So one would think nothing could have kept Theodorus from being the most happy person in the world. But this was not long the case, for when he had enjoyed all these pleasures for some time, he grew tired of them and began to keep company with young noblemen of the court, with whom he sat up all night drinking and playing cards, so that in a few years he spent all his fortune. He was now very sorry for what he had done, but it was too late, and there was nothing he could do but to work at some trade to support his wife and child. For all this, the Lady Graciana never found fault with him, but still loved her husband the same as before, saying, "Dear Theodorus, to be sure, I do not know how to work at any trade, but if I cannot help you in earning money, I will help you to save it." So Theodorus set to work, and though the Lady Graciana had always been used only to ring her bell for everything that she wanted, she now scoured the kettles and washed the clothes with her own hands. They went on in this manner till Fortunatus was 16 years of age. When that time came, one day, as they were all sitting at dinner, Theodorus fixed his eyes on his son, and sighed deeply. "What is the matter with you, father?" said Fortunatus. "Ah, my child," said Theodorus, "I have reason enough to be sorry when I think of the noble fortune which I have spent, and that my folly will force you to labor for your living." "Father," replied Fortunatus, "do not grieve about it. I have often thought that it was time I should do something for myself, and though I have not been brought up to any trade, yet I hope I can contrive to support myself somehow." When Fortunatus had done his dinner, he took his hat and walked to the seaside, thinking of what he could do, so as to be no longer a burden to his parents. Just as he reached the seashore, the Earl of Flanders, who had been to Jerusalem, was embarking on board his ship with all his servants, to set sail for Flanders. Fortunatus now thought he would offer himself to be the Earl's page. When the Earl saw that he was a smart-looking lad, and heard the quick replies which he made to his questions, he took him into his service, so at once they all went on board. On their way, the ship stopped a short time at the port of Venice, where Fortunatus saw many strange things, which made him wish still more to travel, and taught him much that he did not know before. Soon after this they came to Flanders, and they had not been long on shore before the Earl, his master, was married to the daughter of the Duke of Cleves. The wedding was kept with all sorts of public feasting and games on horseback, called tilts, which lasted many days, and, among the rest, the Earl's lady gave 2 jewels as prizes to be played for, each of them the value of 100 crowns. One of them was won by Fortunatus, and the other by Timothy, a servant of the Duke of Burgundy, who afterwards ran another tilt with Fortunatus, so that the winner was to have both the jewels. So they tilted, and at the 4th course Fortunatus hoisted Timothy a full spear's length from his horse, and thus won both of the jewels, which pleased the Earl and Countess so much that they praised Fortunatus, and thought better of him than ever. At this time also Fortunatus had many rich presents given him by the lords and ladies of the court. But the high favor shown him made his fellow servants jealous, and one, named Robert, who had always pretended a great friendship for Fortunatus, made him believe that for all his seeming kindness, the Earl in secret envied him his great skill in tilting. Robert said, too, that he had heard the Earl give private orders to one of his servants to find some way of killing him the next day, while they should all be out hunting. Fortunatus thanked the wicked Robert for what he had thought a great kindness, and the next day at daybreak he took the swiftest horse in the Earl's stables, and left the country. When the Earl heard that Fortunatus had gone away in a hurry, he was much surprised, and asked all his servants what they knew about the matter. But they all denied knowing anything of it, or why he had left them. The Earl then said, "Fortunatus was a lad for whom I had great esteem. I am sure some of you must have given him an affront. If I discover it, I shall not fail to punish the guilty person." In the meantime, Fortunatus, when he had found himself out of the Earl's country, stopped at an inn to refresh himself, and began to reckon how much he had about him. He took out all his fine clothes and jewels, and could not help putting them on. He then looked at himself in the glass, and thought that, to be sure, he was quite a fine smart fellow. Next he took out his purse and counted the money that had been given him by the lords and ladies of the Earl's court. He found that in all he had 500 crowns. So he bought a horse, and took care to send back the one that he had taken from the Earl's stable. He then set off for Calais, crossed the Channel, landed safely at Dover, and went on to London, where he soon made his way into genteel company, and had once the honor to dance with the daughter of a duke at the Lord Mayor's ball. This sort of life, as anybody may well think, soon made away with his little stock of money. When Fortunatus found that he had not a penny left, he began to think of going back again to France, and soon after went on board a ship bound for Picardy. He landed in that country, but finding no employment, he set off for Brittany, where he lost his way in crossing a wood, and was forced to stay in it all night. The next morning he was a little better off, for he could find no path. So he walked about from one part of the wood to another, till at last, on the evening of the second day, he saw a spring, at which he drank very heartily, but still he had nothing to eat, and was ready to die with hunger. When night came on, he heard the growling of wild beasts, so he climbed up a high tree for safety, and he had hardly seated himself in it before a lion walked fiercely up to the spring to drink. This made him very much afraid. When the lion had gone away, a bear came to drink also, and as the moon shone very bright, the beast looked up and saw Fortunatus, and straightway began to climb up the tree to get at him. Fortunatus drew his sword, and sat quiet till the bear was come within arm's length, and then he ran him through the body. This drove the bear so very savage that he had made a great spring to get at him, but the bough broke, and down he fell, and lay sprawling and howling on the ground. Fortunatus now looked around on all sides, and as he saw no more wild beasts near, he thought this would be a good time to get rid of the bear at once, so down he came and killed him at a single blow. Being almost starved for want of food, the poor youth stooped down and was going to suck the blood out of the bear, but looking round once more to see if any wild beasts were coming, he on a sudden beheld a beautiful lady standing by his side, with a bandage over her eyes, leaning upon a wheel, and looking as if she were going to speak, which she soon did in these words: "Know, young man, that my name is Fortune. I have the power to bestow wisdom, strength, riches, health, beauty, and long life. One of these I am willing to grant you. Choose for yourself which it shall be." Fortunatus was not a moment before he answered, "Good lady, I wish to have riches in such plenty that I may never again know what it is to be so hungry as I now find myself." The lady then gave him a purse, and told him that in all the countries where he might happen to be, he need only put his hand into the purse as often as he pleased, and he would be sure to find in it 10 pieces of gold; that the purse should never fail of yielding the same sum as long as it was kept by him and his children, but that when he and his children should be dead, then the purse would lose its power. Fortunatus now did not know what to do with himself for joy, and began to thank the lady very much, but she told him that he had better think of making his way out of the wood. She then directed him which path to take, and bade him farewell. He walked by the light of the moon, as fast as his weakness and fatigue would let him, till he came near an inn. But before he went into it, he thought it would be best to see whether the Lady Fortune had been as good as her word, so he put his hand into his purse, and to his great joy he counted 10 pieces of gold. Having nothing to fear, Fortunatus walked boldly up to the inn, and called for the best supper they could get ready in a minute, "For," said he, "I must wait till tomorrow before I am very nice. I am so hungry now that almost anything will do." Fortunatus very soon ate quite enough, and then called for every sort of wine in the house, and drank his fill. After supper he began to think what sort of life he should lead, "for," he said to himself, "I shall now have money enough for everything I can desire." He slept that night in the very best bed in the house, and the next day he ordered the finest victuals of all kinds. When he rang his bell, all the waiters tried who should run the fastest, to ask him what he pleased to want, and the landlord himself, hearing what a noble guest was come to his house, took care to be standing at the door to bow to him when he should be passing out. Fortunatus asked the landlord whether any fine horses could be got near at hand, also if he knew of some smart-looking, clever men-servants who wanted places. By chance the landlord was able to provide him with both. As he had now got everything he wanted, he set out on the finest horse that was ever seen, with 2 servants, for the nearest town. There he bought some grand suits of clothes, put his 2 servants into liveries laced with gold, and they went on to Paris. Here he took the best house that was to be had, and lived in great pomp. He invited the nobility, and gave grand balls to all the most beautiful ladies of the court. He went to all public places of amusement, and the first lords in the country invited him to their houses. He had lived in this manner for about a year when he began to think of going to Famagosta to visit his parents, whom he had left very poor. But, thought Fortunatus, as I am young and have not seen much of the world, I should like to meet with some person of more knowledge than I have, who would make my journey both useful and pleasing to me. Soon after this, he met with an old gentleman called Loch Fitty, who was a native of Scotland, and had left a wife and 10 children a great many years ago, in hopes to better his fortune, but now, owing to many accidents, was poorer than ever, and had not money enough to take him back to his family. When Loch Fitty found how much Fortunatus wished to obtain knowledge, he told him many of the strange adventures he had met with, and gave him an account of all the countries he had been in, as well as of the customs, dress, and manners of the people. Fortunatus thought to himself, "This is the very man I stand in need of." So at once he made him a good offer, which the old gentleman agreed to, but made the bargain that he might first go and visit his family. Fortunatus told him that he should, and, said he, "As I am a little tired of being always in the midst of such noisy pleasures as we find at Paris, I will, with your leave, go with you to Scotland, and see your wife and children." They get out the very next day, and came safe to the house of Loch Fitty, and in all the journey Fortunatus did not once wish to change his kind companion, for all the pleasures and grandeur he had left behind. Loch Fitty kissed his wife and children, 5 of whom were daughters, and the most beautiful creatures that were ever beheld. When they were seated, his wife said to him, "Ah, dear Lord Loch Fitty, how happy I am to see you once again! Now I hope we shall enjoy each other's company for the rest of our lives. What though we are poor? We will be content if you will but promise not to think of leaving us again to get riches, only because we have a noble title." Fortunatus heard this with great surprise. "What?" said he. "Are you a lord? Then you shall be a rich lord too, and that you may not think I lay you under any burden in the fortune I shall give you, I will put it in your power to make me your debtor instead. Give me your youngest daughter, Cassandra, for a wife, and accompany us as far as Famagosta, and take all your family with you, that you may have pleasant company on your way back, when you have rested in that place from your fatigue." Lord Loch Fitty shed some tears of joy to think he should at last see his family again raised to all the honors which it had once enjoyed. He gladly agreed to the marriage of Fortunatus with his daughter Cassandra, and then told him the reasons that had forced him to drop his title and live poor at Paris. When Lord Loch Fitty had ended his story, they agreed that the very next morning the Lady Cassandra should be asked to accept the hand of Fortunatus, and that, if she should consent, they would set sail in a few days for Famagosta. The next morning the offer was made to her, as had been agreed on, and Fortunatus had the pleasure of hearing from the lips of the beautiful Cassandra that the very first time she cast her eyes on him she thought him the most handsome gentleman in the world. Everything was soon ready for them to set out on the journey. Fortunatus, Lord Loch Fitty, his lady, and their 10 children then set sail in a large ship. They had a good voyage, and landed safe at the port of Famagosta. There, however, Fortunatus found, with great grief and self-reproach, that his father and mother were both dead. However, as he was an easy-tempered gentleman, and had his betrothed Cassandra and her whole family to reconcile him to his grief, it did not last very long. The wedding took place almost immediately, so they lived all together in Famagosta in very great style. At the end of the first year, the Lady Cassandra had a little son, who was christened Ampedo, and the next year another, who was christened Andalusia. For 12 years Fortunatus lived a very happy life with his wife and children, and his wife's kindred, and as each of her sisters had a fortune given her from the purse of Fortunatus, they soon married very well. But by this time he began to long to travel again, and he thought, as he was now so much older and wiser than when he was at Paris, he might go by himself, for Lord Loch Fitty was at this time too old to bear fatigue. After he had, with great trouble, got the consent of the Lady Cassandra, and made her a promise to stay away only 2 years, he made all things ready for his journey, and taking his lady into one of his private rooms, he showed her 3 chests of gold. He told her to keep one of these for herself, and take charge of the other two for their sons, in case any evil should happen to him. He then led her back to the room where the whole family were sitting, embraced them all tenderly one by one, and set sail with fair wind for Alexandria. When Fortunatus came to this place, he was told it was the custom to make a handsome present to the Sultan, so he sent him a piece of plate that cost 5,000 pounds. The Sultan was so much pleased with this, that he ordered 100 casks of spices to be given to Fortunatus in return. Fortunatus sent these straight to the Lady Cassandra with the most tender letters, by the same ship that brought him, which was then going back to Famagosta. Having stated that he wished to travel through this country by land, he obtained from the Sultan such passports and letters as he might stand in need of, to the other princes in those parts. He then bought a camel, hired proper servants, and set off on his travels. He went through Turkey, Persia, and from thence to Carthage. He next went into the country of Prester John, who rides upon a white elephant, and has kings to wait on him. Fortunatus made him such rich presents, and went on to Calcutta, and in coming back he took Jerusalem in the way, and so came again to Alexandria, where he had the good fortune to find the same ship that had brought him, and to learn from the captain that his wife and family were all in perfect health. The first thing he did was to pay a visit to his old friend the Sultan, to whom he again made a handsome present, and was invited to dine at his palace. After dinner the Sultan said, "It must be vastly amusing, Fortunatus, to hear an account of all the places you have seen. Pray favor me with a history of your travels." Fortunatus did as he was desired, and pleased the Sultan very much by telling him the many odd adventures he had met with, and, above all, the manner of his first becoming known to the Lord Loch Fitty, and the desire of that lord to maintain the honors of his family. When he had ended, the Sultan said he was greatly pleased with what he had heard, but that he possessed a more curious thing than any Fortunatus had told him of. He then led him into a room almost filled with jewels, opened a large closet, and took out a cap, which he said was of greater value than all the rest. Fortunatus thought the Sultan was joking, and told him he had seen many a better cap than that. "Ah," said the Sultan, "that is because you do not know its value. Whoever puts this cap on his head and wishes to be in any part of the world will find himself there in a moment." "Indeed," said Fortunatus, "and pray, is the man living who made it?" "I know nothing about that," said the Sultan. "One would hardly believe it," said Fortunatus. "Pray, sir, is it very heavy?" "Not at all," replied the Sultan. "You may feel it." Fortunatus took up the cap, put it on his head, and could not help wishing himself on board the ship that was going back to Famagosta. In less than a moment he was carried on board of her, just as she was ready to sail, and there being a brisk gale, they were out of sight in half an hour, before the Sultan had even time to repent of his folly for letting Fortunatus try the cap on his head. The ship came safe to Famagosta after a happy passage, and Fortunatus found his wife and children well, but Lord Loch Fitty and his lady had died of old age, and were buried in the same grave. Fortunatus now began to take great pleasure in teaching his two boys all sorts of useful learning, and also such manly sports as wrestling and tilting. Now and then he thought about the curious cap which had brought him home, and then would wish he could just take a peep at what was passing in other countries, which wish was always fulfilled, but he never stayed there more than an hour or two, so that the Lady Cassandra did not miss him, and was no longer made uneasy by his love of traveling. At last Fortunatus began to grow old, and the Lady Cassandra fell sick and died. The loss of her caused him so much grief that soon after he fell sick too. As he thought he had not long to live, he called his two sons to his bedside, and told them the secrets of the purse and the cap, which he begged they would not on any account make known to others. "Follow my example," said he. "I have had the purse these 40 years, and no living person knew from what source I obtained my riches." He then told them to make use of the purse between them, and to live together in friendship, and embracing them, died soon after. Fortunatus was buried with great pomp by the side of Lady Cassandra in his own chapel, and was for a long time mourned by the people of Famagosta. End of Section 11. Recording by Claire.
Section 12 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Janet Shipman. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Bremen Town Musicians. There was a man who owned a donkey which had carried his sacks to the mill industriously for many years, but whose strength had come to an end, so that the poor beast grew more and more unfit for work. The master determined to stop his food, but the donkey, discovering that there was no good intended to him, ran away and took the road to Bremen. "There," thought he, "I can turn town musician." When he had gone a little way, he found a hound lying on the road and panting, like one who was tired with running. "Hullo, what are you panting so for, worthy Sesam?" asked the donkey. "Oh," said the dog, "just because I am old, and get weaker every day, and cannot go out hunting, my master wanted to kill me, so I have taken leave of him. How shall I gain my living now?" "I'll tell you what," said the donkey. "I am going to Bremen to be town musician. Come with me and take to music too. I will play the lute, and you shall beat the drum." The dog liked the idea, and they traveled on. It was not long before they saw a cat sitting by the road, making a face like 3 rainy days. "Now then, what has gone wrong with you, old Whiskers?" said the donkey.
"Who can be merry when his neck is in danger?"
answered the cat.
"Because I am advanced in years and my teeth are blunt, and I like sitting before the fire and purring better than chasing the mice about, my mistress wanted to drown me. I have managed to escape, but good advice is scarce. Tell me where I shall go to."
"Come with us to Bremen. You understand serenading. You also can become a town musician." The cat thought it a capital idea and went with them. Soon after, the 3 runaways came to a farmyard, and there sat a cock on the gate, crowing with might and main. "You crow loud enough to deafen one," said the donkey. "What is the matter with you?"
"I prophesied fair weather," said the cock, "because it is our good mistress's washing day, and she wants to dry the clothes. But because tomorrow is Sunday, and company is coming, the mistress has no pity on me, and has told the cook to put me into the soup tomorrow, and I must have my head cut off tonight. So now I am crowing with all my might as long as I can."
"Oh, you old redhead," said the donkey, "you had better come with us. We are going to Bremen, where you will certainly find something better than having your head cut off. You have a good voice, and if we all make music together, it will be something striking." The cock liked the proposal, and they went on, all 4 together. But they could not reach the city of Bremen in one day, and they came in the evening to a wood where they agreed to spend the night. The donkey and the dog laid themselves down under a great tree, but the cat and the cock went higher, the cock flying up to the topmost branch where he was safest. Before he went to sleep, he looked round towards all the 4 points of the compass, and he thought he saw a spark shining in the distance. He called to his companions that there must be a house not far off, for he could see a light. The donkey said, "Then we must rise and go to it, for the lodgings here are very bad." And the dog said, "Yes, a few bones with a little flesh on them would do me good." So they took the road in the direction where the light was, and soon saw it shine brighter, and it got larger and larger till they came to a brilliantly illumined robber's house. The donkey, being the biggest, got up at the window and looked in.
"What do you see, Graybeard?"
"What do I see?" answered the donkey. "A table covered with beautiful food and drink, and robbers are sitting round it and enjoying themselves."
"That would do nicely for us,"
said the cock. "Yes, indeed, if we were only there," replied the donkey. The animals then consulted together how they should manage to drive out the robbers, till at last they settled on a plan. The donkey was to place himself with his forefeet on the window-sill. When that was done, at a signal they began their music all together. The donkey brayed, the dog barked, the cat mewed, and the cock crowed. The robbers jumped up at this dreadful noise, thinking that nothing less than a ghost was coming in, and ran away into the wood in a great fright. The four companions then sat down at the table, quite content with what was left there, and ate as if they were expecting to fast for a month to come. When the four musicians had finished, they put out the light, and each one looked out for a suitable and comfortable sleeping place. The donkey lay down on the dunghill, the dog behind the door, the cat on the hearth near the warm ashes, and the cock set himself on the hen roost. And as they were all tired with their long journey, they soon went to sleep. Soon after midnight, as the robbers in the distance could see that no more lights were burning in the house, and as all seemed quiet, the captain said, "We ought not to let ourselves be scared so easily," and sent one of them to examine the house. The messenger found everything quiet, went into the kitchen to light a candle, and thinking the cat's shining fiery eyes were live coals, he held a match to them to light it. But the cat did not understand the joke, flew in his face, spat at him, and scratched. He was dreadfully frightened, ran away, and was going out of the back door, when the dog, who was lying there, jumped up and bit him in the leg. As he ran through the yard past the dunghill, the donkey gave him a good kick with his hind foot, and the cock, being awakened and made quite lively by the noise, called out from the hen roost,
"Cock-a-doodle-doo!"
The robber ran as hard as he could back to the captain and said, "Oh dear, in the house sits a horrid old witch who blew at me and scratched my face with her long fingers. And by the door stands a man with a knife who stabbed me in the leg. And in the yard lies a black monster who hit me with a club. And up on the roof there sits the judge who called out,
'Bring the rascal up here!'
So I made the best of my way off." From that time the robbers never trusted themselves again in the house. But the four musicians liked it so well that they could not make up their minds to leave it, and spent there the remainder of their days, as the last person who told the story is ready to avouch for a fact. End of The Bremen Town Musicians. Recording by Janet Shipman, Rochester, New York, USA.
Section 13 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Anita Slusser. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Riquet with the Tuft. Once upon a time a queen had a little son who was so ugly and ill-made that for a long time the poor little baby was thought hardly human. However, a good fairy who presided at his birth assured his mother that though ugly, he would have so much sense and wit that he would never be disagreeable. Moreover, she bestowed on him the power of communicating these gifts to the person he should love best in the world. At this the queen was a little comforted, and became still more so when, as soon as he could speak, the infant began to say such pretty and clever things that everybody was charmed with him. I forgot to mention that his name was Riquet with the Tuft, because he was born with a curious tuft of hair on the top of his head. 7 or 8 years after this, the queen of a neighbouring country had 2 little daughters, twins, at whose birth the same fairy presided. The elder twin was more beautiful than the day, the younger so extremely ugly that the mother's extravagant joy in the first was all turned to grief about the second. So in order to calm her feelings, the fairy told her that one daughter should be as stupid as she was pretty, while the other would grow up so clever and charming that nobody would miss her want of beauty. "Heaven grant it," sighed the queen, "but are there no means of giving a little sense to the one who is so beautiful?" "I can do nothing for her, madam," returned the fairy, "nothing as regards her own fortunes, but I grant her the power of making the person who best pleases her as handsome as herself." Accordingly, as the young princesses grew up, their perfections grew with them, and nothing was spoken of but the beauty of the elder and the wit of the younger. True, their faults increased equally. The one became uglier, and the other more stupid, day by day. Unlucky fair one! She never had a word to say for herself, or else it was the silliest word imaginable, and she was so awkward that she could not place 4 teacups in a row without breaking at least one of them, nor drink a glass of water without spilling half of it over her clothes. Beauty is a great charm, yet whenever the sisters went out together, those who were attracted by the elder's lovely face, in less than half an hour were sure to be seen at the side of the younger, laughing at her witty and pleasant sayings, and altogether deserting the poor beauty, who had just sense enough to find it out, and to feel that she would have given all her good looks for 1/2 of her sister's talents. One day, when she had hid herself in a wood, and was crying over her hard fate, she saw coming towards her a little man, very ugly, but magnificently dressed. Who should this be but Prince Riquet with the tuft? He had seen her portrait, had fallen desperately in love with her, and secretly quitted his father's kingdom, that he might have the pleasure of meeting her. Delighted to find her alone, he came forward with all the respect and politeness imaginable, but he could not help noticing how very melancholy she was, and that all the elegant compliments he made her did not seem to affect her in the least. "I cannot comprehend, madam," said he, "how so charming and lovely a lady can be so very sad. Never did I see anyone who could at all compare with you." "That's all you know," said the princess, and stopped. "Beauty," continued the prince, sighing, "is so great an advantage that if one possessed it, one would never trouble oneself about anything else. I wish I were as ugly as you, and had some sense, rather than be handsome as I am, and such a fool." "Madam," said Riquet politely, though her speech was not exactly civil, "nothing shows intellect so much as the modesty of believing one does not possess it." "I don't know that, but I know I am a great fool, and it vexes me so that I wish I was dead," cried the princess bitterly. "If that is all, madam, I can easily put an end to your grief, for I have the power of making the person I love best as clever as I please. I will do it, provided you consent to marry me." The princess stood dumb with astonishment. She to marry that little frightful creature, scarcely a man at all. "I see," said Riquet, "that my proposal offends and grieves you. Well, I will give you a year to consider it." Now the young lady was so stupid that she thought a year's end was a long way off, so long that it seemed as if it might not come at all, or something might happen between whiles. And she had such a longing to be clever and admired that she thought at all risks she would accept the chance of becoming so. Accordingly, she promised Riquet to marry him that day 12-month. No sooner had she said it than she felt herself quite another being. She found she could at once say anything she chose, and say it in the most graceful and brilliant way. She began a lively conversation with Prince Riquet, and chattered so fast and so wittily that he began to be afraid he had given her so much cleverness as to leave himself none. When she returned to the palace, all the court were astonished at the change. She, who had annoyed everybody by the impertinent, tasteless, or downright foolish things she uttered, now charmed everybody by her wit, her pleasantness, and her exceeding good sense. The king himself began to come to her apartment, and ask her advice in state affairs. Her mother, and indeed the whole kingdom, were delighted. The only person to be pitied was the poor younger sister, of whom nobody now took the least notice. Meantime, princes came in throngs to ask in marriage this wonderful princess, who was as clever as she was beautiful, but she found none to suit her, probably because the more sense a lady has, the more difficult she is to please. As for her promise to Riquet with the tuft, being given in the days when she was so dull and stupid, it now never once came into her head, until one day, being quite perplexed by her numerous suitors, she went to take a solitary walk and think the matter over, when by chance she came into the same wood where she had met the prince. There, all of a sudden, she thought she heard a queer running and chattering underground. "Fetch me that spit," cried one. "Put some more wood on that fire," said another, and by the earth opened, showing a great kitchen filled with cooks, cooking a splendid banquet. They were all working merrily at their several duties, and singing together in the most lively chorus. "What is this all about?" asked the amazed princess. "If you please, madam," replied the head cook politely, "we are cooking the wedding dinner of Prince Riquet with the tuft, who is to be married tomorrow." "Tomorrow!" cried the princess, all at once recollecting her promise, at which she was so frightened that she thought she should have fallen to the earth. Greater still was her alarm, when at only a few steps' distance she beheld Riquet dressed splendidly like a prince and a bridegroom. "You see me, princess, exact to my word, and I doubt not you are the same, come to make me the happiest of mankind." "Prince," said the lady frankly, "I must confess that such was not my intention, and I fear I shall never be able to do as you desire." "You surprise me, madam." "I can well believe it, and if I had to do with a brute instead of a gentleman of sense and feeling, I should be very uneasy," returned she. "But since I speak with the cleverest man in the world, I am sure he will hear reason, and will not bind me, now a sensible woman, to a promise I made when I was only a fool." "If I were a fool myself, madam, I might well complain of your broken promise, and being, as you say, a man of sense, should I not complain of what takes away all the happiness of my life? Tell me candidly, is there anything in me, except my ugliness, which displeases you? Do you object to my birth, my temper, my manners?" "No, truly," replied the princess. "I like everything in you except—" and she hesitated courteously, "except your appearance." "Then, madam, I need not lose my happiness, for if I have the gift of making clever whosoever I love best, you also are able to make the person you prefer as handsome as ever you please. Could you love me enough to do that?" "I think I could," said the princess, and her heart being greatly softened towards him, she wished that he might become the handsomest prince in all the world. No sooner had she done so than Riquet with the tuft appeared in her eyes the most elegant young man she had ever seen. Ill-natured people have said that this was no fairy gift, but that love created the change. They declare that the princess, when she thought over her lover's perseverance, patience, good humour, and discretion, and counted his numerous fine qualities of mind and disposition, saw no longer the deformity of his body or the plainness of his features, that his hump was merely an exaggerated stoop, and his awkward movements became only an interesting eccentricity. Nay, even his eyes, which squinted terribly, seemed always looking on all sides for her, in token of his violent love, and his great red nose gave him an air very martial and heroic. However this may be, it is certain that the princess married him, that either she retained her good sense, or he never felt the want of it, and he never again became ugly, or at least not in his wife's eyes. So they both lived very happily until they died. End of Riquet with the Tuft.
Section 14 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. House Island. There lived in Norway, not far from the city of Drontheim, a rich and prosperous gentleman. He had an only daughter, called Aslog, the fame of whose beauty spread far and wide. The greatest men of the country sought her, but all were alike unsuccessful in their suit. Her father, who thought his daughter delayed her choice only that she might choose the better, forbore to interfere, and exulted in her prudence. But when at length the richest and noblest had tried their fortune with as little success as the rest, he grew angry, called his daughter, and said to her, "Hitherto I have left you to your free choice, but since I see that you reject all without any distinction, and the very best of your suitors seem not good enough for you, I will keep measures no longer with you. What! Shall my family become extinct, and my inheritance pass away into the hands of strangers? I will break your stubborn spirit. I give you now till the festival of the great winter night. By that time you must make your decision, or prepare to accept the husband whom I myself shall select." Now Aslog secretly loved a youth named Orm, handsome, noble, and brave. She loved him with her whole soul, and would sooner die than bestow her hand on another. But Orm was poor, and poverty compelled him to keep his love as secret as her own. When Aslog saw the darkness of her father's countenance, and heard his angry words, she turned pale as death, for she knew his temper, and doubted not but that he would put his threats into execution. Without uttering a word in reply, she retired to her chamber, and pondered vainly how to escape the storm that hung over her. The great festival approached nearer and nearer, and her anguish increased every day. At last the lovers resolved on flight. Orm knew a secure place where they could hide until they found an opportunity of quitting the country. So at night, when all were asleep, he led the trembling Aslog over the snow and ice fields away to the mountains. The moon and the stars lighted them on their way. They had under their arms a few articles of dress and some skins of animals, which were all they could carry. They ascended the mountains the whole night long, till they reached a lonely spot enclosed with lofty rocks. Here Orm conducted the weary Aslog into a cave, the low and narrow entrance to which was hardly perceptible. But it soon enlarged to a great hall, reaching deep into the mountain. He kindled a fire, and they now, reposing on their skins, sat in the deepest solitude, far away from all the world. Orm was the first who had discovered this cave, which is shown to this very day. But as no one then knew anything of it, they were safe from the pursuit of Aslog's father. They passed the whole winter in this retirement, content and even happy, for they knew they were married and belonged to one another, and no cruel father could separate them more. Orm used to go a-hunting, and Aslog stayed at home in the cave, minded the fire, and prepared the necessary food. Frequently did she mount the points of the rocks, but her eyes, did they wander ever so far, saw only glittering snow-fields. The spring now came on. The woods were green, the meadows put on their various colors. People began to wander out for summer pleasuring, and Aslog could but rarely and with circumspection venture to leave the cave. One evening Orm came in with the intelligence that he had recognized her father's servants in the distance, and that he could hardly have been unobserved by them. "They will surround this place," continued he, "and never rest till they have found us. We must quit our retreat, then, without a moment's delay." They accordingly descended on the other side of the mountain, and reached the strand, where they fortunately found a boat. Orm pushed off, and the boat drove into the open sea. They had escaped their pursuers, but they were now exposed to dangers of another kind. Whither should they turn? They could not venture to land, for Aslog's father was lord of the whole coast, and they would ineffably fall into his hands. Nothing then remained for them but to commit their bark to the wind and waves. They were driven along the entire night. At break of day the coast had disappeared, and they saw nothing but the sky, the sea, and the waves. They had not brought one morsel of food with them, and thirst and hunger began now to torment them. 3 days did they toss about in this state of misery, and Aslog, faint and exhausted, saw nothing but certain death before her. At length, on the evening of the 3rd day, they discovered an island of tolerable magnitude, and surrounded by a number of smaller ones. Orm immediately steered for it, but just as he came near it, there suddenly rose a violent wind, and the sea rolled every moment higher and higher. He turned about with a view of approaching it on another side, but with no better success. His vessel, as often as it neared the island, was driven back as if by an invisible power. "God help us!" he cried, and crossed himself, and looked on poor Aslog, who seemed to be dying of weakness before his eyes. But scarcely had the exclamation passed his lips, when the storm ceased, the waves subsided, and the vessel came to the shore without encountering any hindrance. Orm jumped out on the beach. Some mussels that he found on the strand strengthened and revived the exhausted Aslog, so that she was soon able to leave the boat. The island was overgrown with low dwarf shrubs, and seemed to be uninhabited. But when they reached the middle of it, they discovered a house, which appeared to be half under the surface of the earth. In the hope of meeting with human help, The wanderers approached it. They listened, but the most perfect silence reigned there. Orm at length opened the door, and they both walked in. But what was their surprise to find everything regulated and arranged as if for inhabitants, yet not a single living creature visible. The fire was burning on the hearth in the middle of the room, and a kettle with fish hung on it, apparently only waiting for someone to take it up and eat it. The beds were made and ready to receive their wearied tenants. Orm and Aslog stood for some time dubious, and looked on with a certain degree of awe. But at last, overcome by hunger, they took up the food and ate. When they had satisfied their appetites, and still discovered no human being, they gave way to weariness, and laid themselves in the beds, which looked so peaceful and inviting to their wearied limbs. They had expected to be awakened in the night by the owners of the house on their return home, but their expectation was not fulfilled. They slept undisturbed till the morning sun shone in upon them. No one appeared on any of the following days, and it seemed as if some invisible power had made ready the house for their reception. They spent the whole summer in perfect happiness. They were, to be sure, solitary, yet they did not miss mankind. The wild birds' eggs, and the fish they caught, yielded them provisions in abundance. When autumn came, Aslog brought forth a son. In the midst of their joy at this, they were surprised by a wonderful apparition. The door opened on a sudden, and an old woman stepped in. She wore a handsome blue dress. There was something proud, but at the same time something strange in her appearance. "Do not be afraid," said she, "at my unexpected appearance. I am the owner of this house, and I thank you for the clean and neat state in which you have kept it, and for the good order in which I find everything with you. I would willingly have come sooner, but I had no power to do so till this little heathen," pointing to the new-born babe, "was come to the light. Now I have free access. Only fetch no priest from the mainland to christen it, or I must depart again. If you will in this matter comply with my wishes, you may not only continue to live here, but all the good that you ever can wish for I will do you. Whatever you take in hand shall prosper. Good luck shall follow you wherever you go. But break this condition, and depend upon it, then misfortune after misfortune will come on you, and even on this child will I avenge myself. If you want anything or are in danger, you have only to pronounce my name 3 times, and I will appear and lend you assistance. I am of the race of the old giants, and my name is Guru. But beware of uttering in my presence the name of him whom no giant may hear of, and never venture to make the sign of the cross, or to cut it on beam or board in the house. You may dwell in this house the whole year long, only be so good as to give it up to me on Yule evening, when the sun is at the lowest, as then we celebrate our great festival, and then only are we permitted to be merry. At least, if you should not be willing to go out of the house, keep yourselves up in the loft, as quiet as possible, the whole day long, and as you value your lives, do not look down into the room below until midnight is past. After that you may take possession of everything again." When the old woman had thus spoken, she vanished, and Aslog and Orm lived without any disturbance, contented and happy. Orm never made a cast of his net without getting a plentiful draught. He never shot an arrow from his bow that it was not sure to hit. In short, whatever they took in hand, were it ever so trifling, evidently prospered. When Christmas came, they cleaned up the house in the best manner, set everything in order, kindled a fire on the hearth, and as the twilight approached, they went up to the loft, where they remained quite still and quiet. At length it grew dark. They thought they heard a sound of whizzing and snorting in the air, such as the swans used to make in the winter time. There was a hole in the roof over the fireplace, which might be opened and shut, either to let in light from above, or to afford a free passage for the smoke. Orm lifted up the lid, which was covered with a skin, and put out his head. But what a wonderful sight then presented itself to his eyes! The little islands around were all lit up with countless blue lights, which moved about without ceasing, jumped up and down, then skipped to the shore, assembled together, and came nearer and nearer to the large island where Orm and Aslog lived. At last they reached it, and arranged themselves in a circle around a large stone not far from the shore, and which Orm well knew. But what was his surprise when he saw that the stone had now completely assumed the form of a man, though a monstrous and gigantic one! He could clearly perceive that the little blue lights were borne by dwarfs, whose pale clay-coloured faces, with their huge noses and red eyes, disfigured too by birds' bills and owls' eyes, were supported by misshapen bodies, and they tottered and wobbled about here and there, so that they seemed to be at the same time merry and in pain. Suddenly the circle opened, and the little ones retired on each side, and Guru, who was the woman Guru, whom Orm recognized immediately, though she had risen in stature and size, so as to be almost as gigantic as the stone man, advanced towards it. She threw both arms around the image, which immediately seemed to receive life and motion. Then the dwarfs, with wonderful capers and grimaces, began a song, or, to speak more properly, a howl, with which the whole island resounded and almost trembled at the noise. Orm, quite terrified, drew in his head, and he and Aslog remained in the dark, so still that they hardly ventured to draw their breath. The procession moved on towards the house, as might be clearly perceived by the nearer approach of the shouting and crying. They were now all come in, light and active. The dwarfs were heard jumping about on the benches, and heavy and loud sounded, at the intervals, the steps of the giants. Orm and his wife listened to the clattering of the plates, and the shouts of joy with which they celebrated their banquet. When it was over, and midnight drew near, they began to dance to that ravishing fairy tune, which some have heard in the rocky glens, and learned by listening to the underground musicians. As soon as Aslog caught the sound of this air, she felt an irresistible longing to see the dance. Nor was Orm able to keep her back. "Let me look," she said, "or my heart will burst." She took her child, and placed herself at the extreme end of the loft, whence, without being observed, she could see all that passed. Long did she gaze, without taking off her eyes for an instant, on the dance, on the bold and wonderful springs of the little creatures, who seemed to float in the air, and not so much as to touch the ground, while the ravishing melody of the elves filled her whole soul. The child, meanwhile, which lay in her arms, grew sleepy and drew its breath heavily, and without ever thinking on the promise she had given the old woman, she made, as is usual, the sign of the cross over the mouth of the child, and said, "Christ bless you, my babe." The instant she had spoken the word, there was raised a horrible, piercing cry. The dwarfs tumbled head over heels out at the door with terrible crushing and crowding. Their lights went out in a few minutes. The whole house was clear of them and left desolate. Orm and Aslog, frightened to death, hid themselves in the most retired nook they could find. They did not venture to stir till daybreak, and not till the sun shone through the hole in the roof down on the fireplace did they feel courage enough to descend from the loft. The table remained still covered as the underground people had left it. All their vessels, which were of silver, and manufactured in the most beautiful manner, lay upon it. In the middle of the room there stood upon the ground a huge copper kettle, half full of sweet mead, and by the side of it a drinking horn of pure gold. In the corner rested against the wall a stringed instrument, not unlike a dulcimer, which, as people believe, the giantesses used to play on. They gazed on what was before them, full of admiration, but without venturing to lay their hands on anything. How great and fearful was their amazement, when, on turning about, they saw sitting at the table an immense figure, which Orm instantly recognized as the giant whom Guru had animated by her embrace. He was now a cold and hard stone. While they were standing gazing on it, Guru herself entered the room in her giant form. She wept so bitterly that her tears trickled down on the ground. It was long ere her sobbing permitted her to utter a single word. At last she spoke. "Great affliction have you brought on me, and henceforth I must weep while I live. Yet, as I know that you have not done this with evil intentions, I forgive you, though it were a trifle for me to crush the whole house like an eggshell over your heads." "What have we done?" cried Orm and Aslog, penetrated with the deepest sorrow. "Alas!" answered she, "my husband, whom I love more than myself, there he sits, petrified for ever. Never again will he open his eyes. 300 years lived I with my father on the island of Kunan, happy in the innocence of youth, as the fairest among the giant maidens. Mighty heroes sued for my hand. The sea around the islands is still filled with the rocky fragments which they hurled against each other in their combats. Andfind won the victory, and I plighted myself to him. But ere I was married came the detestable Odin into the country, who overcame my father and drove us all from the island. My father and sisters fled to the mountains, and since that time my eyes have beheld them no more. Andfind and I saved ourselves on this island, where we for a long time lived in peace and quiet, and thought it would never be interrupted. But destiny, which no one escapes, had determined it otherwise. Olaf came from Britain. They called him the Holy, and Andfind instantly found that his voyage would be inauspicious to the giants. When he heard how Olaf's ship rushed through the waves, he went down to the strand and blew the sea against him with all his strength. The waves swelled up like mountains, but Olaf was still more mighty than he. His ship flew unchecked through the billows like an arrow from a bow. He steered direct for our island. When the ship was so near that Andfind thought he could reach it with his hands, he grasped at the forepart with his right hand, and was about to drag it down to the bottom, as he had often done with other ships. But Olaf, the terrible Olaf, stepped forward, and crossing his hands over each other, he cried with a loud voice, "Stand there as a stone till the last day!" And in the same instant my unhappy husband became a mass of rock. The ship sailed on unimpeded, and ran direct against the mountain, which it cut through, and separated from it the little island which lies out yonder. Ere have I passed my life alone and forlorn. On Yule Eve alone can petrified giants receive back their life for the space of 7 hours, if one of their race embraces them, and is at the same time willing to sacrifice 100 years. I love my husband too well not to bring him back to life every time that I could do it, even at this price, and I have not even counted how often I have done it, that I might not know the hour when I myself should share his fate, and at the moment when I threw my arms around him become stone like him. But alas! even this comfort is taken from me. I can never more by any embrace awake him. He has heard the name which I dare not utter, and never again will he see the light until the dawn of the last day shall bring it. I now go hence, and you will behold me no more. All that is here in the house I give you. My dulcimer alone will I keep. But let no one venture to fix his habitation on the small islands that lie around here. There dwell the little underground people whom you saw at the festival, and I will protect them as long as I live." With these words Guru vanished. The next spring Orm took the golden horn and the silverware to Drontheim, where no one knew him. The value of these precious metals was so great that he was able to purchase everything requisite for a wealthy man. He laded his ship with his purchases, and returned back to the island, where he spent many years in unalloyed happiness, and Aslog's father was soon reconciled to his wealthy son-in-law. The huge image remained sitting in the house. No human power was able to move it. So hard was the stone that hammer and axe flew in pieces, without making the slightest impression upon it. The giant sat there till a holy man came to the island, who with one single word removed him back to his former station, where he stands to this hour. The copper kettle, which the underground people left behind them, was preserved as a memorial upon the island, which bears the name of House Island to the present day. End of House Island. Recorded by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine.
Section 15 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by ElleyKat. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Snow White and Rose Red. A poor widow lived alone in a little cottage, in front of which was a garden, where stood two little rose trees. One bore white roses, the other red. The widow had two children, who resembled the two rose trees. One was called Snow White, and the other Rose Red. They were two of the best children that ever lived, but Snow White was quieter and more gentle than Rose Red. Rose Red liked best to jump about in the meadows, to look for flowers and catch butterflies, but Snow White sat at home with her mother, helped her in the house, or read to her when there was nothing else to do. The two children loved one another so much that they always walked hand in hand, and when Snow White said, "We will not forsake one another," Rose Red answered, "Never, as long as we live." And the mother added, "Yes, my children, whatever one has, let her divide with the other." They often ran about in solitary places, and gathered red berries, and the wild creatures of the wood never hurt them, but came confidingly up to them. The little hare ate cabbage leaves out of their hands, the doe grazed at their side, the stag sprang merrily past them, and the birds remained sitting on the boughs, and never ceased their songs. They met with no accident if they loitered in the wood and night came on. They lay down together on the moss, and slept till morning. And the mother knew this, and was in no anxiety about them. Once, when they had spent the night in the wood, and the red morning awoke them, they saw a beautiful child in a shining white dress sitting by the place where they had slept, who, arising, and looking at them kindly, said nothing, but went into the wood. And when they looked round, they found out that they had been sleeping so close to a precipice, and would certainly have fallen down it if they had gone a few steps further in the dark. Their mother told them it must have been an angel that takes care of good children, who had sat by them all night long. Snow White and Rose Red kept their mother's cottage so clean that it was a pleasure to look into it. In the summer, Rose Red managed the house, and every morning she gathered a nosegay, in which was a rose off each tree, and set it by her mother's bed before she awoke. In winter, Snow White lighted the fire, and hung the kettle on the hook, and though it was only copper it shone like gold, it was rubbed so clean. In the evening, when the snow fell, the mother said, "Go, Snow White, and bolt the door." And then they seated themselves on the hearth, and the mother took her spectacles, and read aloud out of a great book, and the two girls listened and sat and span. Near them lay a lamb on the floor, and behind them, on a perch, sat a white dove with its head under its wing. One evening, as they were thus happy together, some one knocked to be let in. The mother said, "Quick, Rose Red, open the door. Perhaps it is a traveller who seeks shelter." Rose Red went and pushed the bolt back, and thought it was a poor man, but a bear stretched his thick black head into the door. Rose Red screamed and sprang back. The little lamb bleated, the little dove fluttered about, and Snow White hid herself behind her mother's bed. However, the bear began to speak and said, "Do not be frightened, I will do you no harm. I am half frozen, and only want to warm myself a little." "You poor bear," said the mother, "lay yourself down by the fire, only take care your fur does not burn." Then she called out, "Snow White and Rose Red, come out. The bear will not hurt you, he means honestly by us." Then they both came out, and by degrees the lamb and the dove also approached, and ceased to be afraid. The bear said, "Children, knock the snow a little out of my fur." And they fetched a broom, and swept the bear's skin clean, and he stretched himself before the fire and growled softly, like a bear that was quite happy and comfortable. In a short time they all became quite friendly together, and the children played tricks with the awkward guest. They pulled his hair, set their feet on his back, and rolled him here and there, or took a hazel rod and beat him, and when he growled they laughed. The bear was very much pleased with this frolic, only when they became too mischievous he called out, "Children, leave me alone! Little Snow White and Rose Red, you will strike your lover dead." When bedtime came, and the others went to sleep, the mother said to the bear, "You can lie there on the hearth, and then you will be sheltered from the cold and the bad weather." At daybreak the two children let him out, and he trotted over the snow into the wood. Henceforward the bear came every evening at the same hour, laid himself on the hearth, and allowed the children to play with him as much as they liked, and they became so used to him, that the door was never bolted until their black companion had arrived. When spring came, and everything was green out of doors,
the bear said one morning to Snow White, "Now I must go away, and may not come again the whole summer." "Where are you going, dear bear?" asked Snow White. "I must go into the wood, and guard my treasures from the bad dwarfs. In winter, when the ground is frozen hard, they have to stay underneath, and cannot work their way through, but now that the sun has thawed and warmed the earth, they break through, come up, seek and steal. What is once in their hands, and lies in their caverns, does not come so easily into the daylight again." Snow White was quite sorrowful at parting, and as she unbolted the door for him, and the bear ran out, the hook of the door caught him, and a piece of his skin tore off. It seemed to Snow White as if she had seen gold shining through, but she was not sure. But the bear ran quickly away, and soon disappeared behind the trees. After some time, their mother sent the children into the woods to collect faggots. They found there a large tree, which had been cut down and lay on the ground, and by the trunk something was jumping up and down, but they could not tell what it was. As they came nearer, they saw it was a dwarf, with an old withered face, and a snow-white beard a yard long. The end of the beard was stuck fast in a cleft in the tree, and the little fellow jumped about like a dog on a rope, and did not know how to help himself. He stared at the girls with his fiery red eyes, and screamed out, "Why do you stand there? Can't you come and render me some assistance?" "What is the matter with you, little man?" asked Rose Red. "Stupid little goose," answered the dwarf. "I wanted to chop the tree, so as to have some small pieces of wood for the kitchen. We only want little bits, with thick logs, the small quantity of food that we cook for ourselves. We are not like you great greedy people, burns directly. I had driven the wedge well in, and it was all going on right, but the detestable wood was too smooth and sprang out unexpectedly, and the tree closed up so quickly that I could not pull my beautiful white beard out. Now it is sticking there, and I can't get away. There, you foolish, soft milk faces! You are laughing and crying out, 'How ugly you are! How ugly you are!'" The children took a great deal of trouble, but they could not pull the beard out, it stuck too fast. "I will run and fetch somebody," said Rose Red. "You great ninny!" snarled the dwarf. "You want to call more people? You are too many for me now. Can't you think of anything better?" "Only don't be so impatient," said Snow White. "I have thought of something." And she took her little scissors out of her pocket, and cut the end of the beard off. As soon as the dwarf felt himself free, he seized the sack filled with gold that was sticking between the roots of the tree. Pulling it out, he growled to himself, "You rude people, to cut off a piece of my beautiful beard! May evil reward you!" Then he threw his sack over his shoulders and walked away, without once looking at the children. Some time afterwards, Snow White and Rose Red wished to catch some fish for dinner. As they came near the stream, they saw that something like a grasshopper was jumping towards the water, as if it were going to spring in. They ran on and recognized the dwarf. "Where are you going?" asked Rose Red. "You don't want to go into the water?" "I am not such a fool as that!" cried the dwarf. "Don't you see the detestable fish wants to pull me in?" The little fellow had been sitting there fishing, and, unluckily, the wind had entangled his beard with the line. When directly afterwards a great fish bit at his hook, the weak creature could not pull him out, so the fish was pulling the dwarf into the water. It is true he caught hold of all the reeds and rushes, but that did not help him much. He had to follow all the movements of the fish, and was in imminent danger of being drowned. The girls, coming at the right time, held him fast, and tried to get the beard loose from the line, but in vain. Beard and line were entangled fast together. There was nothing to do but pull out the scissors and to cut off the beard, in doing which a little piece was lost. When the dwarf saw that, he cried out, "Is that manners, you goose, to disfigure one's face so? Is it not enough that you once cut my beard shorter? But now you have cut the best part of it off. I dare not be seen by my people. I wish you had had to run, and had lost the soles of your shoes." Then he fetched a sack of pearls that lay among the rushes, and, without saying a word more, he dragged it away and disappeared behind a stone. Soon after, the mother sent the two girls to the town to buy cotton, needles, cord, and tape. The road led them by a heath,
scattered over which lay great masses of rock. There they saw a large bird hovering in the air. It flew round and round, just above them, always sinking lower and lower, and at last it settled down by a rock not far distant. Directly after, they heard a piercing, wailing cry. They ran up, and saw with horror that the eagle had seized their old acquaintance the dwarf, and was going to carry him off. The compassionate children instantly seized hold of the little man, held him fast, and struggled so long that the eagle let his prey go. When the dwarf had recovered from his first fright, he called out in his shrill voice, "Could you not deal rather more gently with me? You have torn my thin coat all in tatters, awkward, clumsy creatures that you are!" Then he took a sack of precious stones and slipped behind the rock again into his den. The girls, who were used to his ingratitude, went on their way and completed their business in the town. As they were coming home again over the heath, they surprised the dwarf, who had emptied his sack of precious stones on a little clean place, and had not thought that anyone would come by there so late. The evening sun shone on the glittering stones, which looked so beautiful in all their colors, that the children could not help standing still to gaze. "Why do you stand there gaping?" cried the dwarf, his ash-colored face turning vermilion with anger. With these cross words he was going away, when he heard a loud roaring, and a black bear trotted out of the woods towards them. The dwarf sprang up terrified, but he could not get to his lurking hole again. The bear was already close upon him. Then he called out in anguish, "Dear Mr. Bear, spare me, and you shall have all my treasures. Look at the beautiful precious stones that lie here. Give me my life. For what do you want with a poor, thin little fellow like me? You would scarcely feel me between your teeth. Rather seize those two wicked girls. They will be tender morsels for you, as fat as young quails. Pray eat them at once." The bear, without troubling himself to answer, gave the malicious creature one single stroke with his paw, and he did not move again. The girls had run away, but the bear called after them, "Snow White and Rose Red, do not be frightened. Wait, I will go with you." Recognizing the voice of their old friend, they stood still, and when the bear came up to them his skin suddenly fell off, and behold, he was not a bear, but a handsome young man dressed all in gold. "I am a king's son," said he. "I was changed by the wicked dwarf, who had stolen all my treasures, into a wild bear, and obliged to run about the wood until I should be freed by his death. Now he has received his well-deserved punishment." So they all went home together to the widow's cottage, and Snow White was married to the prince, and Rose Red to his brother. They divided between them the great treasures which the dwarf had amassed. The old mother lived many quiet and happy years with her children, but when she left her cottage for the palace, she took the two rose trees with her, and they stood before her window and bore every year the most beautiful roses, one white and the other red. End of Snow White and Rose Red.
Section 16 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Jack and the Bean-Stalk. In the days of King Alfred there lived a poor woman whose cottage was in a remote country village many miles from London. She had been a widow some years, and had an only child named Jack, whom she indulged so much that he never paid the least attention to anything she said, but was indolent, careless, and extravagant. His follies were not owing to a bad disposition, but to his mother's foolish partiality. By degrees he spent all that she had. Scarcely anything remained but a cow. One day, for the first time in her life, she reproached him. "Cruel, cruel boy, you have at last brought me to beggary. I have not money enough to purchase even a bit of bread. Nothing now remains to sell but my poor cow. I am sorry to part with her. It grieves me sadly, but we cannot starve." For a few minutes Jack felt remorse, but it was soon over, and he began asking his mother to let him sell the cow at the next village, teasing her so much that she at last consented. As he was going along, he met a butcher, who inquired why he was driving the cow from home. Jack replied he was going to sell it. The butcher held some curious beans in his hat. They were of various colours, and attracted Jack's attention. This did not pass unnoticed by the man, who, knowing Jack's easy temper, thought now was the time to take advantage of it, and determined not to let slip so good an opportunity, asked what was the price of the cow, offering at the same time all the beans in his hat for her. The silly boy could not conceal the pleasure he felt for what he supposed so great an offer. The bargain was struck instantly, and the cow exchanged for a few paltry beans. Jack made the best of his way home, calling aloud to his mother before he reached the door, thinking to surprise her. When she saw the beans, and heard Jack's account, her patience quite forsook her. She tossed the beans out of the window, where they fell on the garden bed below. Then she threw her apron over her head, and cried bitterly. Jack attempted to console her, but in vain, and, not having anything to eat, they both went supperless to bed. Jack awoke early in the morning, and seeing something uncommon darkening the window of his bedchamber, ran downstairs into the garden, where he found some of the beans had taken root, and sprung up surprisingly. The stalks were of an immense thickness, and had twined together until they formed a ladder, like a chain, and so high that the top appeared to be lost in the clouds. Jack was an adventurous lad. He determined to climb up to the top, and ran to tell his mother, not doubting but that she would be equally pleased with himself. She declared that he should not go, said it would break her heart if he did, entreated and threatened, but all in vain. Jack set out, and after climbing for some hours, reached the top of the beanstalk, quite exhausted. Looking around, he found himself in a strange country. It appeared to be a barren desert. Not a tree, shrub, house, or living creature was to be seen. Here and there were scattered fragments of stone, and at unequal distances small heaps of earth were loosely thrown together. Jack seated himself pensively upon a block of stone, and thought of his mother. He reflected with sorrow upon his disobedience in climbing the beanstalk against her will, and concluded that he must die of hunger. However, he walked on, hoping to see a house, where he might beg something to eat and drink. He did not find it, but he saw at a distance a beautiful lady walking all alone. She was elegantly clad, and carried a white wand, at the top of which sat a peacock of pure gold. Jack, who was a gallant fellow, went straight up to her, when, with a bewitching smile, she asked him how he came there. He told her all about the beanstalk. The lady answered him by a question. "Do you remember your father, young man?" "No, madam, but I am sure there is some mystery about him, for when I name him to my mother, she always begins to weep and will tell me nothing." "She dare not," replied the lady, "but I can and will. For know, young man, that I am a fairy, and was your father's guardian. But fairies are bound by laws as well as mortals, and by an error of mine I lost my power for a term of years, so that I was unable to succor your father when he most needed it, and he died." Here the fairy looked so sorrowful that Jack's heart warmed to her, and he begged her earnestly to tell him more. "I will, only you must promise to obey me in everything, or you will perish yourself." Jack was brave, and besides, his fortunes were so bad that they could not well be worse, so he promised. The fairy continued, "Your father, Jack, was a most excellent, amiable, generous man. He had a good wife, faithful servants, plenty of money, but he had one misfortune, a false friend. This was a giant whom he had succored in misfortune, and who returned his kindness by murdering him, and seizing on all his property, also making your mother take a solemn oath that she would never tell you anything about your father, or he would murder both her and you. Then he turned her off with you in her arms, to wander about the wide world as she might. I could not help her, as my power only returned on the day you went to sell your cow." "It was I," added the fairy, "who impelled you to take the beans, who made the beanstalk grow, and inspired you with the desire to climb it, to this strange country. For it is here the wicked giant lives who was your father's destroyer. It is you who must avenge him, and rid the world of a monster who never will do anything but evil. I will assist you. You may lawfully take possession of his house and all his riches, for everything he has belonged to your father, and is therefore yours. Now, farewell. Do not let your mother know you are acquainted with your father's history. This is my command, and if you disobey me, you will suffer for it. Now, go." Jack asked where he was to go. "Along the direct road till you see the house where the giant lives. You must then act according to your own just judgment, and I will guide you if any difficulty arises. Farewell." She bestowed on the youth a benignant smile and vanished. Jack pursued his journey. He walked on till after sunset, when, to his great joy, he espied a large mansion. A plain-looking woman was at the door. He accosted her, begging she would give him a morsel of bread and a night's lodging. She expressed the greatest surprise, and said it was quite uncommon to see a human being near their house, for it was well known that her husband was a powerful giant, who would never eat anything but human flesh, if he could possibly get it, and he would walk 50 miles to procure it, usually being out the whole day for that purpose. This account greatly terrified Jack, but still he hoped to elude the giant, and therefore he again entreated the woman to take him in for one night only, and hide him where she thought proper. She at last suffered herself to be persuaded, for she was of a compassionate and generous disposition, and took him into the house. First they entered a fine large hall, magnificently furnished. Then they passed through several spacious rooms, in the same style of grandeur, but all appeared forsaken and desolate. A long gallery came next. It was very dark, just light enough to show that, instead of a wall on one side, there was a grating of iron, which parted off a dismal dungeon, from whence issued the groans of those victims whom the cruel giant reserved in confinement for his own voracious appetite. Poor Jack was half dead with fear, and would have given the world to have been with his mother again, for he now began to doubt if he should ever see her more. He even mistrusted the good woman, and thought she had let him into the house for no other purpose than to lock him up among the unfortunate people in the dungeon. However, she bade Jack sit down, and gave him plenty to eat and drink, and he, not seeing anything to make him uncomfortable, soon forgot his fear, and was just beginning to enjoy himself, when he was startled by a loud knocking at the outer door, which made the whole house shake. "Ah, that's the giant, and if he sees you, he will kill you and me too," cried the poor woman, trembling all over. "What shall I do?" "Hide me in the oven," cried Jack, now as bold as a lion at the thought of being face to face with his father's cruel murderer. So he crept into the oven, for there was no fire near it, and listened to the giant's loud voice and heavy step as he went up and down the kitchen scolding his wife. At last he seated himself at table, and Jack, peeping through a crevice in the oven, was amazed to see what a quantity of food he devoured. It seemed as if he would never have done eating and drinking. But he did at last, and, leaning back, called to his wife in a voice like thunder, "Bring me my hen." She obeyed, and placed upon the table a very beautiful live hen. "Lay!" roared the giant, and the hen laid immediately an egg of solid gold. "Lay another!" And every time the giant said this, the hen laid a larger egg than before. He amused himself a long time with this hen, and then sent his wife to bed, while he fell asleep by the fireside, and snored like the roaring of a cannon. As soon as he was asleep, Jack crept out of the oven, seized the hen, and ran off with her. He got safely out of the house, and finding his way along the road he came, reached the top of the beanstalk, which he descended in safety. His mother was overjoyed to see him. She thought he had come to some ill end. "Not a bit of it, mother. Look here," and he showed her the hen. "Now lay," and the hen obeyed him as readily as the giant, and laid as many golden eggs as he desired. These eggs being sold, Jack and his mother got plenty of money, and for some months lived very happily together, till Jack got another great longing to climb the beanstalk, and carry away some more of the giant's riches. He had told his mother of his adventure, but had been very careful not to say a word about his father. He thought of his journey again and again, but still he could not summon resolution enough to break it to his mother, being well assured that she would endeavor to prevent his going. However, one day he told her boldly that he must take another journey up the beanstalk. She begged and prayed him not to think of it, and tried all in her power to dissuade him. She told him that the giant's wife would certainly know him again, and that the giant would desire nothing better than to get him into his power, that he might put him to a cruel death, in order to be revenged for the loss of his hen. Jack, finding that all his arguments were useless, ceased speaking, though resolved to go at all events. He had a dress prepared which would disguise him, and something to colour his skin. He thought it impossible for anyone to recollect him in this dress. A few mornings after, he rose very early, and, unperceived by anyone, climbed the beanstalk a second time. He was greatly fatigued when he reached the top, and very hungry. Having rested some time on one of the stones, he pursued his journey to the giant's mansion, which he reached late in the evening. The woman was at the door as before. Jack addressed her, at the same time telling her a pitiful tale, and requesting that she would give him some victuals and drink, and also a night's lodging. She told him, what he knew before very well, about her husband's being a powerful and cruel giant, and also that she had one night admitted a poor, hungry, friendless boy, that the little ungrateful fellow had stolen one of the giant's treasures, and ever since that her husband had been worse than before, using her very cruelly, and continually upbraiding her with being the cause of his misfortune. Jack felt sorry for her, but confessed nothing, and did his best to persuade her to admit him, but found it a very hard task. At last she consented, and as she led the way, Jack observed that everything was just as he had found it before. She took him into the kitchen, and after he had done eating and drinking, she hid him in an old lumber closet. The giant returned at the usual time, and walked in so heavily that the house was shaken to its foundation. He seated himself by the fire, and soon after exclaimed, "Wife, I smell fresh meat." The wife replied it was the crows, which had brought a piece of raw meat, and left it at the top of the house. While supper was preparing, the giant was very ill-tempered and impatient, frequently lifting up his hand to strike the wife for not being quick enough. He was also continually upbraiding her with the loss of his wonderful hen. At last, having ended his supper, he cried, "Give me something to amuse me, my harp or my money-bags." "Which will you have, my dear?" said the wife humbly. "My money-bags, because they are the heaviest to carry," thundered he. She brought them, staggering under the weight, 2 bags, one filled with new guineas, and the other with new shillings. She emptied them out on the table, and the giant began counting them in great glee. "Now you may go to bed, you old fool," and the wife crept away. Jack from his hiding place watched the counting of the money, which he knew was his poor father's, and wished it was his own. It would give him much less trouble than going about selling the golden eggs. The giant, little thinking he was so narrowly observed, reckoned it all up, and then replaced it in the 2 bags, which he tied up very carefully and put beside his chair, with his little dog to guard them. At last he fell asleep, as before, and snored so loud that Jack compared this noise to the roaring of the sea in a high wind, when the tide is coming in. At last Jack, concluding all secure, stole out, in order to carry off the 2 bags of money, but just as he laid his hand upon one of them, the little dog, which he had not perceived before, started from under the giant's chair, and barked most furiously. Instead of endeavouring to escape, Jack stood still, though expecting his enemy to awake every instant. Contrary, however, to his expectation, the giant continued in a sound sleep, and Jack, seeing a piece of meat, threw it to the dog, who at once ceased barking and began to devour it. So Jack carried off the bags, one on each shoulder, but they were so heavy that it took him 2 whole days to descend the beanstalk and get back to his mother's door. When he came, he found the cottage deserted. He ran from one room to another, without being able to find any one. Then he hastened into the village, hoping to see some of the neighbors, who could inform him where he could find his mother. An old woman at last directed him to a neighboring house, where she was ill of a fever. He was greatly shocked at finding her apparently dying, and blamed himself bitterly as the cause of it all. However, at sight of her dear son, the poor woman revived, and slowly recovered health. Jack gave her his 2 money bags. They had the cottage rebuilt and well furnished, and lived happier than they had ever done before. For 3 years Jack heard no more of the Bean-Stalk, but he could not forget it, though he feared making his mother unhappy. It was in vain endeavoring to amuse himself. He became thoughtful, and would arise at the first dawn of day, and sit looking at the Bean-Stalk for hours together. His mother saw that something preyed upon his mind, and endeavored to discover the cause. But Jack knew too well what the consequences would be should she succeed. He did his utmost, therefore, to conquer the great desire he had for another journey up the Bean-Stalk. Finding, however, that his inclination grew too powerful for him, he began to make secret preparations for his journey. He got ready a new disguise, better and more complete than the former, and when summer came on the longest day he awoke as soon as it was light, and without telling his mother ascended the Bean-Stalk. He found the road, journey, etc., much as it was on the 2 former times. He arrived at the giant's mansion in the evening, and found the wife standing, as usual, at the door. Jack had disguised himself so completely that she did not appear to have the least recollection of him. However, when he pleaded hunger and poverty in order to gain admittance, he found it very difficult indeed to persuade her. At last he prevailed, and was concealed in the copper. When the giant returned, he said furiously, "I smell fresh meat." But Jack felt quite composed, as he had said so before, and had been soon satisfied. However, the giant started up suddenly, and, notwithstanding all his wife could say, he searched all round the room. Whilst this was going forward, Jack was exceedingly terrified, wishing himself at home 1,000 times. But when the giant approached the copper and put his hand upon the lid, Jack thought his death was certain. However, nothing happened, for the giant did not take the trouble to lift the lid, but sat down shortly by the fireside, and began to eat his enormous supper. When he had finished, he commanded his wife to fetch down his harp. Jack peeped under the copper lid, and saw a most beautiful harp. The giant placed it on the table, said "Play," and it played of its own accord, without anybody touching it, the most exquisite music imaginable. Jack, who was a very good musician, was delighted, and more anxious to get this than any other of his enemy's treasures. But the giant not being particularly fond of music, the harp had only the effect of lulling him to sleep earlier than usual. As for the wife, she had gone to bed as soon as ever she could. As soon as he thought all was safe, Jack got out of the copper, and, seizing the harp, was eagerly running off with it. But the harp was enchanted by a fairy, and as soon as it found itself in strange hands, it called out loudly, just as if it had been alive, "Master! Master!" The giant awoke, started up, and saw Jack scampering away as fast as his legs could carry him. "Oh, you villain! It is you who have robbed me of my hen and my money bags, and now you are stealing my harp also. Wait till I catch you, and I'll eat you up alive." "Very well, try!" shouted Jack, who was not a bit afraid, for he saw the giant was so tipsy he could hardly stand, much less run, and he himself had young legs and a clear conscience, which carry a man a long way. So, after leading the giant a considerable race, he contrived to be first at the top of the Bean-Stalk, and then scrambled down as fast as he could, the harp playing all the while the most melancholy music, till he said, "Stop!" and it stopped. Arrived at the bottom, he found his mother sitting at her cottage door, weeping silently. "Here, mother, don't cry. Just give me a hatchet. Make haste," for he knew there was not a moment to spare. He saw the giant beginning to descend the Bean-Stalk. However, it was too late. The monster's ill deeds had come to an end. Jack with his hatchet had the beanstalk close off at the root. The giant fell headlong into the garden and was killed on the spot. Instantly the fairy appeared and explained everything to Jack's mother, begging her to forgive Jack, who was his father's own son for bravery and generosity, and who would be sure to make her happy for the rest of her days. So all ended well, and nothing was ever heard or seen of the wonderful beanstalk. End of Jack and the Beanstalk.
Section 17 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Betty Perry. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Graciosa and Percinent. Once upon a time there lived a king and queen who had an only daughter. Her incomparable beauty, sweetness, and intelligence caused her to be named Graciosa. She was all her mother's joy. Every day she had given her a different dress of gold brocade, velvet, or satin, yet she was neither conceited nor boastful. She used to pass her mornings in study, and in the afternoon she sat sewing by the queen's side. She had, however, plenty of playtime, and sweetmeats without end, so that she was altogether the happiest princess alive. At the same court was an elderly young lady named Duchess Grognon, who was the very opposite of Graciosa. Her hair was fiery red, her face fat and spotty, and she had but one eye. Her mouth was so big that you might have thought she could eat you up, only she had no teeth to do it with. She was also humpbacked and lame. Of course, she could not help her ugliness, and nobody would have disliked her for that, if she had not been of such an unpleasant temper that she hated everything sweet and beautiful, and especially Graciosa. She had also a very good opinion of herself, and when anyone praised the princess would say angrily, "That is a lie! My little finger is worth her whole body!" In course of time, the queen fell sick and died, and her daughter was almost broken-hearted. So was her husband for a year, and then he began to comfort himself by hunting. One day, after a long chase, he came to a strange castle, which happened to be that of the Duchess Grognon. She, informed of his approach, went out to meet him and received him most respectfully. As he was very hot with hunting, she took him into the coolest place in the palace, which was a vaulted cave most elegantly furnished, where there were 200 barrels arranged in long rows. "Madam, are these all yours?" inquired the king. "Yes, sire, but I shall be most happy if you will condescend to taste their contents. Which wine do you prefer? Canary, Hermitage, Champagne?" And she ran over a long list out of which His Majesty made his choice. Grognon took a little hammer and struck tock tock on the cask, from which there rolled out a handful of silver money. "Nay, what is this?" said she, smiling, and passed on to the next, from which, when she tapped it, out poured a stream of gold coins. "I never saw the like! What nonsense!" And she tried the third, out of which came a heap of pearls and diamonds, so that the floor of the cave was strewn with them. "Sire," she exclaimed, "someone has robbed me of my good wine and put this rubbish in its place." "Rubbish, madam? Why, such rubbish would buy my whole kingdom." "It is yours, sire," replied the Duchess, "if you will make me your queen." The king, who was a great lover of money, replied eagerly, "Certainly, madam, I'll marry you tomorrow if you will." Grognon, highly delighted, made but one other condition, that she should have the Princess Graciosa entirely in her own rule and power, just as if she had been her real mother, to which the foolish king consented, for he thought much more of riches than he did of his child. So he and Grognon departed hand in hand out of the cave, very well pleased. When the king returned home, Graciosa ran out with joy to welcome her father, and asked him if he had had good sport in his hunting. "Yes, my child," said he, "for I have taken a dove alive." "Oh, give it me, and I will nourish and cherish it," cried the princess. "That is impossible, for it is the Duchess Grognon whom I have promised to marry." "She a dove! She is rather a hawk," sighed the princess in despair. But her father bade her hold her tongue and promise to love her stepmother, who would have over her all the authority of a mother, and to whom he wished to present her that very day. The obedient princess went to her apartment, where her nurse soon found out the sorrow in her face and its cause. "My child," said the good old woman, "princesses ought to show a good example to humbler women. Promise me to do your best to please your father and to make yourself agreeable to the stepmother he has chosen for you. She may not be so bad after all." And the nurse gave so much good advice that Graciosa began to smile and dressed herself in her best attire, a green robe embroidered with gold, while her fair, loose-falling hair was adorned, according to the fashion of the day, with a coronet of jasmine of which the leaves were made of large emeralds. Grognon, on her part, made the best of herself that was possible. She put on a high-heeled shoe to appear less lame. She padded her shoulders, dyed her red hair black, and put in a false eye, then dressed herself in a hooped petticoat of violet satin trimmed with blue, and an upper gown of yellow with green ribbons. In this costume she wished to enter the city on horseback, as she understood the queens were in the habit of doing. Meantime, Graciosa waited in fear the moment of her arrival, and to pass the time away she went all alone into a little wood, where she sobbed and wept in secret, until suddenly there appeared before her a young page whom she had never seen before. "Who are you?" she inquired, "and when did his majesty take you into his service?" "Princess," said the page, bowing, "I am in no one's service but your own. I am Percinent, a prince in my own country, so that there is no inequality of rank between us. I have loved you long and seen you often, for I have the fairy gift of making myself invisible. I might longer have concealed myself from you, but for your present sorrow, in which, however, I hope to be of both comfort and assistance, a page and yet a prince, and your faithful lover." At these words, at once tender and respectful, the princess, who had long heard of the fairy prince Percinent, felt so happy that she feared Grognon no more. They talked a little while together, and then returned to the palace, where the page assisted her to mount her horse, on which she looked so beautiful that all the new queen's splendors faded into nothing in comparison, and not one of the courtiers had eyes for any except Graciosa. As soon as Grognon saw it, "What!" cried she, "has this creature the impudence to be better mounted than myself? Descend, miss, and let me try your horse, and your page, whom everybody thinks so much of. Bid him come and hold my bridle." Prince Percinet, who was the page, cast one look at his fair Graciosa and obeyed. But no sooner had the Duchess mounted than the horse ran away with her and dragged her over briars, stones, and mud, and finally threw her into a deep ditch. Her head was cut in several places, and her arm fractured. They picked her up in little pieces like a broken wine-glass. Never was there a poor bride in worse plight. But in spite of her sufferings, her malice remained. She sent for the king. "This is all Graciosa's fault. She wished to kill me. I desire that your majesty will punish her or leave me to do it, else I will certainly be revenged upon you both." The king, afraid of losing his casks full of gold pieces, consented, and Graciosa was commanded to appear. She came trembling and looking round vainly for Prince Percinet. The cruel Grognon ordered 4 women, ugly as witches, to take her and strip off her fine clothes, and whip her with rods till her white shoulders were red with blood. But lo! As soon as the rods touched her, they turned into bundles of feathers, and the women tired themselves to death with whipping, without hurting Graciosa the least in the world. "Ah, kind Percinet, what do I not owe you? What should I do without you?" sighed the princess when she was taken back to her own chamber and her nurse. And then she saw the prince standing before her in his green dress and his white plume, the most charming of pages. Percinet advised her to pretend illness on account of the cruel treatment she was supposed to have received, which so delighted Grognon that she got well all the sooner, and the marriage was celebrated with great splendor. Soon after, the king, who knew that his wife's weak point was her vanity, gave a tournament at which he ordered the 6 bravest knights of the court to proclaim that Queen Grognon was the fairest lady alive. No knight ventured to dispute this fact, until there appeared one who carried a little box adorned with diamonds, and proclaimed aloud that Grognon was the ugliest woman in the universe, and that the most beautiful was she whose portrait was in the box. He opened it, and behold the image of the Princess Graciosa. The princess who sat behind her stepmother felt sure that the unknown knight was Percinent, but she dared say nothing. The contest was fixed for next day, but in the meantime Grognon, wild with anger, commanded Graciosa to be taken in the middle of the night to a forest 100 leagues distant, full of wolves, lions, tigers, and bears. In vain the poor maiden implored that the attendants would kill her at once rather than leave her in that dreadful place. The queen's orders must be obeyed. No answer was made to her, but the servants remounted and rode away. Graciosa, in solitude and darkness, groped through the forest, sometimes falling against the trunks of trees, sometimes tearing herself with bushes and briars. At last, overcome with fear and grief, she sank on the ground, sobbing out, "Percinent, Percinent, have you forsaken me?" While she spoke, a bright light dazzled her eyes. The midnight forest was changed into glittering alleys, at the end of which appeared a palace of crystal shining like the sun. She knew it was the doing of the fairy prince who loved her, and felt a joy mingled with fear. She turned to fly, but saw him standing before her, more handsome and charming than ever. "Princess," said he, "why are you afraid of me? This is the palace of the fairy queen, my mother, and the princesses, my sisters, who will take care of you and love you tenderly. Enter this chariot, and I will convey you there." Graciosa entered, and passing through many a lovely forest glade where it was clear daylight, and shepherds and shepherdesses were dancing to merry music, they reached the palace, where the queen and her 2 daughters received the forlorn princess with great kindness, and led her through many rooms of rock crystal, glittering with jewels, where, to her amazement, Graciosa saw the history of her own life, even down to this adventure in the forest, painted on the walls. "How is this?" she said. "Prince, you know everything about me." "Yes, and I wish to preserve everything concerning you," said he tenderly. Whereupon Graciosa cast down her eyes. She was only too happy, and afraid that she should learn to love the fairy prince too much. She spent 8 days in his palace, days full of every enjoyment, and Percinent tried all the arguments he could think of to induce her to marry him and remain there forever. But the good and gentle Graciosa remembered her father, who was once so kind to her, and she preferred rather to suffer than to be wanting in duty. She entreated Percinent to use his fairy power to send her home again, and meantime to tell her what had become of her father. "Come with me into the great tower there, and you shall see for yourself." Thereupon he took her to the top of a tower prodigiously high, put her little finger to his lips, and her foot upon his foot. Then he bade her look, and she saw, as a picture or as in a play upon the stage, the king and Grognon sitting together on their throne. The latter was telling how Graciosa had hanged herself in a cave. "She will not be much loss, sire, and as, when dead, she was far too frightful for you to look at, I have given orders to bury her at once." She might well say that, for she had had a large faggot put into a coffin and sealed up. The king and all the nation mourned over it, and now that she was no more, they declared there never was such a sweet creature as a lost princess. The sight of her father's grief quite overcame Graciosa. "Oh, Percinent," she cried, "my father believes me dead. If you love me, take me home." The prince consented, though very sorrowfully, saying that she was as cruel to him as Grognon was to her, and mounted with her in his chariot, drawn by 4 white stags. As they quitted the courtyard, they heard a great noise, and Graciosa saw the palace all falling to pieces with a great crash. "What is this?" she cried, terrified. "Princess, my palace, which you forsake, is among the things which are dead and gone. You will enter it no more till after your burial." "Prince, you are angry with me," said Graciosa sorrowfully. only she knew well that she suffered quite as much as he did in thus departing and quitting him. Arrived in her father's presence, she had great difficulty in persuading him that she was not a ghost, until the coffin with the faggot inside it was taken up, and Grognon's malice discovered. But even then the king was so weak a man that the queen soon made him believe he had been cheated, that the princess was really dead, and that this was a false Graciosa. Without more ado, he abandoned his daughter to her stepmother's will. Grognon, transported with joy, dragged her to a dark prison, took away her clothes, made her dress in rags, feed on bread and water, and sleep upon straw. Forlorn and hopeless, Graciosa dared not now call upon Percinent. She doubted if he still loved her enough to come to her aid. Meantime, Grognon had sent for a fairy who was scarcely less malicious than herself.
"I have here," said she, "a little wretch of a girl for whom I wish to find all sorts of difficult tasks. Pray assist me in giving her a new one every day."
The fairy promised to think of it, and soon brought a skein as thick as 4 persons, yet composed of thread so fine that it broke if you only blew upon it, and so tangled that it had neither beginning nor end. Grognon, delighted, sent for her poor prisoner.
"There, miss, teach your clumsy fingers to unwind this skein, and if you break a single thread I will flay you alive. Begin when you like, but you must finish at sunset, or it will be the worse for you."
Then she sent her to her miserable cell and treble-locked the door. Graciosa stood dismayed, turning the skein over and over and breaking hundreds of threads each time. "Ah, Percinent," she cried in despair, "come and help me, or at least receive my last farewell." Immediately Percinent stood beside her, having entered the cell as easily as if he carried the key in his pocket. "Behold me, princess, ready to serve you, even though you forsook me." He touched the skein with his wand, and it untangled itself and wound itself up in perfect order. "Do you wish anything more, madam?" asked he coldly. "Percinent, Percinent, do not reproach me. I am only too unhappy." "It is your own fault. Come with me and make us both happy." But she said nothing, and the fairy prince disappeared. At sunset, Grognon eagerly came to the prison door with her 3 keys, and found Graciosa smiling and fair, her task all done. There was no complaint to make, yet Grognon exclaimed that the skein was dirty, and boxed the princess's ears till her rosy cheeks turned yellow and blue. Then she left her, and overwhelmed the fairy with reproaches.
"Find me by tomorrow something absolutely impossible for her to do."
The fairy brought a great basket full of feathers plucked from every kind of bird: nightingales, canaries, linnets, larks, doves, thrushes, peacocks, ostriches, pheasants, partridges, magpies, eagles. In fact, if I told them all over, I should never come to an end. And all these feathers were so mixed up together that they could not be distinguished.
"See,"
said the fairy,
"even one of ourselves would find it difficult to separate these and arrange them as belonging to each sort of bird. Command your prisoner to do it. She is sure to fail."
Grognon jumped for joy, sent for the princess, and ordered her to take her task and finish it, as before, by set of sun. Graciosa tried patiently, but she could see no difference in the feathers. She threw them all back again into the basket, and began to weep bitterly. "Let me die," said she, "for death only will end my sorrows. Percinent loves me no longer. If he did, he would already have been here." "Here I am, my princess," cried a voice from under the basket. And the fairy prince appeared. He gave 3 taps with his wand. The feathers flew by millions out of the basket and arranged themselves in little heaps, each belonging to a different bird. "What do I not owe you?" cried Graciosa. "Love me," answered the prince tenderly, and said no more. When Grognon arrived, she found the task done. She was furious at the fairy, who was as much astonished as herself at the result of their malicious contrivances. But she promised to try once more, and for several days employed all her industry in inventing a box, which, she said, the prisoner must be forbidden on any account to open.
"Then,"
added the cunning fairy,
"of course, being such a disobedient and wicked girl as you say, she will open it, and the result will satisfy you to your heart's content."
Grognon took the box and commanded Graciosa to carry it to her castle and set it on a certain table in an apartment she named, but not upon any account to open it or examine its contents. Graciosa departed. She was dressed like any poor peasant in a cotton gown, a woolen hood, and wooden shoes, yet, as she walked along, people took her for a queen in disguise, so lovely were her looks and ways. But being weak with imprisonment, she soon grew weary, and sitting down upon the edge of a little wood, took the box upon her lap. Suddenly a wonderful desire seized her to open it. "I will take nothing out, I will touch nothing," said she to herself, "but I must see what is inside." Without reflecting on the consequences, she lifted up the lid, and instantly there jumped out a number of little men and little women, carrying little tables and chairs, little dishes, and little musical instruments. The whole company were so small that the biggest giant among them was scarcely the height of a finger. They leaped into the green meadow, separated into various bands, and began dancing and singing, eating and drinking, to Graciosa's wonder and delight. But when she recollected herself and wished to get them into the box again, they all scampered away, played at hide-and-seek in the wood, and by no means could she catch a single one. Again in her distress she called upon Percinent, and again he appeared, and with a single touch of his wand sent all the little people back into the box. Then, in his chariot, drawn by stags, he took her to the castle, where she did all that she had been commanded, and returned in safety to her stepmother, who was more furious than ever. If a fairy could be strangled, Grognon certainly would have done it in her rage. At last she resolved to ask help no more, but to work her own wicked will upon Graciosa. She caused to be dug a large hole in the garden, and taking the princess there, showed her the stone which covered it.
"Underneath this stone lies a great treasure. Lift it up and you will see."
Graciosa obeyed, and while she was standing at the edge of the pit, Grognon pushed her in, and let the stone fall down again upon her, burying her alive. After this there seemed no more hope for the poor princess. "Oh, Percinent," cried she, "you are avenged. Why did I not return your love and marry you? Still, death will be less bitter if only you regret me a little." While she spoke, she saw through the blank darkness a glimmer of light. It came through a little door. She remembered what Percinent had said, that she would never return to the fairy palace until after she was buried. Perhaps this final cruelty of Grognon would be the end of her sorrows, so she took courage, crept through the little door, and lo! She came out into a beautiful garden with long alleys, fruit trees, and flower beds. Well she knew it, and well she knew the glitter of the rock crystal walls, and there at the palace gate stood Percinent, and the queen his mother, and the princesses his sisters. "Welcome, Graciosa!" cried they all, and Graciosa, after all her sufferings, wept for joy. The marriage was celebrated with great splendor, and all the fairies for 1,000 leagues round attended it. Some came in chariots drawn by dragons or swans or peacocks. Some were mounted upon floating clouds or globes of fire. Among the rest appeared the very fairy who had assisted Grognon to torment Graciosa. When she discovered that Grognon's poor prisoner was now Prince Percinet's bride, she was overwhelmed with confusion, and entreated her to forget all that had passed, because she really was ignorant who she had been so cruelly afflicting.
"But I will make amends for all the evil that I have done," said the fairy, and refusing to stay for the wedding dinner, she remounted her chariot, drawn by 2 terrible serpents, and flew to the palace of Graciosa's father. There, before either king or courtiers or ladies-in-waiting could stop her, even had they wished to do it, which remains doubtful, she came behind the wicked Grognon and twisted her neck just as a cook does a barn-door fowl. So Grognon died and was buried, and nobody was particularly sorry for the same. End of Graciosa and Percinent.
Section 18 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Iron Stove. In the days when magic was still of some avail, a king's son was enchanted by an old witch, and compelled to spend his life sitting inside a great iron stove in a wood. There he passed many years, and nobody could release him. Once a king's daughter came into the wood. She had gone astray, and could not find her father's kingdom again, and having wandered about for 9 days, at last she stood before the iron stove. Then a voice came out of it and said, "Whence do you come, and where do you want to go?" She answered, "I have wandered from my father's kingdom, and lost myself, and cannot get home again." Then the voice spoke out of the iron stove, "I will help you home again, and that too in a short time, if you will promise to do what I desire. I am a greater prince than you are a princess, and I wish to marry you." She was very much frightened, and thought, "Oh, what shall I do? How can I marry an iron stove?" However, as she wanted very much to go home to her father, she promised what was demanded of her. "Very well," said the voice. "You must come again, and bring a knife with you, and scrape a hole in the iron." And the iron stove gave her for a companion something or somebody, she was not quite sure what, who walked by her side and did not speak, but took her safe home within 2 hours. Then there was great joy in her father's palace, and the old king fell on her neck and kissed her many times. But she was very sorrowful, and said, "Dear father, you little know what has happened to me. I should never have come home again out of the great wild wood, if I had not passed by an iron stove. But I had to promise faithfully that I would return back to it, and marry it." The old king was so terrified that he nearly fell into a swoon, for he had only this one child. They therefore consulted together, and decided to send, not the princess, but a miller's daughter, who was very beautiful. And leading her out, they gave her a knife, and told her how she was to scrape the iron stove. When she reached the wood, she scraped away for 24 hours, but could not make the slightest impression. But when day began to break, a voice in the iron stove called out, "It seems to me that it is day out there." She answered, "It seems so to me too. I think I hear my father's mill turning." "Oh, then you are a miller's daughter. Go straight back and send the king's daughter here." Then she returned and told the old king that the iron stove would not have her. He wanted the princess only. The old king was greatly frightened, and the princess wept. But they had still a swineherd's daughter, who was still more beautiful than the miller's girl. So they gave her a piece of gold, in order that she might be persuaded to go, instead of the king's daughter, to the iron stove. She was taken to the wood as before, and had also to scrape for 24 hours, but she could make no impression. Now when dawn broke, a voice called out of the stove, "It seems to me it is day out there." Then she answered, It seems so to me, too. I think I hear my father's little horn sounding." "So you are the swineherd's daughter. Go away directly and bid the king's daughter come, and tell her it shall happen to her as I forewarned her. If she does not come, everything in the kingdom shall fall to pieces and tumble down, and no stone remain upon another." When the king's daughter heard this, she began to cry, but there was nothing else to be done. She must keep her promise. She took leave of her father, put a knife in her pocket, and went out to the iron stove in the wood. When she arrived there, she began to scrape and scrape. The iron yielded, and in 2 hours she had already scraped a little hole. She looked in and saw a most beautiful youth. Oh! he shone so with gold and precious stones, that he pleased her to the very bottom of her heart. She scraped away faster than ever, till she made the hole so large that he was able to get out. Then he said, "You are mine, and I am yours. You have freed me, and you are my bride." He wished to take her home to his kingdom, but she begged that she might go once more to see her father, and the prince gave her leave, on condition that she should speak no more than 3 words with him, and come back again. So she went home, but alas! being a little chatterbox, she spoke more than 3 words. The iron stove disappeared instantly, and was removed far away, over glass mountains and sharp swords. But the king's son, being now free, was not shut up in it. The princess took leave of her father, and took some money with her, but not much, and went again into the great wood. There she looked everywhere for the iron stove, but it was not to be found. She sought it for 9 days, until her hunger was so great that she did not know what to do, for she had eaten all the food she could find, and had nothing left to keep her alive. At evening tide she climbed up into a little tree, and proposed spending the night there, for fear of the wild beasts. But when midnight came, she saw afar off a little glimmering light, and thinking, "Oh, there I should be safe," climbed down and went towards it. Then she came to a little old house, overgrown with grass, with a little heap of wood before the door. Wondering how it came there, she looked in through the window, and saw nothing inside but a number of fat little frogs, and a table beautifully spread. There were on it roast meats and wines, and the plates and cups were all of silver. So she took heart and knocked. Immediately the fattest frog called out, "Maiden sweet and small, Hazelbean I call. Hazelbean's little dog, creep about and see who this can be." Then a little frog came and opened the door for her, and as soon as she came in, the frogs all bade her welcome, and persuaded her to sit down. They asked, "Whence do you come? Where do you want to go?" Then she told them all that had happened to her, and how, because she had disobeyed the command not to speak to her father more than 3 words, the stove had disappeared, as well as the king's son. Now she was determined to seek him, and to wander over mountain and valley till she found him. The old fat frog said, "Maiden sweet and small, Hatzelbean I call, Hatzelbean's little dog, creep about and see, bring the great box to me." Then the little frog went and brought the box. Afterwards they gave the princess food and drink, and took her to a beautifully made bed of silk and velvet. She laid herself in it and slept peacefully. When day came she arose, and the old frog gave her 3 needles out of the great box, and told her to take them with her. They would be very necessary to her, for she would have to go over a high glass mountain, and 3 sharp swords, and a great sea. If she passed all those, she would recover her dearest prince. The frog also gave her, besides the 3 needles, other gifts, which she was to take great care of, namely, a plough wheel and 3 nuts. With these she set off, and when she came to the slippery glass mountain, she stuck the 3 needles into it as she walked, some before her feet and some behind, and so managed to get across. When she was on the other side, she hid the needles in a place which she had noticed particularly, and went on her way. Afterwards she came to the sharp cutting swords, but she set herself on her plough wheel, and rolled safely over them. At last she came before a great lake, which she had to sail across, and when she had done so, she saw a great castle. She went in and said she was a poor maiden, who wished very much to hire herself out, if she might be taken in there as a servant, for the frogs had told her that the king's son, whom she had released out of the iron stove in the great wood, dwelt there. So she was content to be taken as kitchen maid for very small pay. Now the king's son had thought the princess was dead, and there was now with him another maiden, whom he had been persuaded he ought to marry, which grieved the poor kitchen maid very much. In the evening, when she had washed up the dishes and done all her work, she felt in her pocket, and found the 3 nuts which the old frog had given her. She bit one open, and was going to eat the kernel, when behold, inside it was the most beautiful dress imaginable, so beautiful that the bride soon heard of it, and came and asked to see it, and wanted to buy it, saying it was no dress for a kitchen maid. But the kitchen maid thought differently, and refused to sell it, but offered to give it as a present, if the bride would grant her one favor, namely, to sleep one night on the mat outside the bridegroom's door. The bride gave her leave, because the dress was so beautiful, and she had none like it. Now when it was evening, she said to the bridegroom, "The foolish kitchen maid wants to sleep on the mat outside your door." "If you are content, I am," said he. But the bride gave him a glass of wine, in which she had put a sleeping draught, so that he slept so soundly nothing could wake him, while outside the door the princess wept the whole night, saying, "I have released you out of the wild wood, out of the iron stove. In seeking you, I have gone over a glass mountain, over 3 sharp swords, and over a great lake. Yet now I find you will not hear me." Next evening, when she had washed up everything, she bit the second nut, and inside it was a far more beautiful dress than the first, which, when the bride saw, she wished to buy also. But the girl again refused to take money, and again begged that she might spend the night outside the bridegroom's door. Once more the bride gave him a sleeping draught, and he slept soundly, that he could hear nothing. But the kitchen maid wept the whole night long, crying, "I have released you out of the wild wood and out of the iron stove, and have gone over a glass mountain, over 3 sharp swords, and over a great lake, before I found you, and yet, when I found you, you will not hear me." The third evening, she bit open the third nut, and there was in it a still more beautiful dress, which shone stiff with pure gold. When the bride saw it, she wished more earnestly than ever to have it, but the kitchen maid would only give it to her on condition that she might sleep for the third time on the mat at the bridegroom's door. But this time the prince was cautious, and left the sleeping draught untouched. Now, when she began to weep, and to call out, "Dearest treasure, I have released you out of the horrible wild wood, and out of an iron stove," the king's son sprang up, crying out, "This is my true love. She is mine, and I am hers." Then he declared that he would not marry the other bride whom he did not love, and so, still in the middle of the night, he got into a carriage with the kitchen maid, and drove away. When they came to the great lake, they sailed over, and at the sharp swords they seated themselves on the plough wheel, and at the glass mountain they found the 3 needles, and stuck them in step by step. So they came at last to the little old house, but as they went in, lo! it changed to a great castle. The frogs turned to princes and princesses, all king's children, and received them both with great joy. There the wedding was celebrated, and they remained in the castle, which was much larger than that which belonged to the princess's father. But as the old man lamented very much his daughter's loss and his own loneliness, they soon went and fetched him home to themselves. So they had 2 kingdoms instead of 1, and lived happily together all their days. End of The Iron Stove. Recorded by Susan Morin, Portland, Maine.
Section 19 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Stephen Gibbons. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Section 19. The Invisible Prince. Part 1. There was a king and queen who were dotingly fond of their only son, notwithstanding that he was equally deformed in mind and person. The king was quite sensible of the evil disposition of his son, but the queen, in her excessive fondness, saw no fault whatever in her dear Furibon, as he was named. The surest way to win her favour was to praise Furibon for charms he did not possess. When he came of age to have a governor, the king made choice of a prince who had an ancient right to the crown, but was not able to support it. This prince had a son named Leander, handsome, accomplished, amiable, in every respect the opposite of Prince Furibon. The two were frequently together, which only made the deformed prince more repulsive. One day, certain ambassadors having arrived from a far country, the princes stood in a gallery to see them. When taking Leander for the king's son, they made their obeisance to him, treating Furibon as a mere dwarf, at which the latter was so offended that he drew his sword, and would have done them a mischief had not the king just then appeared. As it was, the affair produced a quarrel which ended in Leander's being sent to a faraway castle belonging to his father. There, however, he was quite happy, for he was a great lover of hunting, fishing, and walking. He understood painting, read much, and played upon several instruments, so that he was glad to be freed from the fantastic humours of Furibon. One day, as he was walking in the garden, finding the heat increase, he retired into a shady grove, began to play upon the flute to amuse himself. As he played, he felt something wind about his leg, and looking down saw a great adder. He took his handkerchief, and catching it by the head, was going to kill it. But the adder looked steadfastly in his face, seemed to beg his pardon. At this instant, one of the gardeners happened to come to the place where Leander was, and spying the snake, cried out to his master, "Hold him fast, sir. It is but an hour since we ran after him to kill him. It is the most mischievous creature in the world." Leander, casting his eyes a second time upon the snake, which was speckled with 1,000 extraordinary colours, perceived the poor creature still looked upon him with an aspect that seemed to implore compassion, and never tried in the least to defend itself. "Though thou hast such a mind to kill it," said he to the gardener, "yet, as it has come to me for refuge, I forbid thee to do it any harm, for I will keep it, and when it has cast its beautiful skin, I will let it go." He then returned home, carrying the snake with him, put it into a large chamber, the key of which he kept himself, and ordered bran and milk and flowers to be given to it, for its delight and sustenance, so that never was a snake so happy. Leander went sometimes to see it, and when it perceived him, it made haste to meet him, showing him all the little marks of love and gratitude of which a poor snake was capable, which did not a little surprise him, though, however, he took no further notice of it. In the meantime, all the court ladies were extremely troubled at his absence, and he was the subject of all their discourse. "Alas," cried they, "there is no pleasure at court since Leander is gone, of whose absence the wicked Furibon is the cause." Furibon also had his parasites, for his power over the queen made him feared. They told him what the ladies said, which enraged him to such a degree that in his passion he flew to the queen's chamber, and vowed he would kill himself before her face if she did not find means to destroy Leander. The queen, who also hated Leander because he was handsomer than her own son, replied that she had long looked upon him as a traitor, and therefore would willingly consent to his death. To which purpose she advised Furibon to go a-hunting with some of his confidants, and contrive it so that Leander should make one of the party. "Then," said she, "you may find some way to punish him for pleasing everybody." Furibon understood her, and accordingly went a-hunting. And Leander, when he heard the horns and the hounds, mounted his horse and rode to see who it was, but he was surprised to meet the prince so unexpectedly. He alighted immediately, and saluted him with respect, and Furibon received him more graciously than usual, and bade him follow him. All of a sudden he turned his horse and rode another way, making a sign to the ruffians to take the first opportunity to kill him. But before he had got quite out of sight, a lion of prodigious size, coming out of his den, leaped upon Furibon. All of his followers fled, and only Leander remained, who, attacking the animal, sword in hand, by his valor and agility saved the life of his most cruel enemy, who had fallen in a swoon from fear. When he recovered, Leander presented him his horse to remount. Now any other man than such a wretch would have been grateful, but Furibon did not even look upon him. Nay, mounting the horse, he rode in quest of the ruffians, to whom he repeated his orders to kill. They accordingly surrounded Leander, who, setting his back to a tree, behaved with so much bravery that he laid them all dead at his feet. Furibon, believing him by this time slain, rode eagerly up to the spot. When Leander saw him, he advanced to meet him. "Sir," said he, "if it was by your order that these assassins came to kill me, I am sorry I made any defense." "You are an insolent villain," replied Furibon, "and if ever you come into my presence again, you shall surely die." Leander made no answer, but retired, sad and pensive, to his own home, where he spent the night in pondering what was best for him to do, for there was no likelihood he should be able to defend himself against the power of the king's son. Therefore he at length concluded he would travel abroad and see the world. Being ready to depart, he recollected his snake, and calling for some milk and fruits, carried them to the poor creature for the last time. But on opening the door, he perceived an extraordinary lustre in one corner of the room, and casting his eye on the place, he was surprised to see a lady, whose noble and majestic air made him immediately conclude she was a princess of royal birth. Her habit was of purple satin, embroidered with pearls and diamonds, and advancing towards him with a gracious smile, "Young prince," said she, "you find no longer your pet snake, but me, the fairy Gentilla, ready to requite your generosity. For know that we fairies live 100 years in flourishing youth, without diseases, without trouble or pain. And this term being expired, we become snakes for 8 days. During that time it is not in our power to prevent any misfortune that may befall us, and if we happen to be killed, we never revive again. But these 8 days being expired, we resume our usual form, and recover our beauty, our power, and our riches. Now, you know how much I am obliged to your goodness, and it is but just that I should repay my debt of gratitude. Think how I can serve you, and depend on me." The young prince, who had never conversed with a fairy until now, was so surprised that it was a long time before he could speak, but at length, making a profound reverence, "Madam," said he, "since I have had the honour to serve you, I know not any other happiness that I can wish for." "I should be sorry," replied she, "not to be of service to you in something. Consider, it is in my power to bestow on you long life, kingdoms, riches, to give you mines of diamonds and houses full of gold. I can make you an excellent orator, a poet, a musician, and painter, or if you desire it, a spirit in the air, the water, or the earth." Here Leander interrupted her. "Permit me, madam, but to ask you what benefit it would be for me to be a spirit." "Much," replied the fairy. "You would be invisible when you pleased, and might in an instant traverse the whole earth. You would be able to fly without wings, to descend into the abyss of the earth without dying, and walk at the bottom of the sea without being drowned. Nor doors nor windows, though fast shut and locked, could hinder you from entering anywhere, and whenever you had a mind, you might resume your natural form." "Oh, madam," cried Leander, "then let me be a spirit. I am going to travel, and should prefer it above all those other advantages you have so generously offered me." Gentilla thereupon, stroking his face 3 times, "Be a spirit," said she, and then, embracing him, she gave him a little red cap with a plume of feathers. "When you put on this cap, you shall be invisible, but when you take it off, you shall again become visible." Leander, overjoyed, put his little red cap upon his head, and wished himself in the forest, that he might gather some wild roses which he had observed there. His body immediately became as light as thought. He flew through the window like a bird, though, in flying over the river, he was not without fear lest he should fall into it. But he arrived in safety at the rose bushes, plucked 3 roses, and returned immediately to his chamber, presented his roses to the fairy, overjoyed that his first experiment had succeeded so well. She bade him keep the roses, for that one of them would supply him with money whenever he wanted it, that if he put the other into his mistress's bosom, he would know whether she was faithful or not, and that the third would keep him always in good health. Then, without staying to receive his thanks, she wished him success in his travels, and disappeared. Leander, infinitely pleased, settled his affairs, mounted the finest horse in the stable, called Graciosa, and attended by some of his servants in livery, made his return to court. Now you must know, Furibon had given out, that had it not been for his courage, Leander would have murdered him when they were a-hunting. So the king, being importuned by the queen, gave orders that Leander should be apprehended. But when he came, He showed so much courage and resolution that Furibon ran to the queen's chambers and prayed her to order him to be seized. The queen, who was extremely diligent in everything that her son desired, went immediately to the king. Furibon, being impatient to know what would be resolved, followed her, but stopped at the door and laid his ear to the keyhole, putting his hair aside that he might the better hear what was said. At the same time, Leander entered the court hole of the palace with his red cap upon his head, and perceiving Furibon listening at the door of the king's chamber, he took a nail and a hammer and nailed his ear to the door. Furibon began to roar, so that the queen, hearing her son's voice, ran and opened the door, and pulling it hastily, tore her son's ear from his head. Half out of her wits, she set him in her lap, took up his ear, kissed it, and clapped it again upon its place. But the invisible Leander, seizing upon a handful of twigs with which they corrected the king's little dogs, gave the queen several lashes upon her hands, and her son as many on the nose, upon which the queen cried out, "Murder! Murder!" And the king looked about, and the people came running in, but nothing was to be seen. Some cried that the queen was mad, and that her madness proceeded from her grief to see that her son had lost one ear, and the king was as ready as any to believe it, so that when she came near him, he avoided her, which made a very ridiculous scene. Leander, then leaving the chamber, went into the garden, and there, assuming his own shape, he boldly began to pluck the queen's cherries, and apricots, and strawberries, and flowers, though he knew she set such a high value on them, that it was as much as a man's life was worth to touch one. The gardeners, all amazed, came and told their majesties that Prince Leander was making havoc of all the fruits and flowers in the queen's garden. "What insolence!" said the queen. Then turning to Furibon, "My pretty child, forget the pain of thy ear but for a moment, and fetch that vile wretch hither. Take our guards, both horse and foot, seize him and punish him as he deserves." Furibon, encouraged by his mother, and attended by a great number of armed soldiers, entered the garden, and saw Leander, who, taking refuge under a tree, pelted them all with oranges. But when they came running towards him, thinking to have seized him, he was not to be seen. He had slipped behind Furibon, who was in a bad condition already, but Leander played him one trick more, for he pushed him down upon the gravel walk, and frightened him so that the soldiers had to take him up, carry him away, and put him to bed. Satisfied with this revenge, he returned to his servants, who waited for him, and giving them money, sent them back to his castle, that none might know the secret of his red cap and roses. As yet he had not determined whither to go. However, he mounted his fine horse, Gristeline, and laying the reins upon his neck, let him take his own road. At length he arrived in a forest, where he stopped to shelter himself from the heat. He had not been above a minute there before he heard a lamentable noise of sighing and sobbing, and looking about him, beheld a man, who ran, stopped, and then ran again, sometimes crying, sometimes silent, then tearing his hair, then thumping his breast like some unfortunate madman. Yet he seemed to be both handsome and young. His garments had been magnificent, but he had torn them all to tatters. The prince, moved with compassion, made towards him, and mildly accosted him. "Sir," said he, "your condition appears so deplorable that I must ask the cause of your sorrow, assuring you of every assistance in my power." "Oh, sir," answered the young man, "nothing can cure my grief. This day my dear mistress is to be sacrificed to a rich old ruffian of a husband, who will make her miserable." "Does she love you, then?" asked Leander. "I flatter myself so," answered the young man. "Where is she?" continued Leander. "In a castle at the end of this forest," replied the lover. "Very well," said Leander. "Stay you here until I come again, and in a little while I will bring you good news." He then put on his little red cap, and wished himself into the castle. He had hardly gotten thither before he heard all sorts of music. He entered into a great room, where the friends and kindred of the old man and the young lady were assembled. No one could look more amiable than she, but the paleness of her complexion, the melancholy that appeared in her countenance, and the tears that now and then dropped, as it were by stealth from her eyes, betrayed the trouble of her mind. Leander now became invisible, placed himself into a corner of the room, He soon perceived the father and mother of the bride, and coming behind the mother's chair, whispered in her ear, "If you marry your daughter to that old dotard, before 8 days are over you shall certainly die." The woman, frightened to hear such a terrible sentence pronounced upon her, and yet not know from whence it came, gave a loud shriek, and dropped upon the floor. Her husband asked what ailed her. She cried that she was a dead woman if the marriage of her daughter went forward, and therefore she would not consent to it for all the world. Her husband laughed at her, and called her a fool, but the invisible Leander, accosting the man, threatened him in the same way, which frightened him so terribly that he also insisted on the marriage being broken off. When the lover complained, Leander trod hard upon his gouty toes, and rang such an alarum in his ears that, not being able any longer to hear himself speak, away he limped, glad enough to go. The real lover soon appeared, and he and his fair mistress fell joyfully into one another's arms, the parents consenting to their union. Leander, assuming his own shape, appeared at the hall door as if he were a stranger, drawn thither by the report of this extraordinary wedding. From hence he travelled on, and came to a great city, where upon his arrival he understood there was a great and solemn procession, in order to shut up a young woman, against her will, among the Vestal nuns. The prince was touched with compassion, and thinking the best use he could make of his cap was to redress public wrongs and relieve the oppressed, he flew to the temple, where he saw the young woman, crowned with flowers and clad in white, with her dishevelled hair flowing about her shoulders. 2 of her brothers led her by each hand, and her mother followed her with a great crowd of men and women. Leander, being invisible, cried out, "Stop! Stop, wicked brethren! Stop, rash and inconsiderate mother! If you proceed any further, you shall be squeezed to death like so many frogs." They looked about, but could not conceive from whence these terrible menaces came. The brothers said it was only their sister's lover, who had hid himself in some hole, at which Leander, in wrath, took a long cudgel, and they had no reason to say the blows were not well laid on. The multitude fled, the Vestals ran away, and Leander was left alone with the victim. Immediately he pulled off his red cap, and asked her wherein he might serve her. She answered him that there was a certain gentleman whom she would be glad to marry, but that he wanted an estate. Leander then shook his rose so long that he supplied them with 10 millions, after which they married and lived happily ever after. But his last adventure was the most agreeable. Entering into a wide forest, he heard lamentable cries. Looking about him every which way, at length he spied 4 men well armed, who were carrying away by force a young lady, 13 or 14 years of age. Upon which, making up to them as fast as he could, "What harm has that girl done?" said he. "Ha, ha, my little master," cried he who seemed to be the ringleader of the rest, "who bade you inquire?" "Let her alone," said Leander, "and go about your business." "Oh, yes, to be sure," cried they, laughing, whereupon the prince, alighting, put on his red cap, not thinking it otherwise prudent to attack 4 who seemed strong enough to fight a dozen. One of them stayed to take care of the young lady, while the 3 others went after Gristeline, who gave them a great deal of unwelcome exercise. Meantime, the young lady continued her cries and complaints. "Oh, my dear princess," said she, "how happy was I in your palace! Did you but know my sad misfortune, you would send your Amazons to rescue poor Abricotina." Leander, having listened to what she said, without delay, seized the ruffian that held her, and bound him fast to a tree, before he had time or strength to defend himself. He then went to the second, and taking him by both arms, bound him in the same manner to another tree. In the meantime, Abricotina made the best of her good fortune, and betook herself to her heels, not knowing which way she went. But Leander, missing her, called out to his horse Gristeline, who, by 2 kicks with his hoof, rid himself of the 2 ruffians who had pursued him. One of them had his head broken, and the other 3 his ribs. And now Leander only wanted to overtake Abricotina, for he had thought her so handsome that he wished to see her again. He found her leaning against a tree, when she saw Gristeline coming towards her. "How lucky am I," cried she. "This pretty little horse will carry me to the palace of pleasure." Leander heard her, though she saw him not. He rode up to her. Gristeline stopped, and when Abricotina mounted him, Leander clasped her in his arms and placed her gently before him. Oh, how great was Abricotina's fear to feel herself fast embraced, and yet see nobody! She durst not stir, and shut her eyes for fear of seeing a spirit, but Leander took off his little cap. "How comes it, fair Abricotina," said he, "that you are afraid of me, who delivered you out of the hands of the ruffians?" With that she opened her eyes, and knowing him again, "Oh, sir," said she, "I am infinitely obliged to you, but I was afraid, for I felt myself held fast, and could see no one." "Surely," replied Leander, "the danger you have been in has disturbed you, and cast a mist before your eyes." Abricotina would not seem to doubt him, though she was otherwise extremely sensible, and after they had talked for some time of indifferent things, Leander requested her to tell him her age, her country, and by what accident she fell into the hands of the ruffians. "Know then, sir," said she, "there was a certain very great fairy married to a prince, who wearied of her. She therefore banished him from her presence, and established herself and daughter in the island of calm delights. The princess, who is my mistress, being very fair, has many lovers, among others one named Furibon, whom she detests. He it was whose ruffians seized me today, when I was wandering in search of a stray parrot. Accept, noble prince, my best thanks for your valour, which I shall never forget." Leander said how happy he was to have served her, and asked if he could not obtain admission into the island. Abricotina assured him this was impossible, and therefore he had better forget all about it. While they were thus conversing, they came to the bank of a large river, Abricotina alighting with a nimble jump from the horse. "Farewell, sir," said she to the prince, making a profound reverence. "I wish you every happiness." "And I," said Leander, "wish that I may now and then have a small share in your remembrance." So saying, he galloped away, and soon entered into the thickest part of a wood near a river, where he unbridled and unsaddled Grisseline, then putting on his little cap, wished himself into the island of calm delights, and his wish was immediately accomplished. End of The Invisible Prince, Part 1. Section 20 of the Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Stephen Gibbons. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. Section 20. The Invisible Prince, Part 2. The palace was of pure gold, and stood upon pillars of crystal and precious stones, which represented the zodiac and all the wonders of nature, all the arts and sciences, the sea with all the variety of fish therein contained, the earth with all the various creatures which it produces, the chases of Diana and her nymphs, the noble exercises of the Amazons, the amusements of a country life, flocks of sheep with their shepherds and dogs, the toils of agriculture, harvesting, gardening, and among all this variety of representations there was neither man nor boy to be seen, not so much as a little winged Cupid. So highly had the princess been incensed against her inconstant husband as not to show the least favour to his fickle sex. "Abricotina did not deceive me," said Leander to himself. "They have banished from hence the very idea of men. Now let us see what they have lost by it." With that he entered into the palace, and at every step he took he met with objects so wonderful that when he had once fixed his eyes upon them he had much ado to take them off again. He viewed a vast number of these apartments, some full of china, no less fine than curious, others lined with porcelain, so delicate that the walls were quite transparent. Coral jasper, agates, and cornelians adorned the rooms of state, and the presence chamber was one entire mirror. The throne was one single pearl, hollowed like a shell. The princess sat, surrounded by her maidens, none of whom could compare with herself. In her all was the innocent sweetness of youth, joined to the dignity of maturity. In truth, she was perfection, and so thought the invisible Leander. Not seeing Abricotina, she asked where she was. Upon that, Leander, being very desirous to speak, assumed the tone of a parrot, for there were many in the room, and addressing himself invisibly to the princess. "Most charming princess," said he, Abrigatina will return immediately. She was in great danger of being carried away from this palace, but for a young prince who rescued her." The princess was surprised at the parrot. His answer was so extremely pertinent. "You are very rude, little parrot," said the princess, "and Abrigatina, when she comes, shall chastise you for it." "I shall not be chastised," answered Leander, still counterfeiting the parrot's voice. "Moreover, she will let you know the great desire that stranger had to be admitted into this palace, that he might convince you of the falsehood of those ideas which you have conceived against his sex." "In truth, pretty parrot," cried the princess, "it is a pity you are not every day so diverting. I should love you dearly." "If prattling will please you, princess," replied Leander, "I will prate from morning till night." "But," continued the princess, "how shall I be sure my parrot is not a sorcerer?" "He is more in love than any sorcerer can be," replied the prince. At this moment Abrigatina entered the room, and falling at her lovely mistress's feet, gave her a full account of what had befallen her, and described the prince in the most glowing colours. "I should have hated all men," added she, "had I not seen him. Oh, madam, how charming he is! His air and his behaviour have something in them so noble, and though whatever he spoke was infinitely pleasing, yet I think I did well in not bringing him hither." To this the princess said nothing, but she asked Abrigatina 100 other questions concerning the prince, whether she knew his name, his country, his birth, from whence he came, and whither he was going, and after this she fell into a profound thoughtfulness. Leander observed everything, and continued to chatter as he had begun. "Abrigatina is ungrateful, madam," said he. "That poor stranger will die for grief if he sees you not." "Well, parrot, let him die," answered the princess, with a sigh. "And since thou undertakest to reason like a person of wit, and not like a little bird, I forbid thee to talk to me any more of this unknown person." Leander was overjoyed to find that Abrigatina's and the parrot's discourse had made such an impression on the princess. He looked upon her with pleasure and delight. "Can it be," said he to himself, "that the masterpiece of nature, that the wonder of our age, should be confined eternally in an island, and no mortal dare to approach her? But," continued he, "wherefore am I concerned that others are banished hence, since I have the happiness to be with her, to see her, to hear and to admire her, nay, more, to love her above all the women in the universe?" It was late, and the princess retired into a large room of marble and porphyry, where several bubbling fountains refreshed the air with an agreeable coolness. As soon as she entered, the music began, a sumptuous supper was served up, and the birds from several aviaries on each side of the room, of which Abrigatina had the chief care, opened their little throats in the most agreeable manner. Leander had travelled a journey long enough to give him a good appetite, which made him draw near the table, where the very smell of such viands was agreeable and refreshing. The princess had a curious tabby cat, for which she had a great kindness. This cat one of the maids of honour held in her arms, saying, "Madam, Bluet is hungry." With that a chair was presently brought for the cat, for he was a cat of quality, and had a necklace of pearl about his neck. He was served on a gold plate, with a lace napkin before him, and the plate being supplied with meat, Bluet sat with the solemn importance of an alderman. "Ho, ho!" cried Leander to himself, "an idle tabby malkin, that perhaps never caught a mouse in his life, and I dare say is not descended from a better family than myself, has the honour to sit at a table with my mistress. I would fain know whether he loves her so well as I do." Saying this, he placed himself in the chair with the cat upon his knee, for nobody saw him, because he had his little red cap on. Finding Bluet's plate well supplied with partridge, quails, and pheasants, he made so free with them, that whatever was set before Master Puss disappeared in a trice. The whole court said no cat ever ate with a better appetite. There were excellent ragouts, and the prince made use of the cat's paw to taste them, but he sometimes pulled his paw too roughly, and Bluette, not understanding raillery, began to mew and be quite out of patience. The princess, observing it, "Bring that fricassee and that tart to poor Bluette," said she. "See how he cries to have them." Leander laughed to himself at the pleasantness of this adventure, but he was very thirsty, not being accustomed to make such large meals without drinking. By the help of the cat's paw he got a melon, with which he somewhat quenched his thirst, and when supper was quite over, he went to the buffet and took 2 bottles of delicious wine. The princess now retired into her boudoir, ordering Abricotina to follow her and make fast the door, but they could not keep out Leander, who was there as soon as they. However, the princess, believing herself alone with her confidant, "Abricotina," said she, "tell me truly, did you exaggerate in your description of the unknown prince? For methinks it is impossible he should be as amiable as you say." "Madam," replied the damsel, "if I have failed in anything, it was in coming short of what was due to him." The princess sighed, and was silent for a long time. Then resuming her speech, "I am glad," said she, "thou didst not bring him with thee." "But, madam," answered Abricotina, who was a cunning girl, and already penetrated her mistress's thoughts, "suppose he had come to admire the wonders of these beautiful mansions, what harm could he have done us? Will you live eternally unknown in a corner of the world, concealed from the rest of humankind? Of what use is all your grandeur, pomp, magnificence, if nobody sees it?" "Hold thy peace, prattler," replied the princess, "and do not disturb that happy repose which I have enjoyed so long." Abricotina durst make no reply, and the princess, having waited her answer for some time, asked her whether she had anything to say. Abricotina then said she thought it was to very little purpose, her mistress having sent her picture to the courts of several princes, where it only served to make those who saw it miserable, that every one would be desirous to marry her, and as she could not marry them all, indeed none of them, it would make them desperate. "Yet for all that," said the princess, "I could wish my picture were in the hands of this same stranger." "Oh, madam," answered Abricotina, "is not his desire to see you violent enough already? Would you augment it?" "Yes," cried the princess, "a certain impulse of vanity, which I was never sensible of until now, has bred this foolish fancy in me." Leander heard all this discourse, and lost not a tittle of what she said. Some of her expressions gave him hope, others absolutely destroyed it. The princess presently asked Abricotina whether she had seen anything extraordinary during her short travels. "Madam," said she, "I passed through one forest where I saw certain creatures that resembled little children. They skip and dance upon the trees like squirrels. They're very ugly, but have wonderful agility and address." "I wish I had one of them," said the princess, "but if they're so nimble as you say they are, it is impossible to catch one." Leander, who passed through the same forest, knew what Abricotina meant, and presently wished himself in the place. He caught a dozen little monkeys, some bigger, some less, and all of different colours, and with much ado put them into a large sack. Then, wishing himself at Paris, where he had heard a man might have everything for money, he went and bought a little gold chariot. He taught 6 green monkeys to draw it. They were harnessed with fine traces of flame-coloured Morocco leather. He went to another place, where he met with 2 monkeys of merit, the most pleasant of which was called Briscambril, the other Pierceforest, both very spruce and well educated. He dressed Briscambril like a king, placed him in the coach. Pierceforest he made the coachman. The others were dressed like pages, all which he put into his sack, coach and all. The princess, not being gone to bed, heard a rumbling of a little coach in the long gallery. At the same time, her ladies came to tell her that the king of the dwarfs had arrived, and the chariot immediately entered her chamber with all the monkey train. The country monkeys began to show 1,000 tricks, which far surpassed those of Briscambril and Pierceforest. To say the truth, Leander conducted the whole machine. He drew the chariot where Briscambril sat arrayed as a king, and making him hold a box of diamonds in his hand, he presented it with a becoming grace to the princess. The princess's surprise may be easily imagined. Moreover, Briscambril made a sign for Pierceforest to come and dance with him. The most celebrated dancers were not to be compared with them in activity, but the princess, troubled that she could not guess from whence this curious present came, dismissed the dancers sooner than she would otherwise have done, though she was extremely pleased with them. Leander, satisfied with having seen the delight the princess had taken in beholding the monkeys, thought of nothing now but to get a little repose, which he greatly wanted. He stayed some time in the great gallery, afterwards going down a pair of stairs, and finding a door open, he entered into an apartment, the most delightful that had ever been seen. There was in it a bed of cloth gold, enriched with pearls, intermixed with rubies and emeralds, for by this time there appeared daylight, sufficient for him to view and admire the magnificence of this sumptuous furniture. Having made fast the door, he composed himself to sleep. Next day he rose very early, and looking about on every side, he spied a painter's palette with colours ready prepared and pencils. Remembering what the princess had said to Abricotina, touching her own portrait, he immediately, for he could paint as well as the most excellent masters, seated himself before a mirror, and drew his own picture first, then, in an oval, that of the princess. He had all her features so strong in his imagination that he had no occasion for her sitting, and as his desire to please her had set him to work, never did portrait bear a stronger resemblance. He had painted himself upon one knee, holding the princess's picture in one hand, and in the other a label with the inscription, "She is better in my heart." When the princess went into her cabinet, she was amazed to see the portrait of a man, and she fixed her eyes upon it with so much the more surprise, because she also saw her own with it, and because the words which were written upon the label afforded her ample room for curiosity. She persuaded herself that it was Abricotina's doing, and all she desired to know was whether the portrait were real or imaginary. Rising in haste, she called Abricotina, while the invisible Leander, with his little red cap, slipped into the cabinet, impatient to know what passed. The princess bid Abricotina look upon the picture, and tell her what she thought of it. After she viewed it, "I protest," said she, "'tis the picture of that generous stranger to whom I am indebted for my life. Yes, yes, I am sure it is he, his very features, shape, and hair." "Thou pretendst surprise," said the princess, "but I know it was thou thyself who put it there." "Who, I, madam?" replied Abricotina. "I protest, I never saw the picture before in my life. Should I be so bold as to conceal from your knowledge a thing that so nearly concerns you? And by what miracle could I come by it? I never could paint, nor did any man ever enter this palace, yet here he is, painted with you." "Some spirit, then, must have brought it hither," cried the princess. "How I tremble for fear, madam," said Abricotina. "Was it not rather some lover? And therefore, if you will take my advice, let us burn it immediately." "'Twere a pity to burn it," cried the princess, sighing. "A finer piece, methinks, cannot adorn my cabinet." And saying these words, she cast her eyes upon it. But Abricotina continued obstinate in her opinion that it ought to be burnt, as a thing that could not come there but by the power of magic. "And these words, 'She is better in my heart,'" said the princess, "must we burn them too?" "No favour must be shown to anything," said Abricotina, "not even to your own portrait." Abricotina ran away immediately for some fire, while the princess went to look out the window. Leander, unwilling to let his performance be burnt, took this opportunity to convey it away without being perceived. He had hardly quitted the cabinet, when the princess turned about to look once more upon the enchanting picture, which had so delighted her. But how was she surprised to find it gone! She sought for it all the room over, and Abricotina, returning, was no less surprised than her mistress, so that this last adventure put them both in the most terrible fright. Leander took great delight in hearing and seeing his incomparable mistress, even though he had to eat every day at her table with the tabby cat, who fared never the worse for that, but his satisfaction was far from being complete, seeing he durst neither speak nor show himself, and he knew it was not a common thing for ladies to fall in love with persons invisible. The princess had a universal taste for amusement. One day she was saying to her attendants that it would give her great pleasure to know how the ladies were dressed in all the courts of the universe. There needed no more words to send Leander all over the world. He wished himself in China, where he bought the richest stuffs he could lay his hands on, and got patterns of all the court fashions. From thence he flew to Siam, where he did the same. In 3 days he travelled over all the 4 parts of the world, and from time to time brought what he bought to the palace of Calm Delights, and hid it all in a chamber, which he kept always locked. When he had thus collected together all the rarities he could meet with, for he never wanted money, his Rose always supplying him, he went and bought 5 or 6 dozen dolls, which he caused to be dressed at Paris, the place in the world where most regard is paid to fashions. They were all dressed differently, and as magnificent as could be, and Leander placed them all in the princess's closet. When she entered, she was agreeably surprised to see such a company of little mutes, every one decked with watches and bracelets, diamond buckles or necklaces, and the most remarkable of them held a picture box in its hand, which the princess, opening it, found it contained Leander's portrait. She gave a loud shriek, and looking upon Abrigatina, "There have appeared of late," said she, "so many wonders in this place, that I know not what to think of them. My birds are all grown witty. I cannot so much as wish, but presently I have my desires. Twice have I now seen the portrait of him who rescued thee from the ruffians, and here are silks of all sorts, diamonds, embroideries, laces, and an infinite number of other rarities. What fairy is it that takes such care to pay me these agreeable civilities?" Leander was overjoyed to hear and see her so much interested about his picture, and calling to mind that there was in a grotto which she often frequented a certain pedestal on which a Diana, not yet finished, was to be erected. On this pedestal he resolved to place himself, crowned with laurel, and holding a lyre in his hand, on which he played like another Apollo. He most anxiously waited the princess's retiring to the grotto, which she did every day since her thoughts had been taken up with this unknown person. For what Abrigatina had said, joined to the sight of that picture, had almost destroyed her repose. Her lively humour changed into a pensive melancholy, and she grew a great lover of solitude. When she entered the grotto, she made a sign that nobody should follow her, so that her young damsels dispersed themselves into the neighbouring walks. The princess threw herself upon a bank of green turf, sighed, wept, and even talked, but so softly that Leander could not hear what she said. He had put his red cap on, that she might not see him at first, but having taken it off, she beheld him standing on the pedestal. At first she took him for a real statue, for he observed exactly the attitude in which he had placed himself, without moving so much as a finger. She beheld with a kind of pleasure intermixed with fear, but pleasure soon dispelled her fear, and she continued to view the pleasing figure, which so exactly resembled life. The prince, having tuned his lyre, began to play, at which the princess, greatly surprised, could not resist the fear that seized her. She grew pale, and fell into a swoon. Leander leaped from the pedestal, and putting on his little red cap that he might not be perceived, took the princess in his arms, and gave her all the assistance that his zeal and tenderness could inspire. At length she opened her charming eyes, and looked about in search of him, but she could perceive nobody. Yet she felt somebody who had held her hands, kissed them, and bedewed them with his tears. It was a long time before she durst speak, and her spirits were in a confused agitation. Between fear and hope, she was afraid of the spirit, but loved the figure of the unknown. At length she said, "Courtly invisible, why are you not the person I desire you should be?" At these words, Leander was going to declare himself, but durst not do it yet, for, thought he, if I again affright the object I adore, and make her fear me, she will not love me. This consideration caused him to keep his silence. The princess, then believing herself alone, called Abrigatina, and told her all of the wonders of the animated statue, that had played divinely, and that the invisible person had greatly assisted her when she lay in a swoon. "What pity 'tis," said she, "that this person should be so frightful, for nothing can be more amiable or acceptable than his behaviour." "Who told you, madam," answered Abrigatina, "that he is frightful? If he is the youth who saved me, he is beautiful as Cupid himself." "If Cupid and the unknown are the same," replied the princess, blushing, "I could be content to love Cupid, but alas, how far am I from such a happiness! I love a mere shadow, and this fatal picture, joined to what thou hast told me, have inspired me with inclinations so contrary to the precepts which I received from my mother, that I am daily afraid of being punished for them." "Oh, madam," said Abricotina, interrupting her, "have you not troubles enough already? Why should you anticipate afflictions which may never come to pass?" It is easy to imagine what pleasure Leander took in this conversation. In the meantime, the little Furibon, still enamoured of the princess whom he had never seen, expected with impatience the return of the 4 servants whom he had sent to the island of Calm Delights. One of them at last came back, and after he had given the prince a particular account of what had passed, told him that the island was defended by Amazons, and that unless he sent a very powerful army, it would be impossible to get into it. The king, his father, was dead, and Furibon was now lord of all. Disdaining, therefore, any repulse, he raised an army of 400,000 men, and put himself at the head of them, appearing like another Tom Thumb upon a war horse. Now, when the Amazons perceived his mighty host, they gave the princess notice of it, who immediately dispatched away her trusty Abricotina to the kingdom of the fairies, to beg her mother's instructions as to what she should do to drive the little Furibon from her territories. But Abricotina found the fairy in an angry humour. "Nothing that my daughter does," said she, "escapes my knowledge. The Prince Leander is now in her palace. He loves her, and she has a tenderness for him. All my cares and precepts have not been able to guard her from the tyranny of love, and she is now under its fatal dominion. But it is the decree of destiny, and I must submit therefore. Abricotina, be gone, nor let me hear a word more of a daughter whose behaviour has so much displeased me." Abricotina returned with these ill tidings, whereat the princess was almost distracted. And this was soon perceived by Leander, who was near her, though she did not see him. He beheld her grief with the greatest pain. However, he durst not open his lips, but recollecting that Furibon was exceedingly covetous, he thought that by giving him a sum of money, he might perhaps prevail with him to retire. Thereupon he dressed himself like an Amazon, and wished himself in the forest to catch his horse. He had no sooner called him than Gristeline came leaping, prancing, and neighing for joy, for he was grown quite weary of being so long absent from his dear master. But when he beheld him dressed as a woman, he hardly knew him. However, at the sound of his voice he suffered the prince to mount, and they soon arrived in the camp of Furibon, where they gave notice that a lady was come to speak with him from the Princess of Calm Delights. Immediately the little fellow put on his royal robes, and having placed himself upon his throne, he looked like a great toad counterfeiting a king. Leander harangued him, and told him that the princess, preferring a quiet and peaceable life to the fatigues of war, had sent to offer his majesty as much money as he pleased to demand, provided he would suffer her to continue in peace. But if he refused her proposal, she would omit no means that might serve for her defence. Furibon replied that he took pity on her, and would grant her the honour of his protection, but that he demanded 100,000 millions of pounds, and without which he would not return to his kingdom. Leander answered that such a vast sum would be too long accounting, and therefore if he would say how many rooms full he desired to have, the princess was generous and rich enough to satisfy him. Furibon was astonished to hear that instead of entreating, she would rather offer more, and it came into his wicked mind to take all the money he could get, and then seize the Amazon and kill her, that she might not return to her mistress. He told Leander, therefore, that he would have 30 chambers of gold, all full to the ceiling. Leander, being conducted into the chambers, took his rose and shook it till every room was filled with all sorts of coin. Furibon was in an ecstasy, and the more gold he saw, the greater was his desire to get a hold of the Amazon.
so that when all the rooms were full, he commanded his guards to seize her, alleging that she had brought him counterfeit money. Immediately, Leander put on his little red cap and disappeared. The guards, believing that the lady had escaped, ran out and left Furibon alone. When Leander, availing himself of the opportunity, took the tyrant by the hair and twisted his head off with the same ease he would a pullet's. Nor did the little wretch of a king see the hand that killed him. Leander, having got his enemy's head, wished himself in the palace of calm delights, where he found the princess walking, and with grief considering the message which her mother had sent her, and on the means to repel Furibon. Suddenly she beheld a head hanging in the air, with nobody to hold it. This prodigy astonished her so that she would not tell what to think of it, but her amazement was increased when she saw the head laid at her feet, and heard a voice utter these words: "Charming princess, cease your fear of Furibon, whose head see here." Abricotina, knowing Leander's voice, cried, "I protest, madam, the invisible person who speaks is the very stranger that rescued me." The princess seemed astonished, but yet pleased. "Oh," said she, "if it be true that the invisible and the stranger are the same person, I confess I shall be glad to make him my acknowledgments." Leander, still invisible, replied, "I will yet do more to deserve them," and so saying, he returned to Furibon's army, where the report of the king's death was already spread throughout the camp. As soon as Leander appeared there in his usual habit, everybody knew him. All the officers and soldiers surrounded him, uttering the loudest acclamations of joy. In short, they acknowledged him for their king, and the crown of right belonged to him, for which he thanked them, and as the first mark of his royal bounty, divided the 30 rooms of gold among the soldiers. This done, he returned to his princess, ordering the army to march back into his kingdom. The princess was gone to bed. Leander therefore retired into his own apartment, for he was very sleepy, so sleepy that he forgot to bolt the door. And so it happened that the princess, rising early to taste the morning air, chanced to enter into this very chamber, and was greatly astonished to find a young prince asleep upon the bed. She took a full view of him, and was convinced that he was the person whose picture she had in her diamond box. "It is impossible," said she, "that this should be a spirit, for can spirits sleep? Is this a body composed of air and fire without substance, as Abricotina told me?" She softly touched his hair and heard him breathe, and looked at him as if she could have looked for ever. While she was thus occupied, her mother, the fairy, entered with such a dreadful noise that Leander started out of his sleep. But how deeply was he afflicted to behold his beloved princess in the most deplorable condition! Her mother dragged her by the hair, and loaded her with 1,000 bitter reproaches. In what grief and consternation were the two young lovers, who saw themselves now upon the point of being separated forever! The princess durst not open her lips, but cast her eyes upon Leander, as if to beg his assistance. He judged rightly that he ought not to deal rudely with a power superior to his own, and therefore he sought, by his eloquence and submission, to move the incensed fairy. He ran to her, threw himself at her feet, and besought her to have pity upon a young prince, who would never change in his affection for her daughter. The princess, encouraged, also embraced her mother's knees, and declared that without Leander she could never be happy. "Happy!" cried the fairy. "You know not the miseries of love, nor the treacheries of which lovers are capable. They bewitch us only to poison our lives. I have known it by experience. And will you suffer the same?" "Is there no exception, madam?" replied Leander, and his countenance showed him to be one. But neither tears nor entreaties could move the implacable fairy, and it is very probable that she would have never pardoned them, had not the lovely Gentilla appeared at that instant in the chamber, more brilliant than the sun. Embracing the old fairy, "Dear sister," said she, I am persuaded you cannot have forgotten the good office I did you, when after your unhappy marriage you besought a readmittance into fairyland. Since then, I never desired any favour at your hands. But now the time is come. Pardon then this lovely princess. Consent to her nuptials with this young prince. I will engage he shall be ever constant to her. The thread of their days shall be spun of gold and silk. They shall live to complete your happiness, and I will never forget the obligation you lay upon me. Charming Gentilla, cried the fairy, I consent to whatever you desire. Come, my dear children, and receive my love. So saying, she embraced them both. Abricotina, just then entering, cast her eyes upon Leander. She knew him again, and saw he was perfectly happy, at which she too was quite satisfied. Prince, condescendingly said the fairy mother, I will remove the island of calm delights into your own kingdom, live with you myself, and do you great services. Whether or not Prince Leander appreciated this offer, he bowed low, and assured his mother-in-law that no favour could be equal to the one he had that day received from her hands. This short compliment pleased the fairy exceedingly, for she belonged to those ancient days when people used to stand a whole day upon one leg, complimenting one another. The nuptials were performed in a most splendid manner, and the young prince and princess lived together happily for many years, beloved by all around them. End of section 20. Recorded by Stephen Gibbons.
Section 21 of The Fairy Book. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Christine G. The Fairy Book by Dinah Maria Mulock. The Woodcutter's Daughter. Part 1. There was once a poor woodcutter, very miserable, though prudent and industrious. He had a wife and 3 grown-up sons, yet their united labours scarcely sufficed for bread. No hope appeared of improving his lot, when he was one day fortunate enough to save the life of his master when attacked by robbers in the forest. This master was not ungrateful. He desired the woodcutter to repair to him on the following day in order to receive a reward. The poor man did not fail, hoping to gain 2 or 3 crowns, for it appeared so natural to defend an unarmed man that he attached little value to his services, considering his own danger not worth a thought. He put on his best array, shaved, and made many reverences to the porter and the numerous lackeys previous to an introduction to the master, who was much more polite than the valets. "Well, Thomas," said he, "how can I recompense what you have done for me? Without your assistance I should have perished, and as my life is a very happy one, I value it accordingly." Poor Thomas was at a loss how to reply. He stammered out, "My lord, your grace," but could get no further. The master, in order to relieve the poor man, interrupted him thus: "I understand better than yourself perhaps what would suit you. I would not wish to draw you from your native condition, for I believe that none is more truly happy. But I present to you and your children's children, in perpetuity, the cottage which you inhabit in the forest. You and they shall have the power of cutting as much wood every year as you can use. You shall work for yourself, and if your sons like to hunt, all the game which they kill shall be for their own use. I only exact that you sell nothing, and that while possessing every comfort, you seek not to quit your peaceful obscurity." Thomas was so astonished that he could find no words to express his gratitude. He came home to his wife, who heartily shared his joy. The sons immediately set off for a large supply of faggots, and made a great fire. But when they had been thoroughly warmed, Mother Thomas began to say what a pity it was they could make no use of all the wood which was not burned. "An idea has just struck me," replied the husband. "Our master gives us all we can use. These are his own words. Very well, I shall be able to use enough to bring us in a pretty little income." "How?" said his wife. "When I was a boy," rejoined the woodcutter, "my father taught me to make wooden shoes, and I made them so light and so neat that they were everywhere sought for. What need now prevent me from exercising this trade? James shall cut wood in the forest, Peter shall kill game for dinner, and Paul, who has not the least brains of the three, shall go to sell my merchandise at the neighbouring town. This will be a public benefit, by enabling the poor about us to dress with more decency and comfort, and it will also serve to furnish our own cottage, of which we shall make a little palace." The boys, who were present, highly relished this idea. Mother Thomas, who was rather inclined to gluttony, made the most of the game which Peter provided. A little labour, good cheer, a blazing fire, and perfect family concord, rendered this family the happiest in the world. The master came to the cottage, and seeing them so united and industrious, encouraged the trade of the wooden shoes, which increased their comforts without exposing them to the vices attendant on avarice and luxury. But happiness such as this seldom remains permanent. A flock of furious wolves appeared in the forest. Every day they devoured either helpless children or travellers. They tore up the roots of the trees, attacking even each other, while their wild howlings were heard night and day in the cottage of the woodcutter. Mother Thomas would no longer suffer her boys to leave home, and when they did go in spite of her, she remained watching at the door, refusing either to eat or drink until they returned. Such a situation was deplorable. When at length the young men, who were very brave, resolved to deliver themselves and their master, taking arms in case they should be attacked, they went into the forest and digged deep pits, covering them with a little earth, laid over some branches of trees, and during this heavy labour, which lasted several days, they lighted great fires round them, in order to hinder the wolves from approaching. Success crowned their enterprise, for in returning to the spot at sunrise, they perceived that one of the pits had been broken into during the night, and that it was now quite uncovered. They charged their muskets, and each were disputing the honour of the first firing, when they heard issue from the depths below a mild and supplicating voice imploring assistance. "What shall we do?" said Peter. "Assuredly that is not the roaring of a wolf. It is, perhaps, some unfortunate little wandering child. How lucky that we did not draw the trigger!" They approached, and distinguished a beautiful lady richly dressed, wearing on her head a cluster of diamonds, which shone like a star. She appeared very young, and was trembling with cold. Much rain had fallen during the night, and her robe, of silver gauze, was dabbled in mud and water. Her fair and tender hands were all dirty, which seemed to vex her even more than the dangers she had experienced. She continued, however, to struggle and to make signs of relief, when 3 enormous wolves appeared at the distance. The brothers looked at each other expressively, like people who feel that all is lost, but who resolve to do their duty. They had a cord about them, which Peter fastened round his body, and let himself down into the pit. He took the beautiful lady on his shoulders, while his brothers assisted in drawing them up. They then stretched her on the grass, for she had fainted, and now the wolves had just reached them, when, lo, these beasts of prey were instantly turned into 3 little lambs, and licked the feet of the lady, who slowly returned to life. "My good lads," said she to the woodcutters, "fear nothing. From henceforth no more dangerous animals than these shall trouble you. But I owe you a still greater recompense. Lead me to your father. I wish to felicitate him on the generosity and bravery of his sons." The poor youths were so astonished by this adventure that they felt unable to reply, but they respectfully lifted her long train from the ground, it having now recovered all its splendour. The 3 lambs followed, skipping and frolicking before them. They seemed to know the way, and Mother Thomas, who sat at the door looking out for her children, was not a little surprised to behold their companion. She had, however, presence of mind to invite her noble guest to enter and rest. much ashamed of having nothing better to offer than a straw chair and some spring water, which was in a very clean pitcher on the dresser. "I shall willingly rest an hour with you," said the lady. "Although you now see me for the first time, I am one of your best friends, of which I shall give you a proof. I accept a glass of water, on condition that your husband and children will also pledge me." A glance of Mother Thomas's eye directed her family. They each sought their ordinary drinking cup, which was of wood, and then bent the neck of the pitcher. But what was their astonishment to perceive the vessel turn into wrought silver in their hands, and to taste, instead of water, a liquor so delicious, that when the woodcutter and his wife had drunk, they felt themselves 10 years younger than before. They threw themselves at the feet of the beautiful lady in terror, for a natural instinct made them feel that great power is always more or less to be dreaded, even when employed in acts of beneficence. The lady meanwhile kindly raised them, and having spoken of the courage and the generosity of their sons, who exposed themselves to the fury of the wolves rather than take flight and abandon her, she said that her name was the Fairy Coquette, and that she would willingly relate her history. "Previously, madam," said the woodcutter, "will you have the goodness to tell me what is a fairy?" "During 30 years that I have inhabited this forest, I have heard of the devil, of the werewolf, of the monster Gévaudan, but never have I heard of fairies." "We exist notwithstanding," replied Coquette, "but not in all ages, nor in all countries. We are supernatural beings, to whom has been imparted a portion of supernatural power, which we make use of for good or evil, according to our natural disposition. In that alone consists our resemblance to men." The woodcutter, who was very simple, understood little of this explanation, but, like many others, had a profound respect for what he could not comprehend. He bowed down to the ground, and only requested the fairy to inform him why a supernatural being, so highly gifted, could have fallen into a pit prepared for wolves. "It is," replied Coquette, "because I have an enemy still more powerful than myself, the enchanter Barabapatapouf, the most wicked ogre in the world. He has but 3 teeth, 3 hairs, 1 eye, and is 15 feet high. With all these charms he happened to fall in love with me, and merely for mischief I affected to accept him. He then invited his friends to the nuptials, when, to his great mortification, I took them to witness that I would never be the wife of such a monster. Barabapatapouf was deeply incensed, swore to be revenged, and has never lost an opportunity of keeping his word. I should have remained 3 days in that horrible pit, but for the generosity of your children." "They have done nothing more than their duty," replied the woodcutter. "I must also do mine," said Coquette, "but my power is limited. I can satisfy but 2 wishes, and it is necessary that each of you should choose freely, unbiased by the other. You must separate accordingly, and tomorrow at early dawn come to inform me what you have all resolved on during the night." Mother Thomas was very uneasy in thinking how she could accommodate the fairy, for neither her children's beds nor her own were worthy of offering to such a grand lady. But Coquette desired her to feel at ease, as she would provide her everything needful. She then drew forth some grains of sand, which she scattered on the floor. Instantly there arose on the spot a bed of rose leaves 3 feet high. The bolster was of violets, heartsease, and orange flowers, all breathing delicious perfumes; and the counterpane, entirely composed of butterflies' wings, exhibited colours so brilliant and varied that one could never be weary of examining it. The 3 lamps which had followed the fairy lay down at her feet, and as the room was rather damp, they gently warmed it with their breath, with a care and intelligence almost human. The woodcutter and his sons felt so surprised at all these wonders that they imagined themselves dreaming. Coquette warned Mother Thomas that if she should speak once to her husband before she again saw her, the wishes could not be realized. The strictest injunctions were indeed necessary to prevent their communication on a subject which interested both so deeply. When day appeared, Coquette summoned them to her presence. The woodcutter first came, and said, with his usual simplicity, that he never could have believed it so difficult to form a wish. Till that morning he had considered himself happy, but now, finding it possible to obtain one thing, he desired 1,000. Wearied with the fatigue of thought, he had fallen asleep without coming to a determination, but seeing in his dreams 5 purses filled with gold, it seemed as if one were for him, one for his wife, and one for each of his children. "Well," said Coquette, "these purses are apparently your desire. Go then to the bin where you deposit your bread, and you will find them. Only say how many pounds you wish them to contain." "Oh, if there were but 100 pounds in each," replied Thomas, "that would be sufficient to extend our little commerce, and send our wooden shoes to China itself." "Your wish is accomplished," said the fairy. "Go away, and permit your wife to come in her turn." The good dame had also passed a sleepless night, and had never before been so much agitated or so unhappy. Sometimes she wished for riches, and then thought Richard would not prevent her from dying, so she had better wish that she might live 100 years. Now one idea filled her mind, now another. It seemed as if the fairy should have given her at least a month to deliberate. At last she suddenly said, "Madam Fairy, I am very old, and what I desire most is a daughter, to assist me in household management, and to keep me company. My husband almost lives in the woods, and leaves me at break of day. My sons also go about their business. We are without neighbours, and I have nobody to speak to." "Be it so," said the fairy. "You shall have the prettiest daughter imaginable, and she shall speak from her birth, in order that no time may be lost. Call your husbands and sons. I hope to find all parties content." The little family assembled, but harmony was not the result of their communications. The young man thought their father's wish quite pitiful, and the woodcutter by no means relished the idea of another child. The fairy, however, provided an excellent breakfast, and the wine reanimated his spirits. "Now I promise," said Coquette, "that you shall have a daughter, who at the moment of her birth shall be endowed with the figure and intelligence of 12 years old. Call her Rose, for her complexion shall shame the flower which bears that name." "And I pronounce that she shall also be black as ebony, and become, before the age of 15, the wife of a great king," said a very strong voice in clear and distinct accents, accompanied by shouts of laughter, which evidently proceeded from a great pitcher placed at the corner of the chimney. The fairy Coquette turned pale, and consternation was general, but the woodcutter, now merry with wine, joined in the laughter. "Ah, how droll!" said he. "Red and black roses! A likely story indeed, that a great king would come a-wooing to a woodcutter's daughter! Only a pitcher could invent such nonsense, and I shall teach it to utter no more." Thus saying, he gave the pitcher a great kick, and broke it in pieces, when there issued from it a smoke thick and black, and so stifling that Coquette was obliged to use 2 bottles of essence to dissipate its noxious effects. "Ah, cruel Barabapatapouf!" cried she, "must your malignity then extend even to those whom I wish to benefit? I indeed recognize my enemy," said she to the woodcutter. "Beware of him, and believe that it is with no good intention he destines your daughter for the bride of a king. Some mystery is here concealed, foreboding evil." Every one was rendered quite melancholy by this adventure, and Coquette, beginning to weary of these poor foresters, opened the window and disappeared. A great quarrel then arose between the woodcutter and his sons, who, forgetting that respect in which they had never before failed, reproached him for losing an opportunity of rendering them all happy. "We might," said they, "have purchased estates, finery of all kinds, and been as rich and noble as many who now despise us. 1 or 2 millions would have been as easy said as 500 pounds. That sum would obtain a marquisate for my father, and baronies for each of us. What extraordinary stupidity our parents have shown!" "My children," said the woodcutter, "are these things then necessary for happiness? It appeared to me that you were well satisfied when our master only made our poverty a little less oppressive. And now, while you have more gold than you ever saw in your lives, one would suppose that you had been deeply injured, and could never know contentment more. End of The Woodcutter's Daughter, Part 1.